Order. On behalf of the whole House, I wish to express my deepest sympathies with the people of Australia as they continue to experience the horrific wildfires which are laying waste to so much, and to send a message of solidarity to our Commonwealth colleagues in the Australian Parliament. We pay tribute to the firefighters and all those who are putting their lives at risk. The magnitude of the disaster unfolding in Australia should shock us all, with human and animal lives and precious species of fauna being destroyed. This is a wake-up call for the world. All Australians are in our thoughts and prayers. I'd just like to say to the House, I did ring the Speaker of Australia 5 days ago to actually express our worries and our concerns. There will be an oral statement on this on Thursday to say to members we will all be able to speak of those who wish to do on Thursday. What I'd like to also mention is I'd like to draw members' attention to the fact that the book for entering the private members' bill ballot is now open. It will be open until the House rises today and while the House is sitting tomorrow. So for new members, please don't forget this is your great chance to make history, even though the whips might not wish you to. But I would say on all sides. The book will be available for members to sign in the no lobby until 6 p.m. on both days, at which point it will be taken to the Public Bill Office and remain open for signatures until the rise of the House. The ballot itself will be drawn at 9 a.m. this Thursday in the Wilson Room in Portcullis House. An announcement setting out these and other arrangements and the dates when 10-minute rule motions can be made and the presentation of bills introduced is published on the order paper. I also want to make a statement on the election of deputy speakers. I would like to remind the House that the election for deputy speakers will take place tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 1:30 in Committee Room 8. Nominations must be submitted to the table office by 6 p.m. today. Further details are in the announcements section of today's order paper. Right, let us go on to questions to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Mark Logan.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, can I first just associate myself with the comments that you've made and the message that you've just sent to our Australian friends? And may I also take this opportunity to wish you, Mr. Speaker, a very happy new year, and to all honourable members in this House. At last year's spending round, I announced a £7.1 billion increase in schools funding for 22-23 compared to this year. This will level up funding across the country and ensure at least £5,000 a year for every secondary school pupil next year and £4,000 a year for every primary school pupil in 21-22.
Mark Logan.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friends, the Chancellor, visited Bolton Lads and Girls Club during the campaign, and a real hub of inspiring our children. Would my friend the Chancellor agree with me that the uplift in funding for school children right across Bolton North East will ensure that our young people fulfil their true potential?
Mr. Speaker, I very much remember that visit, and I was incredibly impressed by the club. And can I also say how delighted I am to see my honourable friend take his place in this House? Mr. Speaker, I agree with him wholeheartedly. Our plans will ensure that funding for every pupil in every school can rise at least in line with inflation. Schools in Bolton North East will attract £4,800 per pupil in 2020-21 on average, and based on the current numbers of pupils, that's a 7.7% total cash increase.
Corinne McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor will, of course, be very familiar with having grown up in Bristol with the education system there, but we've got a real crisis at the moment in terms of special educational needs and being able to fund the provision. We've got more children coming forward with special educational needs. We don't have the funding to be able to support them. Can I urge him to pay some attention to that and donate the funds that are necessary to remedy the problem?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the honourable lady about the importance of special educational needs and making sure that it is properly funded, and that was precisely the reason why at the last spending round I increased spending by £780 million, which was the biggest increase that I believe in a decade.
Michael Fabricant.
My right honourable friend will know, coming from the West Midlands, that Staffordshire historically has been one of the most underpaid counties per pupil. And I'd really ask him, how are his changes going to affect counties like Staffordshire and others in the F40?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to raise this, and he's been a champion of fairer funding for schools, especially in the West Midlands, and I do agree with him on the importance of this issue, and that is precisely why, in the spending round, we made an exception for schools by having a multi-year settlement, a 3-year settlement, which will mean by 22-23 there will be a £7.1 billion increase for schools throughout England, which will help to bring fairer funding.
Dr Rupert.
Number 2, sir, please.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to answer this question together with question number 19. The government takes its environmental responsibilities very seriously. The Prime Minister has established a new Cabinet Committee on Climate Change for this very reason. The UK is, of course, the G20 leader in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions while growing our economy. Later this year, the government will be setting out further plans to reduce emissions in key sectors such as transport, energy and buildings, while seizing the economic benefits of clean growth. We've launched a review into the transition to a net zero economy, how that will be funded, and that review will publish its findings this autumn.
Dr Rupert.
I was pleased to see 2 ideas in the Queen's speech recycled from previous Labour manifestos. That was the NHS car parking charges being waived and renters' rights. So could they go that bit further and adopt a third of ours, our completely costed Green New Deal? It had Greenpeace rate us as the best party for the environment when they were languishing as fourth, and it would help them reach their carbon emission targets, which are woefully off track at the moment.
Well, Minister. The electorate obviously gave their verdict on the relative credibility of our manifesto. And I mean, look, we should be very clear that on a cross-party basis, and we should welcome this in this chamber, there is real consensus that the UK has done the right thing by committing to become the first major Western economy to commit to a net zero policy. We've got £1 billion allocated for the take-up of ultra-low emissions vehicles, £350 million for the Industrial Energy Transition Fund, £800 million in our manifesto for carbon capture and storage. And she said in her supplementary that our ambitions in this area are inadequate. I would point out that the CCC report in May 2019 did not consider it credible to reach net zero emissions earlier than 2050 and quote-unquote called it the highest possible ambition supported by the science for us to target 2050 rather than an earlier date.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK government currently offers more financial support for fossil fuel industries than any other European state. Oil giant Shell paid no corporate income tax last year due to tax rebates, despite making profits in the UK of £557 million. This situation is unsustainable and unacceptable in the context of a climate emergency. Can the Minister explain how a government which continues to subsidise fossil fuel extraction to such a degree can ever be trusted to deliver net zero?
Well, the most important thing to recognise is that last year was the first year on record where actually renewable energy constituted more of our energy mix than fossil fuels. What I would say is that we also need to recognise that oil and gas do support many thousands of jobs in the United Kingdom, and in the transition we must be careful not to jeopardise economic growth.
Richard Bacon.
Mr. Speaker, the best way to reduce carbon emissions is to have houses that don't produce carbon when they're built. And given that the Conservative manifesto proposes to extend Help to Buy to people who wish to build their own homes, something the Chancellor of the Exchequer knows all about, will the Chancellor meet with me and the Right to Build task force to see how we can implement this excellent policy as quickly as possible?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, who, of course, is very persistent in this area, and I would be delighted to meet with him to discuss following up on this issue.
Stephen Crabb.
Speaker, the Minister is right when he refers to the growing role that renewables is playing in our energy mix. 2018 was the greenest year on record for our energy system. Does he agree with me that the UK's track record in cutting emissions while at the same time maintaining jobs growth, economic growth, is remarkable at a global level and should be applauded?
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend for that question. It is worth noting that between 1990 and 2016, the UK reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 42%, while growing our economy by more than 2/3. That's a record we should be proud of. It shows that we are on track to meet our targets.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first of all associate myself with the comments welcoming you to your place, to your chair. Long may you sit there. For what's been described as a post-truth government, here are two clear and simple facts. One, COP26 is coming to the UK, and two, the eyes of the world will be upon this government's climate crisis policies, or rather, the appalling lack of them. So as Australia burns, as millions in African states face climate-driven famine and floods have swept the north of England, will this government give a damn, Mr. Speaker, about this existential threat and act, not posture?
Minister.
Well, it must be said that that was a rather ungracious recognition of the government's work in this area. We are very clear that COP26 is the centrepiece of the government's work on climate this year. The Prime Minister gave a presentation to Cabinet on this today, and there is no question that, led by our former friend on these benches, Claire Perry, we have an excellent head of the COP. We will have maximum ambition. The UK is absolutely clear that we are committed to the Paris Agreement, delivering on it in full, and of course, by committing to net zero in the way that we have led the world in this area.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree that with regard to energy-intensive industries, it is important that this government does everything it can to help them reduce their carbon footprint, not merely regulate and tax, as some would do, because that risks not only exporting the carbon, but also exporting the jobs?
No.
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We must avoid shedding jobs as we change our energy mix. As I mentioned in an earlier answer, we got £350 million allocated to the Industrial Energy Transformation Fund. I'm also a big supporter of new technologies like carbon capture and storage, which can address the challenges of decarbonising energy-intensive industries.
Good, David.
Mr. Speaker, Happy New Year, and can I associate myself and my colleagues with your remarks of support for the people of Australia? And in that regard, can I ask the Treasury front bench whether this March's budget will be a budget for the climate emergency? And if it is, will ministers look at the ideas of the outgoing Governor of the Bank of England to decarbonise finance and green the city, and come forward with the rules and regulations that will catalyse private investment to beat climate change?
Minister.
Well, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question, and we are very clear that this is a central priority for the budget which will come in March. Obviously, I'm not going to disclose details of that today, but the government has a clean growth strategy. We're very clear that green finance lies at the heart of the UK's offer to the world, and that obviously goes both from the private sector as well as the public sector. We need to bring together the whole strength of the country to make a truly radical offer.
Kevin Hollingray.
Number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to answer this question together with questions number 7, 12, 18 and 22. Increasing productivity is the best way to boost wages, to improve living standards and to enhance prosperity. We have worked hard to build a stronger, fairer economy, dealing with the deficit, helping to get people into work and cutting taxes for families and businesses. And we will continue to invest responsibly, including investing billions more in infrastructure, creating a new national skills fund and boosting investment in R&D. We will invest to unleash the potential of the whole country so that no place is left behind.
Kevin Hollingray.
Thank you. Productivity is damaged if SMEs feel there is no fair system of resolving disputes with their bank. Yet the eligibility rules for the new Business Bank Resolution Service exclude 85% of historic claims, including, incredibly, those that have been through the recently discredited Lloyds Bank customer review. Would the Chancellor meet with me to discuss how we make this fit for purpose and not simply a fig leaf to cover past banking malpractice?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend speaks with experience on this subject, and he's right about the importance of access to finance. And I know that broadly he's welcomed the voluntary business banking resolution service, but he's not happy with the way it's exactly working at the moment. And I know that he has a meeting coming up with the Economic Secretary on this very important issue.
Stephen Hammond.
High-quality infrastructure is a key factor in improving productivity. So would my right honourable friend consider establishing both a sovereign wealth fund and an infrastructure bond, which will allow the part of the financing solution to allow that necessary infrastructure to be implemented?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, this government's fiscal policy will allow for a step change in infrastructure investment. That's what we need to level up and to unleash the potential of the whole country. And that's why I am open to looking at the ideas of new financing instruments, but I would need to be satisfied that they represent good value for money, that they can be sustained for the long term, and they are consistent with our wider fiscal objectives. And I'll be very happy to discuss that with my honourable friend.
Andrew.
Only 15% of people who start their working lives on entry-level jobs progress beyond them by the end of their working lives. In order to deal with that situation, will the Chancellor look again at the National Retraining Scheme to see what we can do to help people progress further in work to reduce poverty as well as increase productivity?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, my honourable friend raises a very important issue. And there's been some excellent work done on this, including work that I know my honourable friend has contributed to. In our manifesto, we set out our intention to have a new national skills fund. This will help to transform the lives of people that are trying to get onto the work ladder or trying to get new qualifications, trying to return to work. And I know it's something that my honourable friend would welcome.
Gareth Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transport infrastructure is a critical factor for improving productivity in my constituency. Can the Chancellor assure me that this government will be making necessary investments in key arterial roads such as the A1 in Lincolnshire?
Sorry, Chancellor.
First of all, can I welcome my honourable friend to his place? And he's, again, raised a very important issue, infrastructure investment and the importance of that to productivity. I understand the incredible importance of the A1 in Lincolnshire, and a number of our colleagues have raised this with me. We will be soon publishing our second road investment strategy that will set out our plans, but I can assure him that this government, as we have that infrastructure revolution, no part of our country will be left behind.
Nicola Richards.
Business leaders in West Bromwich and across the West Midlands, I know that tackling productivity and imbalances across the region is vital and key to levelling up our economy. Will he commit to working alongside me to tackle these imbalances in West Bromwich East and the wider West Midlands?
Chancellor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will, and can I also welcome my honourable friend to her place? And I remember on my visit to her constituency last month that we met some excellent local businesses, and she's right to talk about the need for further investment in the Midlands. As a West Midlands MP, I understand that as well, and I know exactly how much more potential can be unleashed. I look forward to working with her throughout this Parliament on doing just that.
Peter Dowd.
Is that it, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's special advisor now wants a civil service, perhaps modelled on the Cabinet, comprised of weirdos and misfits with odd skills. So as a member of that Cabinet, what weird explanation does the Chancellor have as to why, according to the Office of National Statistics, productivity is falling at its fastest annual pace for 5 years?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, we've just had an unprecedented decade of growth. It's the first decade of uninterrupted growth. That it's the third time since 1700 that we've had an uninterrupted decade of growth, thanks to the work of this government. And when it comes to weirdos and misfits, I know there are many on that side of the House, but they need not apply.
Peter Dowd.
Well, that speaks volumes, doesn't it? The worst recovery since the Industrial Revolution. Is that what this government can be proud of? It is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. More bluster from the Chancellor, but the facts are absolutely clear. Most people are worse off under Tory economic mismanagement, working longer hours on flat-lining real pay. So what targets has the Chancellor set for improved productivity, and will he make way for another weirdo or misfit when inevitably they aren't met?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, we should never forget that the last Labour government gave us the deepest recession in almost the deepest recession in almost 100 years, and the British people were clever enough to not allow them to do it again. And now they turn around and they throw stones at the firefighters who put out the fire that they set in our economy. That's what they do, Mr. Speaker. We will not take any lessons from the party opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first pay tribute to the economist Professor Andrew Hughes-Hallett, who passed away on Hogmanay. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of England has said that pessimism and uncertainty around Brexit has had an impact on investment and productivity, and this uncertainty has been compounded in Scotland, as our government only found out today in the media when the UK government will finally be setting its budget, with absolutely no certainty yet as to whether that budget will include the £1.2 billion in Barclay consequential promised by the Prime Minister during the election campaign. Can I ask the Chancellor when he intends to meet with the Scottish Finance Secretary to apologise?
Chancellor.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the Honourable Lady to her new position, as I believe she's the Treasury spokesperson for her party, and I welcome her to that role. And it is important when it comes to productivity that the Scottish Government plays its role, and it should examine its own policies, especially its policies on tax and infrastructure and skills, and how it has let down the Scottish people time and time again.
It's a huge disappointment he doesn't even have the dignity to apologise to Derek Mackay for only announcing this in the media. And he may not be aware, but the 11th of March is the day by which councils in Scotland legally have to set local tax rates. COSLA has described this delay as extremely worrying, and the COSLA Resources spokesperson, the Conservative councillor Gail McGregor, has said this will significantly impede local authorities and disadvantage Scotland's communities. So can he tell me whether he thinks it's fair that Scottish local government must set its budgets blindfold without any notion of what their block grant will be? And isn't it the truth that the Chancellor has given absolutely no thought to Scotland at all?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, in the election that we just had, we talked time and time again about the need to unleash the potential of the entire United Kingdom. Of course, that includes all of Scotland. Where Scotland has been let down time and time again is by the SNP government, which is giving Scottish people the highest taxes in the United Kingdom and the worst set of public services.
Mitchell Reeves. Well, let's take somebody else then. Catherine West, that's the nearest.
Mr. Speaker, and could I say how warm those words were vis-à-vis the Australian Parliament and how well they'll be received? Could I ask the Treasurer regarding the productivity, the Chancellor, what plans he has in the upcoming budget to tackle the lack of investment in FE? It's been cut by 50% since 2010. And productivity relies very much on colleges and on high-quality education outside the university sector.
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right to raise the importance of FE and of technical skills. I went to an FE college myself, and it's one of the reasons why in the spending round back in September I allocated an increased £400 million for the forthcoming year to FE budgets, which is the biggest increase in a decade. And in our party manifesto at the recent election, we set out plans for £2 billion of investment in the FE estate throughout England.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 4.
Minister.
In September, the Chancellor announced a new £500 million youth investment fund to build and refurbish youth centres and deliver high-quality services to young people across the country. That will include £250 million of capital investment, expected to deliver 60 new youth centres, 360 refurbished facilities and over 100 mobile units for harder-to-reach areas.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past decade, spending on youth services has been cut by over £1 billion. And in constituencies like mine and also across London, the number of youth clubs have almost halved. So will the Chancellor finally own up to the devastating effect of austerity that has had on young people in my constituency and commit to funding a proper statutory youth service in his upcoming budget?
Minister.
What I can promise the Honourable Lady is that the government is committed to funding local government with a settlement that was announced before the election of an additional 4.4% in real terms increase that will give local authorities that additional spending power alongside the Youth Investment Fund announcement that I spoke of earlier.
Steve Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend take steps to ensure that young people in Wickham are not disadvantaged by excessively coarse aggregate measures of deprivation, which can obscure real need in constituencies like mine?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question, and I recognise the challenge of actually getting to the heart of the problems in different constituencies, and I will be very happy to meet with him to understand better his specific concerns so we can get to the heart of that problem.
Christian Matheson.
Question 5, sir.
Minister.
Happy New Year, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll take this, answer this question together with question 11. Before I do, may I just say, since it's my first time at the dispatch box since you've become Speaker, that I recall in 2014 running an operation to stop your predecessor from rigging the selection of the Clerk of the House of Commons. I think it speaks to the esteem in which you are held across this House that one could imagine no such thing under your speakership. The government published Sir Amias Morse's independent review of the loan charge on the 20th of December alongside the government's response to his recommendations.
Clearly the loophole had to be closed, but not in the retrospective fashion that has hit so many of my constituents. So let me ask the Minister specifically, if these arrangements were already illegal when my constituents were being charged with them, why was it necessary to bring in the loan charge in 2017 at all?
Well, I thank our General for his question. As he will be aware from reading the review, it's a very thorough and comprehensive piece of work, and Sir Amias goes into this question. He has accepted, in principle, the case for a loan charge. He recognises that it was important to address this issue of abusive tax avoidance, but he's dated it to a specific time, and that, in his judgment, represents a fair balance between the concerns that he raises, and we've accepted that as a government.
Julie Mawson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Morse report and the government's response are very welcome and will help many of my constituents in Hertford and Stortford who have been deeply affected by the loan charge. Will he agree to meet with me so that I can share with him some of their experiences and residual concerns and discuss the government's response in more detail?
Minister.
Well, I hope I may join the Chancellor congratulating the Honourable Lady on her taking her place in this chamber. And say, of course, I've met many colleagues on this issue. I'd be absolutely delighted to meet with her. I can't deal with individual cases, she'll understand, but I'd be very, very happy to meet with her to discuss the principal issues involved.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate the Honourable Lady on her New Year's honour. It's a fitting tribute to her years of service, especially her campaigning work on contaminated blood, and she deserves all praise for that work. To her question, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is, of course, a top priority for this government. We'll be publishing the National Infrastructure Strategy alongside the budget, and I can say now that that strategy will contain our ambition to level up across the United Kingdom, ensuring every part of our country, not just London, has the opportunity to spread and drive growth in their communities.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Can I thank the Minister for those kind words? I think it's good that there's consensus across the House of the need to invest, particularly in transport in the north. I noted on the 27th of December the Chancellor agreed with those comments in the story that was published in the Times, and I just wondered whether this House and my constituents will really have to wait until the middle or the beginning of March in order to get the actual detail of what this will mean, and isn't it right that this House hears first rather than the newspapers?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Lady is referring to the government's plans to review all our frameworks, processes and mechanisms to allocate investment spending. That work is, of course, underway, and as more details emerge, the Chancellor and other ministers will update the House as required.
Annalise Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very happy New Year to you and everyone in the House. Now, the regional investment gap, £63 billion in transport alone, is of course compounded by deindustrialisation. Yesterday, a senior minister anonymously dismissed concerns over customs and rules of origin barriers as lobbying by industries in secular decline, but they're felt by all advanced manufacturers. So what will the Chancellor do about his colleagues who seem to blithely accept further regional job losses in manufacturing?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was just in the Tees Valley earlier this week, and what I heard there from manufacturers was incredible support for this government's agenda of spreading opportunity, driving investment in regional infrastructure, sensible taxation of manufacturing companies, all of which will lead to higher growth, more jobs and better investment for their communities.
Sir Desmond Swain.
8, sir.
Minister.
The government introduced a graduated system of vehicle excise duty to encourage the uptake of vehicles with lower CO2 emissions and to help meet our legally binding climate change targets. I've held productive talks with representatives of the industry and my honourable friend, the member for Southend West, to discuss this matter, and I am sensitive to their concerns. As with all taxes, we keep VED under review, and any announcements are for future fiscal events.
When we escape the clutches of EU Regulation 2018-1832, will he restore the status quo ante to September last year?
Minister.
By my right honourable friend's standards, that was a positively lengthy question. As he knows, I share his enthusiasm for escaping certain EU regulations when we leave the EU on the 31st of January. We are, however, convinced about the need to incentivise the reduction in our transport emissions, which I've referred to. These do represent a third of the UK's total CO2 output.
Samuel Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister think that this green tax, which has increased vehicle duty by 1,000% for many motorhomes which are used on average 31 days per year and do about 2,000 miles per year, is fair, and will he review it?
Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. The figure of 1,000% is somewhat misleading, as only motorhomes with the very highest emissions would fall into that category. And of course, the extra VED only applies in the first year. But what I would say is that, of course, we keep all taxes under review. I am sensitive to the concerns of the industry. Clearly, a significant number of jobs are supported by it. As always, we do keep these things under a watching brief.
Nick Fletcher.
Number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome my honourable friend to his place as a fellow Yorkshire MP. I'm pleased to tell him that the government is determined to keep our families and communities safe by backing the police with the resources that they need, and that is why we've committed to finding 20,000 new police officers by the end of 2023 to help keep our streets safe. And to that end, we have additionally announced £750 million of investment so that the first 6,000 can be in place by the end of next year.
Nick Fletcher.
Will my right honourable friend work closely with the Home Secretary to ensure that Don Valley gets its fair share of the 20,000 police officers, so my constituents not only feel safer, but are safer on the streets?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I'm pleased to tell him that South Yorkshire will be allocated 151 of the initial wave of new police officers. That comes on top of the 55 that are being recruited this year, and in addition, £1.6 million of funding has been allocated to my honourable friend's local force for a violence reduction unit, which will further help, and I hope that provides him and his constituents with the reassurance they need. We are committed to keeping them safe.
Gutsmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Fleetwood have been left reeling over an unprecedented spate of armed robberies in shops in the town over the festive period. Does the Chancellor think that the cuts to the police numbers, the fact that they now have to be replaced, was the wrong decision to make a decade ago? And does he not see that not just the cuts to police numbers, but also cuts to youth services that help to work with young people have been the wrong decisions?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady talks about things a decade ago. A decade ago, this country was borrowing £150 billion, the largest deficit in peacetime history, and that's why this government had to take action to restore our public finances to a place of sanity. And that is why now, because of the careful management of the economy, we are able to invest in 20,000 new police officers and additionally give them the powers they need to keep us all safe.
Richard Drax.
Speaker, we welcome the 50 new police officers for Dorset, which we fought so hard to get. 120 more are planned over the next 2 years. Can my honourable friend please confirm that we will get definitely these extra officers for Dorset?
Minister.
I'm pleased to give my honourable friend that reassurance, which is why the Chancellor committed in the spending review to specific additional funding of £750 million for the first year, for the first 6,000, and additional funding will follow to ensure we deliver on the commitment of 20,000 new officers across the country.
Richard.
Speaker, would the Minister agree with me that not only do we need more police officers, we also need a new partnership forged locally between youth services, between the police, between the educational sector? Isn't it time for some really new thinking in terms, and cross-party, in thinking how we tackle street crime and the disorder that we have on our streets at the moment?
Minister.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I fully actually agree with the honourable member's comments, and that is why we funded Violence Reductions Unit, which start to build on that cross-partnership working at a local level between social services, police and local authorities, and also in the Queen's speech was contained a bill that will further strengthen that duty on local authorities, police and other partners to bring that working together and deliver the benefits that he rightly observed.
I'm now going to move on to Rob Roberts.
Question 10, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on our 5-year NHS settlement confirmed in January 2019. This was the largest cash injection into our public services since the Second World War and provided the NHS with an additional £33.9 billion more per year by 2023-24 compared to 2018-19. This settlement will shortly be enshrined in law.
Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Flint Community Hospital in my constituency of Delyn was closed by the Betsy Cadwallader Health Board back in 2013 with the loss of a minor injuries unit and several important community beds where the elderly especially were able to recover from surgery close to their friends and family. Despite being devolved to the Welsh Government, what hope can my right honourable friend give to the people of Delyn and Flint that funds will be available for vital services like this in the community to be resurrected?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend will know that the NHS is this government's #1 spending priority. I just wish it was the same for the Labour government in Wales that has let down Welsh people time and time again, especially when it comes to healthcare. And even in the recent spending round in September, they received in Wales an additional some £600 million, and much of that can be put to good use into the NHS system in Wales. And I hope that they are wise enough to help the Welsh people, and in particular to look again at resurrecting Flint Community Hospital.
Meg Hillier.
Speaker, one of the major crises is in the recruitment of GPs, so it's not just money that needs to be thrown at the issue. So what steps is the Treasury taking to make sure that when money is provided, it is spent well, and crucially, it's not stop-start funding, so that the NHS can properly plan for the long term, including particularly on recruitment of frontline staff?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, it's worth reminding honourable members that one of the reasons the NHS has so many problems, including with recruitment of GPs in hospitals, is because of the PFI policies of the previous Labour government, which has cash-starved many NHS trusts for far too long. And now we are putting that right with our historic settlement. But she is quite right about the importance of recruiting more GPs, to have more GP appointments, and that's why in our manifesto we set out exactly how we're going to do that.
Andrew Percy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The extra billions for the NHS are to be welcome, but the real challenge in Goole, Scunthorpe and Grimsby hospitals is a backlog in capital. Can my honourable friend assure me that, come the budget, that capital funding will also be there to ensure that our hospitals can be upgraded?
Chancellor.
I can give my honourable friend that assurance, and he makes a very important point, and he will know that later this year the government will be having a comprehensive spending review, and it will be a multi-year capital settlement, and having the right amount of capital to make sure that we do all that is required for our NHS will be a priority.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, 50% of people living with cancer require radiotherapy treatment, and yet only 5% of the cancer budget is spent on radiotherapy. What that means in real terms is that constituents of mine in Westmoreland and Lonsdale have to make 2, 3, 4-hour round trips in order to get life-saving daily treatment. Will the Chancellor commit to spending the money on cancer provision, on radiotherapy provision, to provide satellite units at places like Kendal, Westmoreland General Hospital?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell my right honourable friend he's raised a very important issue. That we are absolutely committed to providing the resources that are necessary for the NHS to provide even better cancer treatment for his constituents, for all of our constituents. It is one of the reasons we've had this record financial settlement, and when it comes to capital as well, which is also necessary further capital investment to have better cancer treatment, it will also be a priority.
Nicky Aitken.
Speaker, please.
Well done.
Minister.
Well, it's a great pleasure to welcome my honourable friend to her place. And the Clean Growth Strategy sets out our proposals to decarbonise our economy during the course of the 2020s. This will build on existing government spending, including £2.5 billion for low-carbon innovation between 2015 and 21, £1 billion for for ultra-low emission vehicles, and £4.5 billion for the renewable heating centres.
Nicky Aitken.
I thank my honourable friend for his reply. I'm sure he is aware of the immense appetite within London's financial and professional services community to invest in green infrastructure and the rapid development of the green and sustainable bonds market. Would he therefore be willing to meet myself and representatives of the Corporation of London to discuss how Her Majesty's Treasury can further advise and support further investment in green infrastructure and private finance and its backing of it?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. The UK is already a global centre for green finance, but we need to do more, and that's why the government published a green finance strategy in July last year. It's why we've launched the Green Finance Institute in close collaboration with the City of London, precisely to drive these outcomes. My honourable friend, the Economic Secretary, will be happy to meet at the earliest opportunity to progress this.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, the Scottish Government's ahead of the UK Government when it comes to climate change and taking steps to tackle us. And the Minister rightly acknowledged the UK Government's got to do a lot more. Does agree they need to take away the subsidies to nuclear and actually reinvest in onshore wind in Scotland again and allow greater offshore deployment as well.
Minister.
Well, the whole of the United Kingdom needs to work together to make sure that we deliver on our climate goals. We clearly need a diverse energy mix to help to deliver on that. Nuclear has a clear role to play within that settlement. We are very clear that we obviously monitor all projects to make sure they deliver maximum value for money, but we do need some baseload power.
We come to topical questions. Anthony Baghdad.
Number one.
Mr. Speaker, 2020 marks the end of a decade of economic recovery. 10 years of uninterrupted growth, only the third time that this has been achieved since the year 1700. At the election, I warned of a double whammy of uncertainty that risks the economy. Continued Brexit delay, an agenda from the party opposite that would bankrupt our economy. We have removed those uncertainties and the markets have welcomed that. And now, since the election, I have appointed an excellent new governor of the Bank of England. I have confirmed the national living wage will rise by 6.2% in April. And, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that I will bring the budget to this House on March the 11th. This government will lay the foundations for a decade of economic renewal for every corner of our great country.
Anthony Baghdad.
I welcome my right honourable friend the Chancellor, who has further reduced business rates for SMEs in rural areas. However, for those businesses that don't fall within the relief rate levels, such as South Brent Village Shop within my constituency, I wonder whether or not he will work with me to see those rates reduced and review all of business rates.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome my honourable friend to his place? And he's absolutely right about the importance of business rates. It's a real burden, particularly on smaller community village shops, and that's why we have made our exemption for the smallest businesses, some 675,000 businesses permanent, and we have a rural and retail discount scheme. He will also know that in our manifesto we committed to a fundamental review of our business rates schemes, and I will look forward to working with him and hearing his ideas.
John MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate myself with your words with regard to the tragedy that's taken place in Australia as well? Let me say to the Chancellor, I welcome his statement yesterday that we're to have a budget at last, and also that the Green Book is to be rewritten only 2 years after Labour proposed it, and a new fiscal rule to accommodate new investment only 4 years after Labour proposed it. But there was another statement which he made reference to, but there was a statement before Christmas appointing Mr Andrew Bailey to be the Governor of the Bank of England. During Mr Bailey's tenure as Chief Executive of the Financial Conduct Authority, we saw the scandals of London Capital Finance, the Woodford Equity Fund, and the continuing saga of the RBS's Global Restructuring Group, in which all of those scandals, many people, many on low incomes, were hit extremely hard. Can I ask the Chancellor, did he consult any of the victims of these scandals before he appointed Mr Bailey?
Chancellor.
Mr Speaker, first of all, can I welcome the Shadow Chancellor to his seat? And he fought a hard campaign, and I commend him for his efforts. On his particular question, as he noted, I did announce just before the Christmas recess the new Governor of the Bank of England, something I just referred to. And Mr Bailey was an outstanding candidate, the standout candidate for being the next Governor of the Bank of England. It is one of the most important public sector jobs our country has to offer. It is hugely important it goes to the right qualified person, and any reasonable person that looks at Mr Bailey's track record, his track record of public service, outstanding public service, will see that he's eminently qualified.
Mr Speaker, you will note that I asked the question, did the Chancellor consult any of the victims of these scandals? No response was received. He clearly didn't. I just refer to the issue with regard to the Woodford Group. On the question of the Woodford Group, from the filings lodged today at Companies House, it's reported that 13.8 million of dividends were received by Mr Ian Woodford and his Chief Executive in the 12 months leading up to the crisis that engulfed Woodford Investment Management and affected so many investors deleteriously. This adds to the concerns already expressed by others that Mr Bailey was asleep at the wheel during his period of office at the FCA. Labour has already called for a short, sharp inquiry into the recent scandals and into the regulation of the financial services sector. Could I suggest to the Chancellor that it would be appropriate to postpone Mr Bailey's installation in office until an independent inquiry into these failures of financial regulation has taken place?
Chancellor.
Mr Speaker, I believe the right honourable gentleman means Mr Neil Woodford, not Mr Ian Woodford. And in terms of the inquiry, there is actually an ongoing inquiry. It is rightly being led independently. It is not a matter for ministers, nor should it be. We are, of course, interested to make sure that an inquiry takes place and that we learn all the necessary lessons. I believe the Economic Secretary has a meeting with the FCA precisely on this issue again tomorrow, but we will let the inquiry take its course independently, and once the inquiry is complete, we will make sure all necessary lessons are learned.
Amanda Soloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Midlands Engine for Growth shows the Government's commitment to the Midlands, and we welcomed Derbyshire colleagues and myself. However, what plans does the Chancellor have to push the engine forward and deliver the investments and jobs for Derby North?
Chancellor.
Mr Speaker, can I first say and warmly welcome my honourable friend back to her rightful place. And last month I actually visited some excellent businesses with her in her constituency, and I want to see more of just those types of businesses, not just in Derbyshire, not just in the Midlands, throughout the country. But when it comes to the Midlands engine, there's so much more we can do, and in this coming Parliament we are going to really fire up the Midlands engine, and we're going to spread opportunity, and I look forward to working with her and colleagues in doing just that.
Brenda Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me wish you and every member a Happy New Year. The LSE already has more bonds from African countries listed or trading than any other international stock exchange. What steps will the Chancellor take to support his colleague in the Department for International Development to generate private sector investment in financial markets across Africa, so services, businesses, startups can grow and create 50,000 jobs?
Well, the government is always willing to work with the city and with interested parties to look at how we can advance investment across all those sectors, and I'm very happy to discuss those matters with him.
James White.
When my rival friend, the Chancellor, joined me in Kings Lynn during the election campaign, he heard from Merckson, an innovative medical company, about how our infrastructure revolution could benefit West Norfolk. So will he work with me ahead of the budget to ensure that dualling the A47 and half-hourly rail services are part of that investment programme?
Chancellor.
I will work with my honourable friend, and can I welcome him to his place. I was incredibly impressed by Merckson, the company that we visited together, and it was also a reminder of the difference having the right infrastructure in West Norfolk, what it can make, and how it can attract even more local business success. So I will work with him. We will have an infrastructure revolution. It will benefit Norfolk, and it will transform the local economy.
Ray Boris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Durham County Council has developed a housing regeneration master plan to tackle issues connected to absentee landlords, poor quality and low housing demand. But the scale of the investment requires a commitment from central government. Will the Chancellor meet with me and representatives of Durham County Council to discuss how the housing master plan can be financed to deliver much needed regeneration in Horton?
Chancellor.
Mr. Speaker, it's an important issue that's raised by the honourable member, and there has been work done on absentee landlords, and there are always there's always room for new ideas. I will make sure that the relevant minister meets with him.
Philip Davis.
Now that Lord Barclay has laid bare the overspend and lack of return on investment of HS2, will the Chancellor now pull the plug on this white elephant project and ensure the money is spent on infrastructure projects across the north to benefit the regional economy, starting with Northern Powerhouse Rail with a station stop in Bradford and the much needed and long awaited Shipley Eastern Bypass?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for a characteristically robust Yorkshire question, and as a fellow Northern MP, I am obviously very keen to get cracking with higher transport infrastructure investment in the north. That is something which this government is actually committed to do. On HS2 specifically, as you know, the government has commissioned the Oakervie review to evaluate this scheme, and this will report in due course. We will lay those findings before the Commons.
Chris Bryant.
Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate you, first of all, on your first and second election as Speaker. You're looking very well on it. Can I just ask the Chancellor about the problem facing many people who are worried about whether or not they have cancer? Because the best way of saving people's lives with cancer is early detection and making sure that tests come back very quickly. Unfortunately, 9 out of 10 pathology labs in England, Wales and Scotland are short of pathologists, which means that people are waiting 6 and 7 weeks. Is it not time now that we had a major incentive, financial incentive, to persuade more people to become histopathologists and pathologists in the NHS today?
Chancellor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the right honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise this issue, and it is such an important issue for all our constituents, and it is important that we make sure that at all times the NHS has enough funding to meet all demand, but especially for something as acute and as important as treating cancer. He's right about the need for more skills. There is much more work being done by the Secretary of State. I know of this, and we are looking to see what more can be done, and if more funding is required, we will provide it.
Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. South Ribble is blessed with many creative and hard-working smaller businesses whose products can and do grace the world. Would my right honourable friend confirm how small business exports are growing our national economy and what this government is doing to support them?
I welcome the honourable lady to her place. I know that she has great experience as an SME leader herself, and the government recognises that they are the backbone of the economy. We have international trade advisor networks giving peer-to-peer support to encourage more exports, and the government's export strategy, launched in August 2018, lays the foundations of how to extend that, and I hope she'll be able to make use of it during her time in the House.
Coulter.
Back at the cigarette packet policy, increasing road duty by more than 700% for motorhomes and camper vans is reminiscent of the caravan tax of 2013. I think invented by his predecessor George Osborne. It would have decimated the manufacturing industry in Hull,
would the Chancellor meet with me and other colleagues who are very concerned about this policy, and indeed meet with the industry so that they can explain directly to the Chancellor how disastrous this policy will be on the manufacturing industry in Hull?
Minister. I thank the honourable member for his question. I actually met the National Caravan Council in October to discuss precisely these issues. As I say, we are clear that we need to incentivise the production of lower emission vehicles, but nonetheless we are sensitive to the concerns of the industry. I will happily meet with him for further talks on the issue.
We now come to the statement. Secretary of State Ben Wallace.
Happy New Year, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see you in the chair. With permission, I would like to make a statement on the security situation in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, I have deep regard for the nation of Iran, and I chaired the all-party group for Iran in this House for 8 years and visited the country on a number of times. Indeed, the last time I visited with the leader of the opposition, and we went together to visit the Iranian government and the people. It's a wonderful place with a dynamic population, and the world owes a great deal to its culture and its history. But in recent times, Iran has felt its intentions are best served through a nefarious use of proxies and the use of subversion as a foreign policy tool. It has provided practical military support to the murderous Assad regime in Syria, stoked conflict in Yemen, armed militia groups in Iraq, and has repeatedly harassed international shipping, including UK shipping, in the Strait of Hormuz. It has also shown a total disregard for human rights, holding dual nationals in prison and causing unimaginable suffering, not just to those in jail, but to their families at home. Such behaviour does nothing to enhance Iran's reputation with its neighbours and has had a seriously destabilising impact in the region. Mr. Speaker, one of the foremost architects of Iran's malign activity was the Quds Force of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. And one of its commanders and leading enablers was General Qasem Soleimani, who on the 2nd of January was killed by a US drone strike. Mr. Speaker, General Soleimani was no friend of the UK or our allies in the region. He was not an advocate of a more peaceful and prosperous Middle East. His clandestine operations saw him supply weaponry to proxy forces in Iraq and Afghanistan. He encouraged proxies to develop weapons such as improvised explosive devices that killed and maimed UK soldiers and other Western forces. And nor should we forget how he fomented instability in places like Basra, where British forces were stationed. The United States government has asserted that General Soleimani organised the strike on the 27th of December by the militia group Kataib Hezbollah, which targeted a US military base in Kirkuk, Iraq, and killed a US civilian contractor, and the US is confident that General Soleimani came to Baghdad to coordinate imminent attacks on American diplomats and military personnel. The UK will always defend the right of countries to defend themselves. The House will want to know that since October 2019, coalition bases, which contain both United States and United Kingdom personnel, and the Baghdad International Zone have been attacked 14 times. One attack on K1 base involved 32 rockets. Our challenge now is, however, to deal with the situation we find ourselves in. The US consistently showed restraint through all those previous attacks, even when their right to self-defence was well established. Since the early hours of Friday morning, the government has responded to these events. Further conflict is in no one's interest. The only beneficiaries would be the terrorists and extremists, seeking to use the chaos as cover to advance their abhorrent objectives. So we are urging all people, all parties, to de-escalate as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the safety and security of British citizens and our interests in the region are of paramount concern. The Foreign Commonwealth Office has strengthened its travel advice to both Iran and Iraq and will keep it under constant review. We urge British nationals in the region or those intending to travel to regularly check government.uk for further updates. And we have taken other urgent measures to protect British nationals and interests. The Department for Transport are reviewing the threat state and advice to Red Ensign shipping on a daily basis, and supported by the Ministry of Defence, we will issue guidance imminently. And at the same time, Defence are changing the readiness of our forces in the region, including helicopters and ships on standby to assist if the need arises. To ensure the safety and security of our personnel, we have also relocated non-essential personnel from Baghdad to Tajik. Coalition forces in Iraq, including British forces, have suspended all training activities, and as part of prudent planning, a small team has been sent to the region to provide additional situational awarenesses and contingency planning assistance. Mr. Speaker, on the 5th of January, Iraq's Council of Representatives voted to end permission for coalition activities in Iraq. As the vote is only one part of the process, we are in discussions of what those implications mean with our Iraqi interlocutors. Today, I would simply remind the House that the coalition is in Iraq at the request of the Iraqi government to help protect Iraqis and others from the very real threat of Daesh. Our commitment to Iraq's stability and sovereignty is unwavering, and we urge the Iraqi government to ensure the coalition is able to continue our vital work countering this shared threat. Mr. Speaker, the main focus of the UK government is to de-escalate this issue. None of us wants conflict. None of us wants our citizens, our friends and our allies to be put at risk. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, from the outset, has spoken to President Trump, President Macron, Chancellor Merkel and President Erdogan, and will continue to engage with other world leaders. The Foreign Secretary and I have been talking to our counterparts, and only this morning I met with His Royal Highness, the Saudi Vice Minister for Defence, and in tandem we are working with the E3 to reboot the JCPO, the nuclear deal, which we believe is a vital step to achieving a more stable Iran. And in the coming days, we will be doing all we can to encourage Iran to take a different path. No one should be under an illusion that long before the death of General Soleimani, Iran had stepped up its destabilising activities in the region, whether it was targeting dissidents in Europe or hijacking civilian ships. This aggressive behaviour was never going to go unchallenged. Her Majesty's government, Mr. Speaker, urges Iran to return to the normal behaviour of the country it aspires to be and resist the urge to retaliate.
The Right Honourable Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for an advance copy of his statement. Could he tell us where the Prime Minister is? And what is he doing that's so much more important than addressing Parliament on the assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani? An extremely dangerous and aggressive act that risks starting yet another deadly war in the Middle East. On Friday, I sent the Prime Minister a letter posing a series of questions. He has not answered any of them. Instead, today, he's hiding behind his Defence Secretary. Isn't the truth, Mr. Speaker, that he's scared to stand up to President Trump because he's hitched his wagon to the prospect of a toxic Trump trade deal? Instead, Mr. Speaker, at this highly dangerous moment, we find the government giving cover and even expressing sympathy for what is widely regarded as an illegal act because they're so determined to keep in with President Trump. This assassination puts British troops and civilians, as well as the people of the region, in danger. Mr. Speaker, as the Secretary of State for Defence will confirm, I've long spoken out against the Iranian government's human rights record, including when he and I visited Iran together in 2014. This is not a question of Soleimani's actions or record on the region. Whatever the record of any state official, the principle and the law is that we don't go around assassinating foreign leaders. Without the clear demonstration of an immediate threat, it is illegal. So does the government regard the assassination as legal under international law? If so, how? And do the lawyers in the Foreign Office and the Ministry of Defence regard it as legal? If he really believes this was an act of self-defence, what evidence has he or the Prime Minister seen of the imminent attack on the US? He says the US is confident attacks were imminent. But US officials have been quoted in the press saying that the evidence is, quotes, razor thin. How would he describe it? In the past few days, the US President has threatened to target Iranian cultural sites. To attack Iran in that manner is, to quote him directly, disproportionate. Both these actions would be war crimes, and yet the government still seems unable to condemn such threats. On Sunday, the Foreign Secretary said the onus was entirely on Iran to de-escalate. I wonder, if Iran had assassinated an American general, whether the British government would be telling Washington that the onus was entirely on the US to de-escalate? Mr. Speaker, we talk about this as a conflict between the US and Iran, but the worst consequences are likely to be felt by Iraq, a country on the brink of further terrible violence and instability. President Trump has threatened Iraq with sanctions like they've never seen before, after its elected parliament, yes, elected parliament, voted to ask the United States and other foreign forces to leave their country. And he has said he will not withdraw entirely unless the US is compensated for the extraordinarily expensive airbase that was actually built by Saddam Hussein in the 1980s. The Prime Minister, when he finally resurfaced from his trip, said he was committed to the sovereignty of Iraq. So will the Secretary of State confirm that the government will respect Iraqi sovereignty if the Iraqi government asks all foreign forces, including British forces, to leave? Mr. Speaker, we know the British government wasn't consulted by the Trump administration in advance, despite there being obvious British interests at stake. I ask also, what is the government doing to secure the release of Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe and other dual nationals currently in detention in Iran? This must be an utterly terrifying time, both for them individually and for their families. It's not in anyone's interest for this to escalate to an all-out war. All sides should exercise maximum restraint and allow for meaningful dialogue led by the UN Secretary-General's office. To prevent war, we need a strong plan for diplomacy. So is the government in contact with the UN Secretary-General? And let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, that there was a diplomatic plan, the Iran nuclear deal. It was working until President Trump came along and tried to rip it up. Mr. Speaker, time and time again over the last 2 decades, the political and military establishments have made the wrong call on military interventions in the Middle East. Many of us opposed the invasion of Iraq in 2003 and the failed invasion of Afghanistan, and I opposed the bombing of Libya in 2011. Have we learnt nothing from those events? This House must rule out plunging our country into yet another devastating war at the behest of another state.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I noticed, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition's actually letter to the Prime Minister in which he posed 3 questions to the Prime Minister, none of which of those questions he just posed from the dispatch box. So I think that was rather interesting. I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, instead of getting a serious interrogation of the situation about how we are going to de-escalate this situation in the Middle East, how we are going to make sure British citizens and British allies are secure, we've had the usual tripe about this is about Trump, this is about America, and all the anti-American, anti-imperialist guff that we've had from it. The Leader of the Opposition asked where the Prime Minister is. Well, fun enough, the Prime Minister is running the country, Mr. Speaker, something the Leader of the Opposition will fail to ever do as a result of the election. And this Prime Minister actually believes in a cabinet government and letting the members of the cabinet who are responsible for their policy come to the House to be able to answer the questions around the policy matter. And indeed, as the Secretary of State Defence, who has a significant number of assets in the region, in Iraq at the moment, and is charged with the duty of defending this country, the Prime Minister felt it was appropriate for me to attend to answer the questions in his place. I think we could perhaps answer some of the questions. What few questions were made by the Leader of the Opposition. First of all, it is for the United States to answer in detail to whether it views the intelligence it made its decision on are whether illegal or not. From the information and intelligence that I have seen, what I could say is that it is clear there was a case for self-defence to be made about an individual who had come to Iraq to coordinate murder and attacks on US citizens. It begs the question, Mr. Speaker, what the Leader of the Opposition would do if that individual had come to Iraq or anywhere else to plot the murder of British soldiers and diplomats. Perhaps, like he recommended with al-Baghdadi of ISIS, he would seek to have him arrested at that particular moment in time. It is, of course, the case that this government is engaged in a full diplomatic effort at all levels to seek to de-escalate the tensions that have grown in the region. Indeed, not only at the United Nations, but in leader-to-leader, defence sec and foreign sec, and all other levers we have, broader than just in the region, to seek efforts to make sure that both Iran does not retaliate in any way that would escalate the situation, and indeed that our friends and allies do not escalate the situation either. The call that this government is making is to make sure that we pause, that we focus on the safety of the peoples of that region and seek a way out, both for Iran and indeed for its neighbours. The first way we can do that, and this government is determined to try and do that, is make sure that the destabilising activity that has been going on in that region is ceased, so we can all progress to find a solution to the conflict that we desperately want. In the meantime, this government will get on and make sure it keeps people safe in the region, and we will do everything we can to protect them and their lives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his statement. Thousands of Iraqi civilians, military personnel and cadets have lost their lives in Daesh-linked violence, many brutally executed. In light of these events and the recent statement from the Combined Joint Task Force for Operation Inherent Resolve, could my right honourable friend reassure this House that the fight against Daesh remains offensive, not defensive, and update us on efforts to secure access to northern Syria for humanitarian actors and others, given that access via Iraq is now impossible?
Secretary of State.
My right honourable friend makes a very serious point that Daesh has not gone away, is indeed posing a threat both to us here in the United Kingdom and Europe, but also within region. We are working incredibly hard with the Iraqi government to try and see what ways we can remain in theatre to deal with that. And I know that the Prime Minister spoke recently to the Iraqi Prime Minister, including on that subject. At the same time, in Syria, we are, of course, at the moment focused on the force protection of aid workers and everybody else in that region, making sure that people are safe and people that are travelling there do so with the right advice. It would not be right for me to comment any further on what we're doing operationally, both in Iraq and elsewhere in the region, because to do so may expose our forces. But we are very alive to the fact that the people, one of the group of people most likely to exploit destabilisation are the terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda and Daesh.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the State Secretary for advance sight of his statement. These benches, of course, hold no candle for General Soleimani or indeed the actions of the Iranian government. But I would simply say to the Secretary, it's not anti-American to question and press the government on what it's doing in relation to its closest ally. The Secretary says that the US is confident that General Soleimani had coordinated the 27th of December attacks and was planning further attacks. But I ask him, how confident is he that that is correct? Because there is certainly no consensus on Capitol Hill amongst congressional leaders that that is
the case. Can I ask the Secretary, he mentioned he had seen the intelligence that perhaps has convinced him, but has the UK Government done its own legal analysis on whether or not the strike was lawful? I ask him simply, does he believe that the strike was lawful? And can I ask him why it's taken 4 days for the Government to convene the National Security Council, given the gravity of the situation we now face? And on UK forces, he tells the House, and this is the killer paragraph, Mr. Speaker, he tells the House that all training has been suspended and there is contingency planning going on, which can be taken to mean planning to leave Iraq. So can it be taken as read that there is now no active fight against ISIS in Iraq because of the actions of the President of America? Yeah. And on de-escalation, Mr. Speaker, will he mount the most robust and unapologetic defence of international law and order? Does he agree with the International Committee of the Red Cross that the threat to target cultural sites, as has been made by the US President, would be unlawful? Will he get working to ensure that the UN Security Council can finally step in and do its job? And will he condemn the fact that the Foreign Minister of Iran has been prevented against international law from taking part in UN proceedings? And on the JCPOA, I welcome what he has to say, but we really need some detail as to how he will get that resurrected with Iran and with the United States. Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot at the dispatch box about the international rules-based order. Our closest ally, whether we like it or not, is ripping that up before our eyes. I ask him to be unapologetic in standing up for it, mount the most robust defence of it. America is a close friend. This is what a close friend should do, and if he does that, he'll have the support of these benches.
The honourable gentleman asked some good questions, if I may answer. And first of all, we of course would condemn any attacks on heritage sites and do recognise that would be against international law. My counterpart, Secretary of State Mark Esper, the US Defence Secretary, has already clearly said that the US will not target heritage sites. And if anyone were to do that, no matter whether they were friend or foe, we would of course call them out on doing that. We of course observe and support international rule of law, which is why we do support Article 51 of the UN, the inherent right of a nation to defend itself. How that nation comes to that decision, to take sometimes those very difficult decisions, is first of all a matter for the nation and the intelligence they have in front of them at the time and evidence. I cannot speak for what the United States had in front of them at the time that they made that decision. That is a matter for the United States law officers and indeed the President of the United States. What I can say of the intelligence that I have seen, there is definitely a case that I would say to answer that there would be cause for self-defence. But that is not me speaking for the United States. That is a matter for the United States, and every single leader has a very difficult challenge. They are the ones responsible for the decisions they make at the time, based on the information that is available to them. So I cannot expand further on whether or not the United States, what they made that decision on. However, the inherent right in Article 51 for a nation to defend itself is a right that I know he supports. It is part of international law, and the UK government defends a nation's right to take that action if it is in accordance with Article 51 of the United Nations.
It was disappointing that we were not informed about this attack in advance, but does the Defence Secretary agree that whilst that may be partly because this administration does have the habit of doing a lot of things unilaterally, it is also because of growing scepticism in Washington about European commitment to global security, because of the vast disparity in defence spending between European countries and the United States. And the right place to address this is the Defence and Security Review that is happening this year, which can show that a newly confident post-Brexit Britain takes its defence obligations seriously.
My right honourable friend is right that the Defence and Security and Foreign Policy Review is the place for us to examine our place in the world and what funding goes behind that. When it comes to being informed, every single country, the United Kingdom, the United States, has a category of no foreign eyes, as they call it, no foreign in the United States, UK eyes only in the UK and in other countries around the world. And none of us know what it is like in another country when they have a short notice, potentially, in one case where life is at risk, how much time they have to action that intelligence or threat, and how much time they have to inform their friends and neighbours. It is a real challenge, and in my own experience, where I have had intelligence in front of me as a soldier, you don't always get the luxury of time to inform everybody, even within your own system. And we should remember that it is clear the United States did not inform Congress, let alone its friends and allies at that particular moment. We do not know what it was that was urgent enough for the United States administration to do that. It may well have been threat to life, which is paramount that it is dealt with, is more important at that particular moment in time to that particular decision maker than necessarily telling us. They did, however, tell us very quickly after the event, and we have engaged with them throughout the process.
Sadiq.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I met the former Foreign Secretary, the now Prime Minister, he told me and my constituent Richard Radcliffe that he would leave no stone unturned to ensure the release of my constituent Nazanin Zaghari Radcliffe. So I was alarmed to hear the present Foreign Secretary, Andre Andrew Marshall, over the weekend when he seemed to agree with Andrew Marr that there was nothing the government could do to ensure the release of Nazanin Zaghari Radcliffe. So I asked the Minister, which is it? Is the government going to leave no stone unturned to ensure that Nazanin comes home? Or are British prisoners going to be left to rot in jail in Iran while the situation between the US and Iran escalates more and more?
This government will do everything it can to get released from Iranian prisons, not just her constituent, but the very many dual nationals currently languishing in those jails. And as she will know, this has been a long-term foreign policy tool of the Iranian government to incarcerate people it doesn't like or to intimidate nations. Hostage-taking, which to some extent some of these prisoners are certainly, is a tool that has been in the Iranian handbook for many decades. We will do everything we can to try and get her constituent released, Mr. Speaker, and I mean everything we can do to do that. However, we will do everything within international law. That is our only parameter, but we will try and try and try, and my right honourable friend continues to do it almost on a daily basis.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Mr. Speaker, may I say to my right honourable friend that isn't the issue here at stake that Soleimani and his deputy were responsible already for vast attacks on our allies and on British citizens, leading to the loss of life and to the explosions that we saw in Saudi Arabia quite recently in the oil fields. So surely the point here that we want to make is not just that he may have posed a threat, he has already been a threat. And as a result of his position, Iran's policy has been to escalate all of the conflict across the Middle East. So he's right, surely, to want to de-escalate it, but part of that is to ensure that Soleimani and co. do not no longer exist and can no longer escalate such terrible actions.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight that it is not just the incident of the 2nd of January. It has been the long, consistent destabilising in the region by the Quds Force that has done Iran no favours at all. In fact, it's had the opposite effect. Rather than making Iran powerful and influential, it has made Iran a pariah in its own neighbourhood and has led them down a cul-de-sac to where we find ourselves now, in a place that is potentially very dangerous, and we all need, therefore, to do everything we can to de-escalate, and included in that is to make sure that Iran ceases the destabilising activity that prevents the building of trust by its neighbours, because it is the neighbourhood that may well help find a solution, but they have to trust Iran to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key question is, where is all this going? Now, Iran has announced, since this happened, that it will not abide by the limits on the use of centrifuges agreed under the JCPOA. What is the government's assessment of the JCPOA now? Is it in intensive care or is it dead? And is it the government's policy to resurrect this agreement? And if it is, how does it intend to pursue this objective?
We believe the JCPOA still has life in it, and with the right amount of effort and focus, both with the E3 and with Iran, and indeed the work we will communicate, which we do communicate to the United States, we believe it is a route that would prove successful. The JCPOA has a dispute resolution mechanism within it. We have not yet gone to that, but it is one of the areas you can seek to remedy if you are going to try and pull back Iran from potentially the path that may eventually break that JCPOA. We don't think it's dead. We think there is still a chance, and we will make sure that despite what's going on now in the immediate, in the long term, that is the best solution.
In light of Soleimani's alliances with Hezbollah and Hamas, and now the explicit threats of revenge, does he agree that Israel is exposed and faces a real risk of attack from Iran? If he does, what steps is the UK government taking to support Israel, a true friend of the UK and a true friend of democracy, in its right to self-defence?
Well, regretfully, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the threat to Israel will have changed, because even before this death, Iran had been using its proxies to directly and indirectly target Israeli interests, not just in the region, but also around the world. Israel, in its public statements, however, does recognise the threat that General Soleimani posed, but also recognises the importance of finding a solution to this growing sort of tensions. You know, the tensions in this region, Mr. Speaker, help absolutely no one. It doesn't help Iran find a way out. It doesn't help Israel's security. It doesn't help Iraq's security. And that's why we are absolutely determined to see what we can do to try and de-escalate through the diplomatic route, but also find long-term solutions in the hope that both the JCPOA continue to flourish. But if not that, there is another path for Iran to follow.
Martin Docker to use.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many global security scholars, there's an incredible number of secondary questions in regards to this act. Indeed, Iraq itself has a close military and political relationship with Washington, as the Secretary of State will know, yet was not consulted, as we've heard, over the assassination of this prominent target in its own sovereign territory. So has the Secretary of State sought assurances from their American counterparts that they will not extend, as the Secretary of State said, doing what they must do to defend themselves via the targeted assassinations on other allies in sovereign territory, including the United Kingdom?
The honourable gentleman mixes the right of the UN, Article 51, the inherent right to defend yourself from threats against your citizens or elsewhere, with an unchallengeable sovereignty, that you can't in some way, in a part of a country where you are under threat, take action to defend yourself. The way we mostly do it is we get in touch with the other country and have someone arrested or indeed dealt with when there is a direct threat. But that is not always an option, depending on imminence. And as I said in the statement, Mr. Speaker, the number of times the United States and UK coalition forces had been attacked in Iraq in the last few months with no action being taken, and indeed where an American lost their life, had been growing. 14 attacks, 32 rockets in the last one. In the end, a nation, any responsibility is to make that difficult choice about whether the sovereignty, balancing sovereignty, intelligence, and indeed the duty to defend their citizens, they have to make that choice sometimes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has made a proper case for the British government's position so far, but I wonder if he'd go a little bit further forward and talk about the work he's doing to make sure that this doesn't become a cliff edge to wall, but instead the low point of a tick that leads to progress, working with allies like Kuwait, Qatar and Oman, perhaps, to reach out to Iran and assure them that we do not wish a conflict. What we wish instead is a change of policy that has led not only to the deaths of Brits, and far too many, but hundreds of thousands of Muslims in Syria and Iraq, and it is for them that we are standing up and for them that we want to change.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to focus on how we can broaden the whole sort of network of diplomatic pressure on both Iran and, in a sense, support for Iraq, and indeed the United States and other countries engaged in this area. Iran has remarkable, if I remember rightly, Mr. Speaker, used to have links with Japan, for example, and all levers that we can explore, we are exploring. Myself, my colleagues in the Foreign Office, and indeed at Number 10, the Prime Minister, are working as broad and as fast as we can to seek a way of using diplomacy and people who have good access into the very heart of the Iranian government to try and reach a place where we can persuade the Iranians that retaliation is not in their best interest, but at the same time offer them a way out so that we can get back to a more stable Middle East.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with much of the Minister's critique of Iran and also of General Soleimani, and I of course support the US's right to self-defence. But to assert that right through international extrajudicial preemptive assassination surely warrants some criticism also, if only to ensure that our diplomacy is effective. Isn't the government's unquestioning support of Trump likely to enhance Iran's influence and control in Iraq, a country where so many of our armed forces have given their lives?
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady's comments. Our support of the United States is not unquestioning at all. We talk to our allies a lot. Indeed, I said to my United States counterpart about being told in advance and not being told in advance. I have those discussions. We are friends and allies, but we are also critical friends and allies when it matters. We are also focused on making sure that Iraq, because after all it is Iraq who are on the front line of both Iranian meddling and indeed Daesh attacks on a daily basis, and that is why we are invited into Iraq by the sovereign government, or were at the moment, to try and help build their capacity to help them defend themselves. That is the most important thing for us at the moment in this current moment in time, is the Iraqi people are at great risk at the moment of both Iranian militia antagonism, but also Daesh. And we will be speaking, and we are continually trying to get them to say it is in your best interest for us to remain, but we will respect Iraqi sovereignty. If they require us to leave, that is their right, and we will respect it. It is interesting that no one has yet mentioned in the media, that no one has asked quite why an Iranian general felt that his job was to parole around Iraq, who is, by the way, Iran not invited into Iraq's affairs.
To Liam Fox.
Mr. Speaker, I entirely agree with my right honourable friend. General Soleimani carried out Iran's proxy wars from the horrors in Yemen to the support for the bloody Assad regime. He was a key ally of Hezbollah and its terror networks, and he did all of these as a central figure in the Iranian regime, if not number two in the Iranian regime. I say to my right honourable friend, we need to accept that the JCPO has effectively been dead since American withdrawal, and we need to look for a more comprehensive agreement in the broader region if we're to maintain stability in that broader region in the wider global interests.
My honourable friend is absolutely right about the behaviour of the Quds Force, the Revolutionary Guard, over the years. There are plenty of voices in Iran and decent people who seek a way out for the government and the people of Iran to move back to a normal position of international respect, who are trying and have tried. Certainly when we went to visit, they have tried. People trying to get away from the principalists, the hardliners who were running that country into the ground and into a pariah state. Soleimani was one of those people that enabled those hardliners to create this pariah state that they find themselves in now. The balance we have to see is how we can make sure that those people seeking the right path are either empowered or heard and are not snuffed out by the Revolutionary Guard. I fear that in the last 12 months, the upper hand of the Revolutionary Guard under Soleimani and his gang have meant that those moderate voices have been snuffed out to the extent that the Supreme Leader and others are not at the moment interested in finding an alternative. Our job is to persuade them there is an alternative.
What I would say is, could we have short questions and speedy answers, because I'm going to have to cut this off. The House will be sitting very late into the morning, so I have got concerns that I want to get as many people as possible. Jamie Stone.
Mr.
Speaker, clearly the issue of British nationals living in the area is extremely important. The Secretary of State has touched on this. Can I press the Secretary of State? Will the Secretary of State, has he had discussions with suitable civil airline companies or shipping companies to get our citizens out if, and pray God it never happens, perish the thought the situation worsens in any way?
My honourable friend, the shipping minister, is having a meeting with the shipping industry tomorrow about effectively, predominantly, I think, protecting the ships in the straits and the vulnerabilities there. We are, both with military planners and civilian planners, in the process of thinking about a whole range of actions that we could do for evacuation, or indeed getting people to a safe neighbouring country if there was anything happen of the worst. So we plan for the worst, but we don't think and hope not that it ever gets that way. But we put all our assets at disposal in order to do that.
Andrew Mitchell.
My right honourable friend is clearly absolutely right to focus laser-like on defending British personnel and British interests. But can he assure the House that Britain is working closely with all our allies in Europe and the region, as well as in the US, to finish the job of defeating ISIL and to de-escalate tensions rather than see them spiral out of control, using all the opportunities available to do this through the much challenged but vitally important international rules-based system?
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right that the threat to us in the United Kingdom and to Europe, the number one threat is the actions by Daesh, and we must continue the assault on them, not only in their bases where they are, but also on their ideas on the internet and in some of our own communities. We'll continue to do that. I spoke with my French counterparts, who have often been at the forefront of attacks by ISIS in Europe, and her and I are determined that this does not fall off the agenda, and that we maintain both our investment in fighting ISIS, but also our determination to recognise that they haven't gone away, and that this will be a long fight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Defence Secretary has rightly spoken about the need for de-escalation and diplomacy. Could I press him on the point that was raised a moment ago? It has been reported that the US administration has denied a visa to the Iranian foreign minister to attend the United Nations, which I would have thought was one of the places we would like that diplomacy to take place. Does he think that that decision helps what he is calling for, or hinders it?
The right honourable member asks, look, we heard the reports like him, and we are trying to establish the truth of it. It came out of Iranian media at the moment. Our position would be, we would urge that he is granted a visa. The United Nations is obviously one of those key locations where we will try and use diplomatic levers to resolve and de-escalate the situation.
Julian Lewis.
President Trump has already thrown our Kurdish friends in the area under a metaphorical bus. Can the Secretary of State confirm whether or not this dramatic action that he has taken means that he is turning away from his policy of withdrawing from the region, or he is increasing his policy of withdrawing from the region, or he hasn't got the slightest idea which of the two he ought to do?
I think my right honourable friend is, I can't answer for the United States' long-term policy on the Middle East. What I can say is this was heavily weighted in self-defence, an issue of the here and now and the threat that they faced. But his question feeds quite rightly my honourable friend, the former Foreign Secretary's point, is that actually we need to invest in our defence and security so that we are never over-dependent on one ally or another, because it is the UK government's view that we need to have a long-term support and investment in Iraq. It's important for the region, and we don't want to be in a place where we are always dependent on others, that should they change their policy, our policy has to go with it whether we want it or not.
Wayne David.
Differences between, on the one hand, France and Germany, and on the other hand, the United States.
Could I ask the Secretary of State what action the government is taking to make sure that once again our international allies and NATO speaks and acts with one voice and one action?
I spoke to my German counterpart yesterday, and indeed the German statement on Friday, which came out before ours, was actually very, very similar. Germany, there isn't a difference between France and Germany. Germany has been very clear about its view on self-defence, and the United States, like us, it is determined to maintain the fight on Daesh, is worried about instability and wants to work hard on de-escalation. France, Germany and Britain are united that the JCPO is the way forward, and Chancellor Merkel, I think, is due to visit soon, and we will certainly continue to engage to use that front with the United States to try and get them to support or re-engage the JCPO. But at the same time, it is absolutely clear the Germans have forces in Iraq as well, that once this phase passes, we have to get together and really try and work for that stability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking our diplomatic service and the armed forces who have been working tirelessly over the last few days in our defence. Does my right honourable friend agree that the foremost priority of this government is de-escalating the crisis, but beyond that, protecting our armed forces who have been out there and whose senior commanders and outputs have said are worthwhile collateral damage in attacks against the US?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And can I welcome my honourable friend to her position in Parliament, and I look forward to working with her. Look, it is absolutely true that the first thing we have to do is, if we really want to protect our people and our friends and allies, is to work hard to de-escalate this situation. We do not want a conflict to spread, and we don't want it to get worse. At the same time, we will use the assets of both the Ministry of Defence and wider government to protect our people, whether they are in theatre or even here at home, from any threats that may be posed by anyone who wants to take a reprisal.
McGovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State rightly mentioned the actions of the Assad regime in Syria, and he'll be aware of the situation in Idlib. Can I ask him what meetings have gone on amongst himself, the Secretary of State for International Development, and the Home Secretary, making sure that there are sufficient legal routes for refugees from Syria to this country, should they be required?
I haven't had significant meetings other than I support or facilitate any of those accesses for people who wish to come out, or where we have been involved in trying to evacuate people from any part of the Middle East. Certainly in places like Syria or children we get involved with. I am very happy to take up for her with the Home Secretary the issue. She's absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. Idlib should not be forgotten. What is going on there right now is a horror show, and we should do all we can to help the people of Idlib, and we shouldn't forget that the regime that is doing it to them is supported and aided by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, and that is a very important point not to forget.
Tobias Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I welcome the Defence Secretary's statement and the tone in which he's adopted to date. For too long, Soleimani and the Quds Force have been allowed to operate a shadow war across the Middle East. But it's clear from the frequent demonstrations that take part across Iran that the Iranian people do not support their regime and its proxy interference. He focused on the immediate. He focused on managing the heightened threat, on containing expected reprisals and calling for de-escalation. But with the architect of so much instability removed, is there not a rare opportunity to reset our Middle East strategy? Firstly, to be more assertive in tackling proxy interference and weapons proliferation, and secondly, to be more proactive in offering conditional but genuine economic rehabilitation for Iran.
I think my honourable friend is right. I mean, it's certainly brought into sharp focus that the time has run out. We have to sort this in the Middle East collectively and try and put a long-lasting solution in place. He is also right to make the point that Soleimani's passing does give, in one sense, an opportunity for people to realise that his policy has done nothing but produce Iran as a pariah state. And we shouldn't also forget that the population of Iran, just like the population of Iraq, in my experience, don't want America, don't want Britain, don't want Iran, a regime. They want their own nation. Iraqis are nationalistic, Iranians are nationalistic, and we should never forget when dealing with those countries that if the one thing we can do is give them their country back, we can support their human rights. That is the best way for us to proceed in the West, rather than imposing on them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that the Iran nuclear deal, recklessly abandoned by President Trump, hangs by a thread, as well as doing everything that he can to help restore it, does the Minister acknowledge that the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty Review Conference in May will now be even more critical in terms of rebuilding trust? And can he guarantee that the government will play a very serious role at that conference in terms of using it to demonstrate real commitment to multilateral disarmament?
Right Honourable Friend, the Middle East Minister says, absolutely, we will. It's incredibly important to us. I absolutely echo that. It is important, and we will put all the effort in it to try and get a good result.
Robert Halford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the nuclear agreement with Iran, Iran has stepped up its support for terrorism, both in finance and military equipment, in terms of Hezbollah in Syria and Lebanon. What is my right honourable friend doing to contain the Hezbollah threat, not just for Israel, but for the wider region?
My honourable friend will know that a few months ago in this House they prescribed the full element of Hezbollah. The main key is we work with our allies. We strengthen the state of Lebanon so it has some resistance to Hezbollah within its state. We think that is important. Hezbollah have a habit of assassinating people that disagree with it within Lebanon. And at the same time, we work with our ally Israel to make sure that where we have knowledge or where they have knowledge, we can work together to protect them from terrorists.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State is right to call for de-escalation. The consequences of a wider conflict with Iran would be severe, but also because it diverts from those many other crises we see in the region. Idlib's been mentioned, Yemen, and of course I want to ask him specifically about the situation about prisons in northern Syria, which were housing many of the Daesh fighters that pose a risk to ourselves and civilians in northern Syria, and have been effectively, left abandoned because of the consequences of the US actions with regard to our Kurdish allies and Turkey's intervention. What is his assessment of the security of those prisons and the risk posed by the escape of prisoners from them?
At present, ourselves and the French and even the United States consistently talk with the likes of the SDF to make sure that those prisons are still guarded, and whatever support we can, we are giving to help them do that. Like him, we recognise the importance of it. It has got lots of foreign fighters in it. It's also got lots of more localised fighters. We don't want Daesh to be reborn in those prisons. And that's why it's incredibly important that we would be able to stay in Iraq, because part of how we're going to deal with that is in partnership with the Iraqis, either if they're Iraqi foreign fighters or others. And that's why we urge the Iraqi government to reconsider that vote, because we think it would be very useful to stay to help secure them.
The Secretary of State says the British Army has played an absolutely crucial role in training both Iraqi and Kurdish troops, with my own eyes. Would you agree with me, therefore, that it's not only essential that we should safeguard our troops in Iraq for their own safety, but that also the whole future of our policy with regard to the Middle East is dependent on our continuing to contain Daesh in Iraq, and the armed forces have an extremely important part to play in doing that?
My honourable friend's absolutely right. Nation building of Iraq is really, really important, not just for us, but for the people of Iraq. We have only suspended the training. We still think it is really, really important to help capacity build the security forces, and that's why it's a suspension, and we have not stopped doing it, and we will seek to restart as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It will not be lost on the Defence Secretary that one of the first political organisations to mourn the passing of Soleimani was in fact Republican Sinn Féin, some of whose members may be well known to frontbench members of the opposition as well. Previously, the government had indicated that they were carrying out a review on whether or not to prescribe Muslim Brotherhood. I understand there was Shia in terms of the organisations involved, but is that still the case? Is there going to be a review into the prescribing of Muslim Brotherhood, and would that help protect the citizens in this country?
My honourable friend points out about Republican Sinn Féin. I noticed the tweet. Bizarre, really, but it shows the long tentacles that in the history Hezbollah or indeed Revolutionary Guard of Iran may have had in his own communities, potentially. The matter for prescription of any organisation is a matter for the Home Office. They will no doubt hear what he has said, and I can get him an answer from them if he wishes.
Manchester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the Secretary of State's statement on de-escalation. The Secretary of State knows de-escalation could mean many things to many people. If one asked the Syrians or the Iraqis or the Lebanese, they would say de-escalation would be for the Iranian militia not to operate in their sovereign territory. The question I ask the Secretary of State is this: what have the Iranians said their end game is? What do they want to de-escalate the situation? Because the end, it has to be de-escalation and people living side by side in a neighbourly conduct and way.
All my experience with the Iranians are that the Iranians want to be a nation of the world respected and remembered for their culture and their position. That is their end state. The challenge is some of them think the way they get there is in a way that has delivered this type of pariah status for them. And we need to point out that the rule of law, they have a very good constitution that they seek to avoid half the time, but the way for them to enter into the world of civilised nations again is to actually behave like one. And that's what we are there to help with, that's what we're there to support, and there are many people in the country who know exactly that. England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister does recognise how the safer and more pluralistic Kurdistan region can play a really positive role in the wider efforts to de-escalate the conflict, but it does need stronger assurances about its own security and continuing UK efforts so it can remain respected and neutral as a player in this situation. So does he now think it's time to implement the promise made to invite the leadership of the KRG to the UK on its official visit?
I think what is important is that the Kurds and indeed some of them are sectarian groups or ethnic groups in the area understand about security. It is often insecurity that has driven many of these conflicts for dozens of years. Iran feels desperately insecure often in its region. The Kurds have often felt insecure because of the history of many nations, including Iran, who have set about them. And so the first thing we should all do is seek to find security guarantees for many of these people, and that way can then start the next process of resolving the problems between the different parts of the Middle East.
I welcome my right honourable friend's statement and the personal authority and experience he brings to this issue. Will he work with all our coalition allies to sustain our commitment to all the people of Iraq, most of whom would not welcome us, abandoning them to the forces, both heretical and now corrupt, not least in the Iranian Republican Guard Corps, behind the Iranian Revolution?
My honourable friend and I visited Iran as well, I think, a long time ago. And I think, Mr. Speaker, he speaks a lot of sense that Britain's focus has to be about how we can continue over the long term supporting Iraq and their people. It is a complex country with many different groups, and it is those differences that have been exploited recently by Iranian-backed militia that, again, has, instead of helping those people, has actually led to misery. And we must do what we can to capacity build the Iraqi state so they can make decisions for themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, many of us have great concerns about the repercussions of this event, and that rather than de-escalating the situation, we see, in fact, the opposite happening. So, can I ask the Secretary of State, in whatever discussions he has with his US counterparts, if he manages to have any influence with them, he can state very clearly that we do not support this method of taking out our enemies, and in fact that winning the battle of hearts and minds has far much more effect on a long term than this.
I certainly press on the United States, who have also said that it is not in their interest or their wish to increase tensions. They do not want this event to lead to war. They have been very, very clear about that, as have indeed the Iranian leadership. And if we accept that both the Iranian and the United States have been adamant they do not want a war, we should then work on that as a way to get both sides to seek a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very few countries' hands are completely clean in the region, and a key part of the problem is that there has been a lack of a coordinated, overarching peace process, particularly now the Iranian nuclear deal is dead. Does he agree that from our point of view, the elephant in the room is that we need to spend more on our defence and diplomacy, raise that expenditure, in order not just to send a very clear signal to the world that we are going to better defend and our interests if we need to, but also to hold greater sway with our key allies, particularly the US, in this particular region?
My right honourable friend makes the really important point that both diplomacy and defence don't come cheap, and we need to invest in that. And sometimes we need to invest in helping others defend themselves as well. I think it's one of the most noble things to defend those that cannot defend themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the steps that the Secretary of State has outlined to de-escalate tensions? But if that was to fail and Iran did attack and retaliate, and that results in the deaths of British service personnel and indeed civilians, what would be our response?
Well, if British civilians were killed, or even military personnel, as a result of Iranian or terrorist action, we would look at the response. The response would no doubt be proportionate, and we will, of course, look at it at the time of it happening.
My honourable friend has already mentioned the 14 attacks which have happened since October in Baghdad. But is he aware that the US Department of Defence have estimated that over 600 servicemen have been killed by Iran or their proxies? What estimate has my right honourable friend made of the number of British servicemen who have been killed? And does he not agree with me that when there is an imbalance and people defend either the actions of Iran or attack the United States, it simply gives comfort to Tehran?
My honourable friend makes a point about the deaths of the United States personnel, and we should not forget, and we should pay tribute to the 179 UK defence personnel who died in operations in Iraq and the 454 who died in operations in Afghanistan. He will remember, like me, that many of the tragic deaths in Iraq of UK personnel happened in Basra, where the Shia militia were supported and instigated by members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard.
Sir Edward. Can I thank the Minister for his statement, and in particular his emphasis on de-escalating tension, and can I acknowledge his genuine expertise on Iran? Given how damaging the Iraq war was to security in the Middle East, and given the government's support for reducing tension, will the Secretary of State now rule out any British involvement in any attack on any site in Iran?
I'm not going to rule out anything. The UK will do what it has to do to defend its persons, its citizens, and wherever it needs to do that. That is our duty. We cannot say what is in the minds of Iran or anybody else in the future, and that's why we will always reserve our right to take that decision at the time of it.
Alex Shelbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, events like this have an immediate impact on all our constituents, and my constituent Velma and Rothwell will be noticing the oil price rising, concerns on the budgets of their household. And of course, that brings us right back to the Straits of Hormuz. Now, NATO for the last 70 years has had a policy of deterrent working as prevention. So could I ask my right honourable friend, will he meet with his counterparts in our NATO allies to discuss the possibility of using NATO resources in maritime to put protection forces in place that actually would act as a deterrent rather than having to react to any activity that may take place?
My honourable friend makes a really good suggestion. I will take it up at the NATO Defence Ministers meeting for him, and he is right. And we already have a number of international coalitions in the Straits, the anti-piracy, which I think even involves China, and a number of the IMSC, the International Maritime Security concept that we are with the Americans on protecting our tankers. He is right. Tanker wars, as it was called in the 1980s, has been around for a long time. The Iranians used to fire RPGs at tankers back then, deliberately to spike the oil price, and I think his suggestion is well heard.
Mr. Speaker, since the assassination as a part of its military build-up, the US has deployed its long-range bombers to Diego Garcia, territory, of course, which the British state illegally occupies. Whilst he talks about de-escalation, isn't it the reality that the British government's actions are actually helping to escalate the crisis?
No, I think the United States have said it's deployed many of its troops in response to the rhetoric coming out of Iran to make sure it protects its forces. And of course, that is the right thing to do. We have sent a small team to make sure that our military planners are properly enabled, and indeed we have changed the posture of our forces in Iraq to make sure they are currently focusing on their force protection. That does not mean we are preparing to do anything else, and nor does it mean the United States are.
Matthew Offord.
In the last 6 months alone, Iran has disregarded 4 tenets of the JCPOA. In addition to that, Iran has refused to answer questions from the IAEA about uranium particles found at a previously undisclosed location at Baghdad. In addition to that, we should not forget that the JCPOA allowed millions of pounds in addition to manpower and resources to pour into Syria to continue that war and kill thousands of people. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that it's simply incorrect for anyone to say that the JCPOA is alive and well?
No, I didn't say it was sort of alive and well and all business as normal. I said it wasn't dead. The JCPO is a deal that I believe was the right thing to do. I remember even before it was formed, myself and the Leader of the Opposition even would urge the Bush administration to talk to the Iranians, to engage and seek a way through, and we came to an Iranian deal that we thought was correctly monitored, that the European powers thought was a good way through. And indeed, but he is right, the Iranians, not just the United States who withdrew, the Iranians have tested that to every single inch of the written agreement. That doesn't detract from the fact we believe the JCPO is the right way forward, and we will invest our time and effort in trying to make sure it has a future.
Debbie Abraham.
I welcome what the Minister, the Secretary of State for Defence said in terms of the de-escalation actions that both his ministers and his officials will be doing in relation to Iran. But the response to my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central, suggests that he was taken by surprise about the actions that the US have just taken in declining to give a visa to the Iranian foreign minister. So what actions is his administration doing to ensure that the US, but also the UN, play a full role in helping to de-escalate these events?
Secretary of State. My right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, is visiting the United States later this week, and within that will be our determination to try and seek a diplomatic way out through that. He will no doubt have discussions with his counterparts, and we will see where we can get to. I haven't been, the United States doesn't share its visa decisions on a live wire with us. However, we just saw earlier reports, I think as many members here have done. We will find out and get to the bottom of it, and certainly my urging from the dispatch box on behalf of the government is we think actually allowing Iranian Mr. Zarif to the UN would of course be a sensible thing to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Defence Secretary has mentioned on numerous occasions in his statement about the importance of our diplomatic network in de-escalating this crisis. Would he agree with me that the position of UK Ambassador to Washington has actually now been vacant for far too long, and would he encourage the Foreign Secretary to make that appointment?
Stay. My right honourable friend, with an excellent record of Foreign Office Minister, I will ask the Prime Minister at the NSC next.
Tommy Shepherd.
Are there any other members or officials of the Iranian government whose assassination the United Kingdom would find acceptable?
I mean, I don't know how to start, Mr. Speaker, on that question. I think the United Kingdom would always seek to follow international law in dealing with threats against it. And within that international law ranges all the options from arrest, detention, disruption, but in some occasions, as we see when we have seen, for example, events in Syria take place, there is an occasion where, unfortunately, kinetic or lethal strike has been engaged. The RAF, the British government, have been very open about that, followed a vote in Parliament. We will always reserve in this country the right for us to defend ourselves against threats posed to our citizens. And I don't think the First Minister of Scotland would disagree with that at all.
Mr. Speaker, with hardline voices currently drowning out moderate voices in Iran, what confidence can this House have that the President of the United States is alert to the Pandora's box that he has potentially opened? And what can the international civilised community do to articulate what it is to be a moderate country and to give succour, support and encouragement to those moderate voices in Iran to remain moderate and to remain speaking out?
I think the best way we can empower the moderate voice of Iran is to offer them the hand of friendship to a way out, to offer them to say this is not about a war, we do not want a war, we do not want the conflict to increase, we want to be clear about what behaviour we think should change and also be prepared to deal in other parts to make sure we try and get them in a better place. I think that is the best solution for Iran. The moderates know that. Let's hope they can hear it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The JCPOA has been mentioned several times this afternoon. Could the Secretary of State confirm that it's the UK Government's position that there's no immediate grounds to trigger the dispute mechanism in that agreement?
The Government will consider all options as it sees the latest announcements of Iran and indeed in its discussions with people like the IEA as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Years ago, I was pleased to visit HMS Jafar in Bahrain. What additional Royal Navy support is going to be deployed to the Gulf to ensure the safety and security of British shipping and interests?
We have at the moment in the Gulf region HMS Defender, HMS Montrose, a Type 45 and a Type 23 frigate. We have a Royal Fleet auxiliary ship with helicopter support. We have a number of mine sweepers. We have quite a lot of Navy assets in that region, as do our allies, and indeed as do the other Gulf Arab states in that area. We work together, we coordinate together, we meet in coordination meetings to try and make sure we maximise the use. We're currently focused on making sure that we do not provoke on the Iranian coastline, but at the same time that we maintain the international law of the freedom of navigation so that those ships vital to our economy are not intimidated or kidnapped.
It is unwise to threaten it once. It is deeply alarming to threaten it twice. But if US President Trump does indeed intend to target Iranian cultural sites, can the Minister tell us what the UK response will be and to what extent it will be influenced by the UK government seeking a trade deal with the US?
Well, we've been very, very clear that we will seek anyone complies with the international law, and targeting heritage sites is against international law, and we will not be shy of calling that out publicly or privately to the United States. As I said after that statement by the President, the United States Defence Secretary made it very clear that the US policy was not to target heritage sites.
Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons the US pulled out of the JCPOA was the fact that it wasn't comprehensive in the sense that it didn't cover all of the other terrorist actions that were being taken place, including those carried out by General Soleimani. Does the Secretary of State think that one of the ways of kick-starting and using what has happened as a diplomatic opportunity for peace is to try and widen the JCPOA's remit to cover all of those other actions rather than just being focused on the nuclear arrangements, important though they are?
My right honourable friend talks a lot of sense, and indeed that reflects what both sides used to want. In the early 2006, the Iranians made what was called the Grand Bargain, which was a whole offer, including, if memory serves right, the recognition of Israel, funnily enough, and including the abandonment of any nuclear programme. both sides seem to want a grand offer. They both sides want to see a grand deal. I think it is our duty to try and get them to the table to offer that grand deal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I press upon the Minister the importance of our UK citizens and residents who are based in prisons in Evian, in the case of my constituent, who remains an employee of the British Council? When was the last time that a ministerial intervention led to the improvement of welfare of any of those prisoners, or led to the hope that they will be returned, in this case, to Crouch End in London?
I can get the honourable friend the exact detail of when. Look, all the time we are visiting or trying to visit with interlocutors those individuals held in those prisons. And as you rightly say, it is not just one individual. There is a whole group of many nations, not just British Iranian nationals, but also European, American, etc., held there. It is part of a deliberate policy, and the individuals in the judiciary in Iran that have been appointed most recently are a worrying sign about what is the intention at the moment of the Iranian regime for the carrying on this policy. We have to change that policy, and in the meantime we have to be absolutely alert to the health and well-being of those people in there, and we will try, not just only with our own embassy staff, but also with other third countries about what help they can give to increase pressure within Iran, but also to make sure we support those prisoners.
Tim Martin. Mr. Speaker, protecting and promoting culture is a key way of stabilising countries and forging bonds between nations. And to that end, the government's support of the British Museum scheme, training archaeologists to go back and restore those sites so desecrated by Daesh, is a real win-win situation. And in 2017, the UN Security Council voted, including America, to condemn those acts against UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So would the Secretary of State agree that if the US President has now decided unilaterally to reverse that policy, it's not only remarkably stupid, but it's counterproductive as well?
But, my honourable friend makes the point about the crime that it would be to attack heritage sites. I have made it quite clear that the US policy is not to target those sites. It's been clarified by the US Defence Secretary, and we will make sure that we are very clear in our opposition to targeting of heritage sites anywhere in the world, not just in the Middle East. They are part of our heritage and our history.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I also thank the Secretary of State for his statement today. Iran is no longer a place of cultural, historical and human rights diversity. Under General Soleimani and the Quds Force of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and their involvement with terrorist groups across the world, Iran has the blood of thousands of innocents on their hands. Iran has said that they will continue to pursue nuclear power. Iran has also stated that they will not rest until Israel is destroyed. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to provide help and support for Israel in light of the threat from Iran against their so-called enemy? And further, will he publicly state again that this great nation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland stands alongside Israel at all times?
We support Israel. We support their right to defend themselves and their right to exist, and we will work alongside them to make sure that their security is protected. We also will work alongside anyone in the Middle East who seeks to establish better stability and security for their people, but also to make sure that we resolve this current growing conflict.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is obviously vital for global security that Iran does not achieve ownership of nuclear weapons. And so can I thank the Secretary of State for his work with France and Germany to reboot the JCPOA. But given that it is now coming up for 2 years since the US pulled out, if this is not achieved, what is the plan B?
Well, I think we're going to be working hard to make sure it is achieved. The United States President has talked about a grand deal. He has talked about a bigger, more sustainable, long-term deal. He's talked about wanting to do a broader deal. We will, of course, assist in that process if they continue on that path, and we will reach out to the Iranians. Now, we have no ill towards the Iranian people, and we shouldn't forget that this government is concerned and saddened by the loss of up to 50 people in the stampede at the funeral that took place. We send our condolences to those mourners and indeed that population. No one should have to go through that. And our hand of friendship is there for the people of Iran. But if all of this teaches us something, Mr. Speaker, it is that the destabilisation, the leadership of Iran has not served their people well. It has led them down a cul-de-sac, and it has led the Middle East to a less stable, not more stable position.
Final question, Owen Thompson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, any escalation in tensions in the region could have significant consequences for our armed forces, but also the civilian populations there. So it's time for cool heads. The Commander-in-Chief in the States is not known to be a cool head. So what actions can the government take to ensure that late-night Twitter tirades do not further escalate tensions in the region?
Many of us should take tips about Twitter. I think the main thing is that this was in response in the United States to a specific threat that they took an action. He can disagree whether they should have done that or not. After this action that has taken place, it is a duty on all of us, and I know that the White House and the US administration are also on the same page, that that single event does not lead to an escalation, and they are keen also to de-escalate it. The challenge for this government, for the Germans, the French and our allies, is to make sure we convert those wishes of not wanting to escalate into action, and that's what we're going to be doing over the next days and weeks.
Can I just say to those members who didn't get called, we've got a list of the ones that wasn't, and I would expect them to be taken very early in the next statement or next questions. A point of order, Sir Bernard.
I apologise for raising what is a complicated matter, but I hope you have been given forewarning that this might be raised. It concerns the election tomorrow of the Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means and the other Deputy Speakers. I think there is a deal of confusion about how the voting system works. It is extremely complicated because we are electing 4 posts, but with restrictions that there must be 1 woman, there must be 1 member of the opposition, and 2 must come from the government side, and 1 will be Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. And can he clarify, therefore, that a voter's first preferences may be counted even if that voter's first preference choice is elected and may affect the outcome of the election of the Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means?
I'm amazed that you didn't raise in 2010 when I stood. And you've managed to cope with the system all this time. What I would say is that you've managed to accept the system till now, and suddenly to be raised at the last minute, I find quite strange for the House. The House has been aware of the voting system. The House has accepted this voting system. What I would say is I think it's slightly premature, because at 6 o'clock we will know how the system will work and whether one candidate is automatically elected, and that being a woman, and I'm not sure. So what I would say is I think it might be better if we waited till 6 to see what the system throws up, because the answer will be different depending on what happens. But I would reassure the House that I wasn't impressed with this system in 2010. The House has had many chances in which to change it. And what I would say is, if members are unhappy, it is up to the House to change that system. Please do so, because I genuinely think back in 2010 it wasn't the best. And if you're still telling me it's not good now, I think there is a way to do it. But I do find it strange that we voted all this time till now to raise it. Further to that point of order, Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Mr. Speaker, assuming that there is an election tomorrow, could you inform the House of 2 things? Could you firstly inform the House that everybody will only be required to vote once and that their vote will be ranked? And secondly, could you tell the House what arrangements in terms of time and place you have made for the election to take place tomorrow?
First of all, Standing Order number 2A sets out the rules on the election of deputy speakers. Secret ballot, candidate is in alphabetical order. Vote for as many or as few candidates on the ballot paper as a member wishes, marking them in order of preference. Ballots counted under single transferable vote. Nominations close at 6 p.m. this afternoon, so we will know the list that may help. See paragraph 10 of the briefing notes. Members each have one vote, which is transferable. The wording will be on the ballot paper and an explanation of that. What time it will be declared will depend on the count and how quickly, but obviously there's other business that will defer the announcement of it. My understanding is that the vote takes place between 10 and 1:30, in which I stated earlier, by the way, I have pointed out what time the ballot is on. Hopefully that is helpful to members and that we can move on as we have a long night ahead. Point to order, Mr. Chris Bryan.
It's about elections, but not those elections, I'm afraid. As you will know, Mr. Speaker, the new government members were appointed on the 24th of July last year. Many of them have yet to face a select committee grilling, including the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Foreign Secretary. The Leader of the House's office at the moment is telling the press that it is unlikely that select committees will be in place before Easter. That would mean that those ministers would have ruled this country for 9 months without ever facing a grilling from a select committee. Is there anything in your power, Mr. Speaker, that you can do to make sure that this process is expedited so that the proper duties of scrutiny can be done by this House?
Well, I would say is I'd like to think that a conversation will take place between usual channels, and anything I can help to ensure that we get committees up and running. I think it's better for the House. It also gives members a real interest to get their teeth stuck in to holding the government to account and to making sure that select committees are effective. But I would say, I hear from one voice that says I've done 2 already. So just to say, some may not have, but others have certainly carried out their duties. Right. I now call on the clerk now to proceed to read the orders of the day.
European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill, Committee.
Hello. Order! Thanks very much. All the best.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Are we ready?
We absolutely are.
I've got.
Just say order and I'll jump up.
Order.
European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we commence, as this is the first committee of the whole House of a new Parliament, I thought it might be for the benefit of those who are not entirely familiar with the arcane process, and indeed for the benefit of those who thought they were but aren't, if we sought to explain how this proceeds. You will find on the order paper that the amendments are grouped. You will find that helpfully they're not grouped in sequence, they're grouped by subject. The Chair will try to confine the debate to the subject matter without being too rigorous in exercising control. Ordinarily, the groups will contain a debate, which I will move the first part of, and then the Secretary of State or the Minister will respond to the debate. Exceptionally, because this is the first day of a 2-day debate with a plethora of amendments, I've deemed it helpful if I invite in a moment the Secretary of State to open the debate, to set out the stall. And on that basis, of course, if the opposition front bench wishes to come in immediately following that, that will also be entirely acceptable. The final point that I need to make, I think, is that while any member has a right to speak in this House, it is not, Mr. Speaker has decided, desirable for new members to make maiden speeches in the course of a committee, for 2 reasons. One, it will simply delay the process. And second, and much more important from the point of view of those new members, inevitably their freedom of movement to describe their constituencies as the second Garden of Eden will be limited. And I'm advised that there will be an opportunity to participate, first of all, in the 3rd reading of the bill on Thursday, which will, of course, then have the Speaker in the chair, and then subsequently during the remaining debate on the Queen's speech. I hope that's all clear and helpful. With that in mind, we move straight to Clause 1 stand part, with which it will be convenient to take Clauses 2 to 6 stand part, a new Clause 4, new Clause 36, and Clause 33 stand part. Mr. Secretary Barclay.
And Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I begin by wishing a Happy New Year to you and indeed to all members of the House. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill implements the withdrawal agreement negotiated by the Prime Minister. It fulfils the will of the British people and will set the stage for our bright future outside of the European Union. It lets us take back control of our laws, our money, our borders and our trade policy. This bill delivers on the overwhelming mandate given to us by the British people to get Brexit done by the end of January. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as you just informed the House, at your guidance, I'm speaking at the opening of this grouping and will speak to clauses 1 to 6, clause 33, new clause 4 and 35, noting that new clause 19 and amendment 25 have not been selected. Turning to clause 1, this clause gives legal effect to the implementation period in domestic law. The implementation period ensures that common rules will remain in place until the end of this year, meaning businesses will be able to trade on the same terms as now until a future relationship has been agreed. This provides certainty and stability for the duration of this time. During the implementation period, the effect of the European Communities Act 1972 will be saved and modified on a temporary basis to provide the necessary continuity. I will in a moment. It will have a new purpose, to give effect to EU law as set out in the withdrawal agreement to provide for the implementation period. And as a result, businesses and citizens only need to prepare for one set of changes as we move to our future relationship with the EU. Of course, I give way to my...
Grateful to my right honourable friend. Can you give the House an estimate of how much this implementation period is going to cost us? And will you reassure us that once we're out properly at the end of this year, there won't be future payments thereafter?
Well, it's clear what this is doing is securing our membership for the period, because one of the costs for businesses, one of the greater costs would be is if we had two sets of changes for businesses, if they didn't have the comfort of an implementation period. And it is, and I know my right honourable friend is a great champion of the business community, it is the business community themselves that said that they wanted an implementation period whilst the negotiation on the trade deal was conducted, in order to avoid the higher cost in terms of two sets of changing. So this saving, I will in a moment, this saving of the ECA will be repealed at the end of the implementation period, at which point the repurposed ECA will cease to have effect. This clause is essential to achieving the terms agreed in the withdrawal agreement and ensuring the proper functioning of the European Union law during the implementation period. It is for that reason it must stand part of the bill. Of course, I give way to the Honourable.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, but I still don't think he's made a clear enough case about why he would wish to basically tie the hands of the government in such an unnecessary way and risk both the disaster of no deal, but also just the fact that there could be perfectly constructive negotiations going ahead, which he would be prepared to throw away if they can't fit into the arbitrarily short time of 11 months. So can he say again why he thinks that's worth running that risk? Because it is a risk, a big risk for our businesses and for our economy.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know we've got 2 days of committee, but it is a very odd intervention from someone who wants us to remain as a member of the European Union to complain that we have an implementation period in order that we don't have two sets of changes facing the business community, and we give that confidence to businesses for the rest of this year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, moving on to Clause 2. This saves EU-derived domestic legislation for the implementation period. The last 4.5 decades have seen a substantial amount of EU legislation that has required domestic legislation, both primary and secondary. This domestic legislation constitutes a large body of law, and to ensure that this law continues to work properly during the implementation period, we need to take several important steps. First, we must preserve the legislation to avoid it being impliedly repealed following the repeal of the ECA in 1972. If we do not save this legislation, there is a risk that it would either fall away or be emptied of meaning. This could mean that citizens and businesses would no longer be protected by, or indeed able to rely upon, existing rules. The second essential purpose of this clause is to maintain the proper functioning of the statute book for the duration of the implementation period. During the implementation period, we will continue to apply this law, but we will not be part of the European Union. To ensure that this is reflected in our statute books, the bill provides for time-limited glosses or modifications to new and existing EU-derived legislation. These glosses make clear the way that EU law terms and UK legislation should be read, so that our laws continue to work during the implementation period. To take one example, Mr. Deputy Speaker, all references to European Union citizens in the UK statute book will, as a general rule, be read as including UK nationals during the implementation period. These provisions will automatically be repealed at the end of this year when they are no longer needed. Of course I go on.
I'm very grateful. I hope you can just clarify whether that also applies to the European arrest warrant, because obviously we will be remaining subject to the European arrest warrant and able to take advantage of it through the implementation period, but at the end of that period, as a third party, we will simply not be able to enter into it. But during this period, will British subjects still be subject to the European arrest warrant overseas?
So, relating firstly to Clause 1, the implementation period ensures continuity of the law. That is why it is saved but modified. In terms of this clause and this grouping, what it is doing is the technical terminology. Where there is a change in meaning, it means continuity. So the substance, I see in front, the substance is yes, in terms of it ensures continuity. But what it does is allow where there's terms where their purpose, such as, for example, a European Union citizen, where we will have actually ceased through our position, we will have left. But on the other hand, the implementation in EU law will continue. So it allows those terms to continue to be applied and any tidying up, any technical changes to be applied. So it's a technical glossing, and that is what its purpose is there. Of course, I could wait to know.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. And could he set out, while he's on his feet discussing this, could he set out the exact position for EU nationals? Because those of us who have up to 42,000 living locally are extremely concerned. There's been lots of discussions, tweets and that. Could he please just lay out exactly now what's the position both during the next 12 months implementation plan, but also going forward?
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a very important point. And of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't want to stray too far into the second groupings within committee stage, which is indeed on citizens' rights, which my right honourable friend, the Immigration Minister, will address. But what this bill is doing is securing the rights of EU citizens within the UK and indeed the rights of UK citizens in the European Union, because we value the contribution that those EU citizens make to the UK. They've chosen to make their homes here, to bring up their families here, and their rights are protected, and that is one of the reasons why I urge members on all sides of the House to support this bill. I know my right honourable friend.
To my right honourable friend, of course, during the transitional period, there will be laws made in the European Union which we will be expected to obey. However, does my right honourable friend agree that the two clauses, namely 29 and 38, one of which deals with review of legislation through the auspices of the European Scrutiny Committee, where we will be affected by our vital national interests being undermined, provides good protection for the United Kingdom national interests, and secondly, that the question of parliamentary sovereignty in clause 38 will complement that by ensuring that the whole process of legislation will not affect, under the withdrawal agreement, the continuing sovereignty of the United Kingdom Parliament, which is effectively therefore a double lock on the rights of this House as we leave the European Union.
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right in terms of signposting two safeguards that are in place on which he played a significant part, but I would actually say there are three, and I come on to the third, if I may slightly push him in terms of that correction. So the two are, firstly, he's right that the European Committee will have the right to trigger debates and scrutiny through his chairmanship of that select committee. And secondly, again, a clause he, I know, has championed in terms of the sovereignty of Parliament, which is set out very clearly on the face of the bill. The third that I would just draw my right honourable friend's attention to, which is indeed within this grouping, is legislating for the manifesto commitment that the government has given not to extend. And therefore what that does is shorten or ensure that there is no extension, rather, of the implementation period, and therefore it ensures that there is no risk of a 1 or 2 year further period during which the issue to which he was concerned with those two other clauses could arise. So there are three protections, I would say, not just the two. That I'm pleased from a sedentary position, Mr Deputy Speaker, that my right honourable friend signals his content with that. So ultimately this clause makes sure, ultimately this clause makes sure that there is continuity in our laws during the implementation period, and it makes sure that our law continues to operate properly. It is therefore essential and must stand part of the bill, but of course I'll give way to the honourable lady.
I'm grateful, just in relation to his previous comment about the sovereignty of this United Kingdom Parliament across the whole of the United Kingdom, because of course at all stages in the future, as marked out by the Northern Ireland Protocol and the exception to this bill, people of Northern Ireland will be subject to the union law as far as we can see for a very long time into the future. So it isn't correct, is it, that the entire of the United Kingdom sovereignty will be placed in this place?
Well, we will debate at length tomorrow the provisions relating specifically to Northern Ireland, but there is a further sovereignty within the bill in respect of Northern Ireland. I don't want to stray too far into the debate tomorrow, but in terms of the consent mechanism that there is pertaining to the Northern Ireland Protocol specifically, so there is a further sovereignty lock in that regard, but that is for the groupings that we will address tomorrow. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to Clause 3, we are confident that this list of so-called glosses set out in Clause 2 work in all the cases that we have examined. We have indeed, and I pay tribute to officials who have trawled the statute book in this regard. However, as a responsible government, it is right that we reserve the ability to nuance the impact of these technical changes should unforeseen issues arise during the implementation period. The power set out in this clause, I will in a moment, the power set out in this clause provides for this. The bill gives 5 different applications for the power, 3 that relate to the glosses, and let me explain those. The power can add to the glosses, it can make exceptions, and it can be used to make different provisions from that list if for any reason we need to change a gloss in a specific case or set of cases. And the power has 2 further applications. It can also be used to tidy up the European Union Act 2018, and the final use of this power is to cover any specific technical inoperabilities that may occur that have not indeed been foreseen. And so it's appropriate, prudent and sensible that the government is prepared in this regard, and that is why those 5 elements are within the bill. I give way to
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. Independent analysis by the Scottish Parliament Information Centre, which is the equivalent of the House of Commons Library and therefore independent, notes that this Clause 3 empowers UK government ministers acting alone to make provision in devolved policy areas. Now, the Government's Delegated Powers Memorandum states that they won't normally do so without the agreement of the relevant devolved administration, but the Secretary of State will be aware that the Sewell Convention doesn't apply to delegated legislation. So can he explain, or will he agree with me, that this power shows that the bill is indeed the power grab which the Scottish National Party have always said it is? And if it isn't, why is this power there at all?
Well, firstly, the Right Honourable Lady is incorrect in saying that. Firstly, this is an international agreement, which is a reserved matter. It is a matter for the United Kingdom. Secondly, these are glosses, these are technical issues in terms of the tidying gap that I set out, and they're tightly defined. And thirdly, in terms of the devolved elements, those are addressed indeed by giving the devolved assemblies the power through Clause 4 for themselves to do further glosses. Of course I go on.
I'm sorry, the Secretary of State is simply wrong about that. It's quite clear that on any legal analysis of Clause 3 that it gives UK ministers the power acting alone to make regulations in relation to areas of devolved competence. Now, I reiterate my question. Why is that power there at all if the government is not intending to use it to take powers away from the Scottish Government, Scottish Parliament, not the Scottish Government, the Scottish Parliament, and indeed other devolved administrations?
Because again, with great respect to the Right Honourable Learned Lady, she is overreaching in the interpretation that she is applying to Clause 3. This is a technical provision which allows for technical changes, glosses to terminology, such as the example that I gave the House a moment ago in terms of EU citizens and how that may be defined. And it's for those technical changes on unforeseen areas rather than to fundamental changes of powers. And indeed it is an equivalent power that we have given, and I'll come on to Clause 4, it's an equivalent power that we have given through Clause 4 in respect of the ability of the devolved authorities to do exactly the same thing or very similar. There is a minister, I'll give way a further moment, but Clause 3 must stand part of the bill in order to ensure that the statute book is maintained and any unforeseen technical issues that should arise are addressed in the future. That is why Clause 3 is required. It is not, as the Honourable Lady characterises it, it is a technical provision for glosses for any areas that were unforeseen at the time of the passage of the bill. Of course, I give you.
He's being very generous. If I could just probe that a bit further. Clause 4(11)(b) makes specific provision that the Scottish Government and indeed Welsh Government ministers couldn't make any provision out with devolved competence. So the Scottish Government ministers couldn't use their powers to make provisions out with devolved competence. That's specifically provided for here. But there's no equivalent provision in Clause 3 saying that the British Government couldn't use these powers to make regulations about devolved matters. Now, if the Minister says this is just technical, why won't he agree to including a similar qualification in relation to the British Government's powers? Or might he do so, and could that perhaps be addressed in the Lords?
Mr. Representative, no, it can't be. It is not something that I would urge the other place to address, because this is about having a provision to address unforeseen areas where technical changes may be required in the very tightly constrained areas that are set out in Clause 3. And the Right Honourable Lady turns to Clause 4, and it is right, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we now draw the House's attention to doing so. And Clause 4 confers on the devolved authorities a broadly equivalent power, indeed, to that set out in Clause 3. And it is right that where legislating for the implementation period falls within the devolved competencies, the legislative changes can be made by the devolved authorities. And on that, I'm sure the Right Honourable and Learned Lady would agree with me. Therefore, this change provides in Clause 4 that the devolved authorities with corresponding powers to those which are set out in Section 8A, 8A1, A, B, C and E, so far as they are exercised within the devolved authority's competence. And this clause enables devolved authorities to add to the list of losses established at Section 1B, to make a different provision to that list, and to disapply that list from certain pieces of legislation. The clause also enables devolved authorities to respond to unforeseen complications that may arise during the implementation period, to ensure the provisions established by this bill continue to give effect to the implementation period. In short, Mr Deputy Speaker, the rationale for this Clause 4 is indeed the same as the rationale for Clause 3. When exercised by a devolved authority acting alone, their power is indeed subject to consent of a Minister of the Crown, consultation with the Minister of the Crown, or is subject to a joint exercise with the Minister of the Crown in certain circumstances, and those, as Right Honourable Lady will be aware, are defined in paragraphs 5 to 7 of Schedule 2 of the EU Withdrawal Act 2018. The implementation period is critical. It will provide much needed continuity and certainty to businesses and individuals as we move from membership to our future relationship with the EU. With the power provided in this clause, the devolved authorities can ensure the implementation period will work in relation to devolved legislation should any issues be identified. Therefore, this clause must stand part of the bill. Moving, Mr Deputy Speaker, to Clause 5. This provides for direct application of provisions of the withdrawal agreement in domestic law. It will also allow individuals and businesses to rely directly on the withdrawal agreement. They will be able to know that there is a consistency in the way in which the agreement is applied in both the UK and the EU. it is necessary to give domestic legal effect to Article 4 of the Withdrawal Agreement. Through this clause, most of the provisions of the agreement will flow into UK law directly without the need for further legislation to implement it. The Withdrawal Agreement will, among other things, secure the rights of more than 3 million EU citizens living in the UK and around 1 million UK nationals living in the EU, making sure that the Withdrawal Agreement is interpreted and enforced consistently in both the UK and the EU will ensure that these citizens are treated fairly and equally. This clause, in its presented form, is vital to the UK's implementation of the Withdrawal Agreement, and it must therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, stand part of the bill. Turning to Clause 6, the UK has reached agreements with the EA EFTA states and with Switzerland, respectively. These agreements are separate, although similar to our agreements with the EU. They protect the rights of Norwegian, Icelandic, Liechtenstein and Swiss citizens living in the UK and UK citizens living in those countries, so that they can continue to live their lives broadly as they do now after exit day. Of course, I could wait to them.
I thank the Secretary of State for accepting a further intervention. Could he explain in very clear language how he believes this will be played out at airports? Are there going to be several queues? Are there going to be one queue? Is there going to be one queue for everybody from European countries? I ask because many people ask me these questions in my surgery.
Well, again, we will go into more detail on the rights of citizens within the second grouping, but what this is securing is the legal effects, the protections that apply to citizens within those EEA EFTA states. One of the big questions when the Brexit discussions that we've had repeatedly in place is to what extent will people's rights be protected. What this bill is doing so through Clause 5 for EU nationals. The purpose of Clause 6 is to mirror those protections in the law in direct effect for the EA EFTA states. Arrangements of the sort the Honourable Lady touches on are then a separate issue in terms of citizens' rights, but this is about how the legal protection will apply to those nationals. This clause gives effect in domestic law to the EA, EFTA and Swiss separation agreements in a similar way to the Withdrawal Agreement. This ensures that a Norwegian citizen living in the UK can rely on their rights in a UK court in broadly the same way as a Swedish citizen. It does so in the same way as Clause 5. We do not want a Norwegian, a Liechtenstein, an Icelandic, or indeed a Swiss national to have any lesser certainty in their rights than an EU national here, or indeed a UK citizen in Europe. And this clause also enshrines the legal certainty to businesses and individuals covered by the EA EFTA agreement, which Article 4 of the Withdrawal Agreement provides. This clause, in its presented form, is vital to the UK's implementation of the EA, EFTA and Swiss agreements. It must stand part of the bill. Turning, Mr Deputy Speaker, to Clause 33, which prohibits the UK agreeing to an extension of the implementation period. Let me read from page 5 of the Conservative Manifesto. We will not extend the implementation period beyond December 2020. And now let me read from the text of Clause 33. A Minister of the Crown may not agree to the Joint Committee to an extension of the implementation period. It could not be clearer. This government is determined to honour its promise to the British people and to get Brexit done. Yeah. Both the EU and the UK committed to a deal by the end of 2020 in the political declaration. Now, with absolute clarity on the timetable we are working to, the UK and the EU will be able to get on with it. In sum, this clause will ensure we will meet the timetable as set out in the political declaration and deliver on our manifesto promise. For this reason, this clause must stand part of the bill.
I understand why the clause is there, and much as I'm a Remainer, I remain a Remainer and I'll remain a Remainer until my dying day. Nonetheless, I accept that the second referendum has now happened. That is the end of that. However, I do have an anxiety which was first expressed, in a sense, by the former Prime Minister when she wrote the first letter of intent with regard to Article 50, which stated that if we didn't have a deal, a full deal, meaning by the end of the implementation period, we would have trouble in relation to security issues. I just asked the government to think very carefully about how we're going to make sure that there is a security deal covering all the range of security issues that face this country by the end of this year, because that is as important, I would argue, as the trade-related issues.
Well, first, could I welcome the constructive way that the Right Honourable put that question in terms of his security, but recognising the general election mandate and how that does play into this clause and its reflection of the manifesto. In terms of addressing his concern, I would draw his attention to two things. Firstly, the withdrawal agreement itself commits both sides, including the European Union, to using their best endeavours to reach agreement. But secondly, the political declaration actually sets out the timescale to the end of 2020 in terms of their commitment to that as a timescale. So that is why we are confident this can be done in the timescale, and that is a reflection, of course, that is a reflection of both the commitments that the UK and indeed the EU have given in the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration itself.
Does the Secretary of State agree that when both parties to a negotiation are willing to take forward the negotiation in good spirit, all things are possible? Indeed, in a briefing to EU politicians in November of last year, Michel Barnier himself said that the timescale would normally be too short, but that Brussels would strive to have a deal in place by the end of 2020. It is clearly possible to do this deal for the end of 2020. Does he not agree that that is the right approach to take?
Well, I very much agree with my honourable friend, and indeed the Commission President will be meeting with the Prime Minister tomorrow. I'll be meeting with Michel Barnier in terms of acting on that constructive spirit. Both sides have committed, as I say, to that timescale. And indeed, there are many voices who, and I'm conscious, I think the House is in a different place to where it was previously, but there are many within the House that will recall that it was often said it was impossible to reach agreements before when indeed an agreement was reached. Well, I give way to the Honourable. I've already given way to the Honourable Lady.
Minister, I thank the Minister for giving way. And can I first of all say I welcome the fact that the Government is determined to bring this process to an end by December of 2020. And I hope that that does concentrate minds in the European Union. But if the European Union and the Government can't come to an agreement by 2020, can you tell us, first of all, what are the implications for future arrangements? And secondly, what are the implications for the current withdrawal agreement, and especially for the provisions in Northern Ireland?
Well, firstly, I believe we can and we will, and as I've already indicated to the House, so does the EU, because they have committed in the political declaration to doing so. Secondly, to address his question, there are a number of issues that are addressed through this bill. So citizens' rights, which the Honourable Lady raised in terms of her own constituents, are protected through this bill. And so when people previously used to talk about a no-deal outcome, one of the things this bill does is secure the protection of the 3 million EU citizens that are valued within our country, but also of our own citizens, the over 1 million UK citizens there. And likewise, in terms of the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I know the Honourable Gentleman has concerns in respect of that, and I stand ready, as indeed do my ministerial colleagues, to continue to discuss issues with him, and we will debate that in more detail in committee tomorrow. But again, the Northern Ireland Protocol is secured through the passage of this bill. So that puts us in a very different place to where many of the debates were in the previous Parliament in respect of concerns that were expressed in no deal. Of course, I give way to the Honourable Lady.
To him for giving away again, and I would just remind him that just last month it was the Commission President who said that she has serious concerns about this timetable. All experts in trade are concerned that within an 11-month time period there simply isn't the time necessarily to get a good deal done. So why is he signing up now to something that he could at least postpone till June till he has a better sense of how negotiations are going, rather than cutting off his nose to spite his face by saying now that he will not extend the implementation period?
Well, first, I'll move on because I think new clauses 4 and 36 also speak to the same point. But in short, in part the reasons I've already given to the House in terms of what is set out in the political declaration, that there is a shared commitment there, but also because on this side of the House we gave a manifesto commitment to stick to this timetable. And I'm sure the Honourable Lady will be the first to criticise the government if it made a manifesto commitment and then decided not to stand by it. So we are committed to the commitment we gave on timescale, and that is why we want to move forward with clause 33. I'll just make a little progress, and then of course I'll always come to the Honourable Gentleman. So, turning to new clause 4 and 36 in the name, firstly, of the Leader of the Opposition and secondly in the name of the Leader of the Liberal Democrats. New clause 4 has been tabled by the Leader of the Opposition in an attempt to force the government to extend the implementation period if a deal has not been agreed with the EU by June the 15th. The clause also gives Parliament a vote on any such extension. New clause 36 on behalf of the acting Leader of the Liberal Democrats is very similar in effect to new clause 4, but it does so without having any parliamentary vote. So it states that a deal is required on both economic and security matters by June the 1st, whereas an extension is mandated as a consequence of this legislation. The opposition parties therefore want to amend this bill to force further delay. Of course I give way and then I'll...
Thank you to my right hand for giving way. This does not agree with me, but it's absolutely astounding that so many members on the opposition benches didn't listen to the call from the people in the general election recently, but they are fed up of continuous delays and extensions, and that the message they gave us on the doorstep was to get Brexit done so we can all move on and so we can start talking about other things like our NHS, schools and our policing.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that there was a very clear message that was reflected in the mandate. To be fair to the benches opposite, for example, when I watched the Shadow Brexit Secretary on the Andrew Marr programme, he did accept on his part the need to move on and indeed wanted to reflect. I'm giving credit. Before chuntering away from it, I'm giving credit to my I appreciate he's engaged on other matters at the moment in terms of his own party, but he recognised that. But my honourable friend is absolutely right that there was a clear desire from the British public to move on, to get on to the other priorities to which he referred. I will just take that, and then of course I'll always come to the honourable.
The Secretary of State for giving way. Isn't the danger, though, in setting this fixed date, is that it's going to have to make the government, the British government, is going to have to make a decision very quickly about what it wants to achieve in the second phase of Brexit? Is it going to go for close alignment? Possibly you could get the deal done in a year, but if it decides it's going to disalign, that creates difficulties, and then the best we can hope for, if not a no-deal cliff edge, is a bare-boned FTA, and that could be very bad news for the economy.
With respect to the honourable, we see it as a win-win. It's not, the EU wishes to trade with the UK, we wish to trade with the EU. They're our neighbours. We want to have a constructive relationship. But at the same time, people voted for change. And they want to see change, and this government is delivered through this bill to delivering the change that the British public voted for.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that it's not only the British people who are fed up with seeing this Parliament going round and round in circles on Brexit, which is why they voted for the Conservative Party in the last general election, but also people in many European countries who just want to get on and get past Brexit. They want a trade deal with us. We should agree one quickly and move on.
My honourable friend, who speaks always with authority as a former member of the European Parliament, is absolutely right in understanding that this is not just a desire of the British public, but also of many of our friends and neighbours in Europe that do want to see the debate move forward and therefore want to see this delivered. And that is why it is right that we have this clause and why these new clauses are inappropriate. Of course, I give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Would you not agree with me that the negotiations going on with the European Union on the free trade agreement will be relatively easy on goods, but the negotiations on services will be much more complicated, mainly because goods, there is obviously we have a balance of trade deficit with the European Union, but on services we have a balance of trade improvement there.
what I say to and this is why I refer back to the remarks I gave a moment ago about this being a win-win for both sides. If I take a portfolio that I used to deal with as a minister in terms of financial services, then it is in the interests of EU businesses to be able to access capital at the cheapest possible price. I see the member for Wimbledon, who I know has expertise in this regard. He knows that actually the expertise of the global markets, the liquidity that London offers, is of benefit not just to the rest of the world, but it is a benefit to colleagues in European businesses. They want to have access to the talent of my honourable friends, constituents and many others, and that is why it's in both sides' interest to reach agreement, and that is a discussion the Prime Minister will be having with the Commission President tomorrow.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't the problem for those of us who have been very clear about our opposition to no deal, the problem with new clauses 4 is that effectively it takes away some of the certainty and benefits to business because it opens the possibility of an unended extension. And the problem with new clause 36 is it's anti-democratic. And therefore any colleagues who think that there may need to be these in place should recognise this would undermine the whole purpose of this withdrawal agreement, and the best way to stop a no deal is to secure a deal.
Absolutely. Yeah, honourable friend is absolutely right. I mean, he knows, and I know he engages very extensively with the business community. And what the business community want is the clarity, the certainty that this bill delivers, and they also want an implementation period, but that has a clear demarcation in terms of its time, and that is what this bill will deliver. I'll give way one further time to the chair of this.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He's expressed enormous confidence that a deal will be done by December. Can I just test that confidence a little further? Would he give the House an assurance today that there is no prospect whatsoever of the UK leaving without an agreement in December of this year?
So, well, what I've set very clear, and then the right honourable gentleman will have studied the bill, he always does, and he will know exactly what is in clause 33, which is a commitment that we will stick to the timetable set out in respect to the implementation period and what we committed to in our manifesto. And I would hope he, as a Democrat, would want a government to adhere to its manifesto. The reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, is on December the 12th, the British public voted in overwhelming numbers to get Brexit done by the 31st of January and to conclude the implementation period by December 2020 so we can look forward to a bright future as an independent nation. Page 5 of our manifesto explicitly states that we will negotiate a trade agreement by next year, one that will strengthen our union, and we will not extend the implementation period beyond December 2020. We are delivering on these promises that the British people have entrusted us to deliver, and the opposition is only interested in further delay and disruption. I urge the right honourable members to withdraw both amendments. Mr Deputy Speaker, I look forward to hearing from members across the House as we take through committee the groupings that we are addressing. This government is committed to delivering Brexit, and this bill will enable us to do so.
Order. Just before I call Mr Blomfield, I should probably have indicated, for the benefit of new members particularly, and will indicate now that clause 33 will not be decided today. Although it is grouped with these amendments, it will be taken as a Committee of the Whole House decision tomorrow, and may or may not be divided upon. I want to make that clear. It won't be that we've forgotten it. We might have done, but we haven't. Paul Blomfield.
Well, thank you very much, Sir Roger. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to new clause 4 primarily, and to have the opportunity to correct the misrepresentation that the Secretary of State has given to our objectives in moving it. It's also a pleasure to do so with you in the chair, Sir Roger, and I want to take this opportunity to thank you and indeed all the clerks for the work that has been done to ensure we're able to debate the issues within this bill today, and much of that work done over the recess when other people were enjoying the break. I have to say how much we regret that the government have provided so little time to debate a considerable number of amendments, all tabled because they will have profound consequences for our country for generations to come. Our proposals over the next 2 days echo the concerns expressed in the last Parliament and reflect the approach that has guided us as an opposition over the last 4 difficult and divisive years. I will.
Grateful to him for giving way, but he says that the principles that have guided him, surely they're the principles that have misguided him and his party. Does he not understand that actually the political landscape has changed as a result of the general election? As the Secretary of State said, people want to get Brexit done. They don't want further delay, which is all that his new clause and new clause 36 would bring.
I had hoped for a better initial intervention because we are very clear that we accept that the general election has changed the landscape. The Shadow Secretary of State for exiting the European Union has made that position clear. Other colleagues have made that position clear, and I will in my remarks. I think members opposite also ought to recognise that although under our electoral system the arithmetic in this place is very clear, the majority of the British people voted for parties that weren't of the mind of the Conservative manifesto and who wanted to give the British public a further say. And I say that only, not to deny the reality of the voting in this place, but that the members opposite ought to have some caution about the way that they approach this issue and claim authority from the British people. I will, of course. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm most grateful. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one thing from the honourable member, and that is this. Of course, the opposition Labour front bench and the whole of the Labour Party, with few exceptions, if any, voted against the repeal of the European Communities Act 1972. Does he first of all confirm that that was the case? Because I don't think he can deny it. And the second thing is, doesn't that actually make it clear that they were always against, that is back in 2018 when the royal assent for that act was passed, actually were refusing to accept the will of the British people and furthermore that they would not repeal the 72 Act?
Well, I'm always happy to confirm what's on the public record, but I would say that we were clear as an opposition that we campaigned to remain in the European Union because we believed that that was the right thing for our country, for the continent that we share with the other members of the EU. But we accepted the outcome of the referendum and voted to trigger Article 50 and believed that there would have been the possibility of both winning an overwhelming majority in this House and uniting the British people around a departure from the European Union which reflected the 52-48 vote of a divided country in 2016, a decision that would have taken us out of the European Union but remained close, aligned with the single market, in a customs union, and continuing to be part of the agencies and partnerships that we built together over 46 years. That sort of deal was available, and it's members opposite who denied it. But let me move forward to say why we voted against this bill at second reading, because we believe that this withdrawal agreement is a bad deal for the UK, just as we voted against previous withdrawal agreements. And it is worth remembering, when members opposite point fingers, that we weren't alone in that. Yeah. Albeit for very different reasons, it was many members opposite, including the Prime Minister, who voted more than once against getting Brexit done on the terms of the previous Prime Minister's deal and for his own reasons. I will indeed.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and I appreciate the sentiment in his speech and the way that he describes events in the last few years. Will he agree with me that our duty now as a responsible opposition is to make these very points and to point out to the government, however large their majority is, where there are issues of substance where we disagree and where the interests of the United Kingdom are not being pursued effectively by the government?
Well, I very much agree with that. I think that there needs to be a voice for the approaching 55% of people in this country who were uncomfortable with the direction that the Conservative Party manifesto offered. And whilst the result of the general election was clear, it doesn't mean that the government can proceed without question, without challenge, without scrutiny. And that is the point of many of the amendments that we are tabling. I will give way one more time and then make some progress.
Thank you. My honourable friend is making an excellent speech, and the tone of it is just right for the debate and where we find ourselves within the debate. But could I just also press the question, which is wider, around scrutiny? We will shortly have no Brexit Scrutiny Committee, or whenever the committees are going to reform. There's a lot of detail, and having sat on the Trade Committee myself, I know that there's a lot of mistakes that can be made at the beginning in terms of a forward-looking trade deal. And I fear that rushing into it like this, not allowing Parliament much time to debate some of the principles at the beginning and giving the government a tiny implementation period, could lead to a much worse outcome compared to taking a little bit more time, being more thoughtful and giving a genuine role to Parliament around those new arrangements.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and she's right to focus on the issue, because the government has seemed a little reluctant to embrace the idea of scrutiny and accountability since October in so very many ways. And I hope that they will think seriously, quite genuinely, over the period ahead to ensure that there is proper opportunity for this House to question and debate the direction of travel. I will, for one last time.
I'm very grateful, and I'm glad we have got this opportunity for the opposition to make their points. Can't the opposition see that trying to take away the proposition that we leave come what may at the end of the year completely undermines the British negotiating position? Absolutely. Every time we have amendments over 3.5 years, it's always to do Britain down and to leave us in a weak position.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the right honourable member and I have had previous exchanges about comments that he might have made about doing Britain down. But I think the position that we have, yes, we have. I think the position that we've taken is that possibly it's not always the best idea to jump off a cliff. That if we find ourselves in the position, and I'll develop the argument obviously as I go forward, if we find ourselves in a position where we are, for the sake of weeks or months, unable to have secured a deal which is in the interest of the British economy, then the sensible thing to do is to give ourselves a little bit of flexibility. He may think otherwise, but that's not our view. If I could make... Go on.
And then I'll make some progress. Would he accept that for many people listening to the argument which he's making, that this is not a case of a fear of jumping over the cliff, but more a case that the opposition to leaving the EU want us to have our feet firmly stuck in the mud of the EU forever, and that's the reason why he wants a further extension?
Well, I thank the honourable member for that intervention, because it gives me the opportunity to say that's absolutely not the case. We accept that we are leaving the European Union in 3 weeks' time. End of. But that's not the end of Brexit, because we are going to have considerable discussion in this place, and the government will be involved in negotiations over some time to come over the future relationship. And it's the future relationship which is the concern behind new clause 4, because we have consistently sought to oppose any proposals which risk damaging people's jobs and livelihoods. It was why we voted against the deal proposed by the previous Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. The current Prime Minister may have voted against her for different reasons. But it's why we voted against the deal also proposed by the current Prime Minister in the last Parliament. And since its introduction in October, this withdrawal agreement bill has only got worse, in our view, much worse. It grants expansive power to ministers and severely diminishes any role for Parliament in the crucial period ahead. It removes our role in approving the government's negotiating mandate and voting on the final treaty. Protections for workers' rights have been ditched, I think confirming that the TUC were right to dismiss government previous promises as, and I quote, meaningless procedural tricks. The new Northern Ireland Protocol undermines the UK's internal market, something that the Prime Minister had promised his former allies, faithfully that he was committed to protecting. Shamefully, the government has removed the requirement to negotiate an agreement with the EU on unaccompanied children seeking asylum. And the government has not only removed any role for Parliament in deciding whether to extend the implementation period, it's now specifically prohibiting ministers from agreeing an extension through clause 33, as the Secretary of State pointed out. So, no deal is back on the table, as I think the Secretary of State confirmed in his response to my right honourable friend, the member for Leeds Central. And it's that risk that new clause 4 is attempting to address. Now, we don't plan to push new clause 4 to a vote this evening, but it is intended to provide an opportunity for the government to come back to this House with their proposals, perhaps at report stage, on how we avoid the catastrophe of no deal at the end of this year. Now, it is a reflection of the unfortunately polarised discourse on Brexit that reflected in some of the contributions earlier, that new clause 4 was described in some sections of the media at the end of last week as, and I quote, an attempt to delay leaving the EU by 2 years. It is no such thing. We recognise, and as I've made the point earlier, that the general election result means we are leaving the European Union on the 31st of January. But what happens thereafter is crucial to our economy, to jobs and to people's livelihoods, whether they voted leave or whether they voted remain. I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. He says he recognises the decision that the electorate took last month, but does he not accept that there was a very clear mandate to conclude the implementation period by the end of this year, which was clearly in the Conservative manifesto, that has clearly been elected with a significant majority to this House?
Well, I'm not sure if the honourable gentleman was listening to the point that I made earlier. I'm very clear on the electoral arithmetic, but he should also be clear that there is significant concern among the British people, represented by almost 55% of those who cast their vote in the general election, about the future direction, and there is no mandate for leaving the European Union without a deal. I will, and then I'll make some progress.
I don't think anyone can doubt my credentials as being concerned about and opposed to no deal. But the trouble with his remarks, so they would have greater validity if he were to have attacked a new clause for the consequence or the potential of a very short extension necessary for the conclusion of a future relationship, as he was beginning, I think, to say, rather than, as new clause 4 does, a completely open-ended extension, and therefore not surprisingly being described as an extension to Brexit. And the key thing would have been, if he wanted to stop no deal, he should vote for a deal, and he should do that again now.
Well, I don't question the honourable member's credentials in terms of his concern about leaving without a deal, but I would ask him to look carefully at new clause 4. The framing in relation to 2 years builds on the provisions of the withdrawal agreement to which the government has signed up, but includes the capacity for a much shorter transitional period if the government is successful in concluding a deal or if this House agrees. So our proposal in new clause 4 very much addresses the point that he's making, and I'll come to that in more detail, and he might want to intervene again at a later point. I mean, it was because of the risks, Sir Roger, of a disorderly departure that we were first to argue, it seems like a very long time ago now, for a transition period, which was at that stage opposed by the government. We were raising the voice of business and of the trade unions, and we were pleased when the government accepted that principle, although saving face by renaming it an implementation period. But when the end of the transition was originally set for December 2020, it was on the assumption that we would have left the EU on the 29th of March last year, leaving 21 months. Well, the honourable member for the sedentary position says, why didn't we? He could ask that of a number of his colleagues, including the Prime Minister. it would have left 21 months to negotiate our new relationships on trade and, as my honourable friend from the Ronda pointed out, on security in particular. Now, that was seen, 21 months, was seen as ambitious. Many in the government sitting around the cabinet table doubted its deliverability. It's why there was a provision to extend it. But now there is only 11 months, and in trade negotiation terms, 11 months is unbelievably short. Now, the government say that they want an ambitious, best-in-class free trade agreement. They talk about CETA as a model, but not about the time taken to negotiate CETA, of which they're well aware. Now, they say it's going to be easy to negotiate because we start from the unique position in trade talks of existing alignment, and the honourable member is, right honourable member is nodding. And we do. But we are also uniquely, it's the government's objective, to diverge from that alignment, to seek a deal that allows the UK to race to the bottom, undercutting the EU on obligations and regulations and stepping off the level playing field. That is going to be uniquely difficult to negotiate. And any deal secured in 11 months is highly likely not to be a good deal for the UK.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I think he's making a very important point here, because essentially this will be the first trade deal in history where the aim is to put up barriers rather than remove them. So rather than being an easy process, isn't it likely to be convoluted and difficult?
Well, I thank the honourable member for that intervention. I agree absolutely with him.
Thank you very much. Would the honourable member agree with me? You only need to look at the NAFTA renegotiation, which was a negotiation from a basis of a trade deal that has taken almost 2 years now and still hasn't yet fully completed, to get an answer of how long it takes to negotiate a trade deal when one already exists and economies are already partly aligned.
Well, I thank my friend for that intervention, and he's right. And I fear that the government platitudes around the ease of negotiating this deal skirt over the real challenges that will be faced and the real need for some flexibility, some provision to avoid the cliff edge. Of course, well, if I could make some progress, I've been fairly generous in giving away. If I can make some progress, and then I'll take further interventions. Under the provisions of the withdrawal agreement, as the Secretary of State has pointed out, any extension to the transition period must be agreed by the 1st of July 2020, so only 5 months after negotiations have begun. Now, I fully accept that in our concerns, we might be completely wrong. The government might be able to negotiate a best-in-class free trade agreement within 11 months. If that is the case, and they are able to secure a deal, then there will be no extension under the provisions of our new clause. So what are they worried about? If the government are confident, well, the Secretary of State's finding this funny, but if the government are confident in their ability to agree a comprehensive future relationship with the European Union, then I hope that they'll have no problem in returning to the House with proposals along the lines of those outlined in new Clause 4. I will.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. When he says that it's a race to the bottom, surely he is showing his own prejudice in the sense that he doesn't want the United Kingdom to devolve itself of any unnecessary regulations which have been imposed on this country over the last 47 years.
Well, I was quite involved in the debate during the referendum, and I listened carefully to what many of those on government benches who were advocating our departure were saying. They talked about a bonfire of regulations. I think the direction of travel for leaving the European Union was fairly clear. It is to free ourselves of those rights and protections that defend working people, that protect the environment, that protect consumers, and that will create a different sort of economic model, which he may not agree with my description, but I think a race to the bottom pretty well summarises that. I will. And
I'm very grateful. He said about what's the problem with New Clause 4? If we've done a deal anyway within the 2020, we leave anyway. Isn't that the point, though? Is that the imperative is there if you aren't allowed to delay. The imperative then is on both sides of the negotiation table to get this done by the end of 2020. If you allow this to be extended another 2 years, then the negotiations will take longer. They're bound to take longer. Right. Why can he not approach these negotiations with confidence? The government's confident he can do it within the period. Michel Barnier, as I quoted earlier, seems confident that it can be done. Why can his party not approach these negotiations in that spirit?
Well, I would ask the honourable member, if the government was so confident, why did they build into the withdrawal agreement the provision to be able to extend? It was a cautious insurance policy. They were right to do so. We're trying to help them from the problems they're creating for themselves now, because if we are right, and many members on government benches know that there is a potential not to have secured the sort of deal that this country needs by the end of December, if unamended this bill forces the country into a no-deal crash-out, which was described, for example, by Make UK, the voice of the manufacturing sector, as the height of economic lunacy, then the government will regret not having taken the opportunity to make some provisions along the clause of New Clause 4, which protects the UK from the entirely unnecessary threat of no deal. It simply builds on the mechanism for extending the transition period that is already baked into the government's own withdrawal agreement. Oven ready, as the Prime Minister would like to say. And for the same reasons, we don't accept the insertion of Clause 33, which prohibits, it's grandstanding nonsense, which prohibits ministers from agreeing to an extension to the transition period. Let me be absolutely clear again, we are not seeking to delay Brexit. The UK will have left the EU in 3 weeks' time. Nor, and I say to the honourable member who made the point earlier, nor do we want to stay in the transition period any longer than is necessary. But the flexibility that we're proposing provides the certainty that business needs. There's no point in replacing the previous cliff edge, over which the honourable member expressed real concern, with the new cliff edge if the flexibility that we're suggesting isn't there. And it reflects, probably for the...
Thank you. I thank the honourable member, and he's making a very good case for why the opposition is putting this forward. Would he then just explain to the House why the date of the 15th of June 2020 is included? Why is it not the 15th of September or the 15th of October or later in 2020 as being one of the conditions that would force a vote in this House on applying for an extension? So clearly, if he's serious about this, that date should be put back far further to nearer the end of the negotiations, when we'll be more certain about how the government is proceeding.
I wouldn't actually disagree with the point that the honourable member's making. The date that we've included within our new clause is determined by the government, and the position of requiring some level of flexibility, let's remember, reflects the government's previous view. In the last version of this bill, published in October, the government accepted the principle that the transition period could be extended. That was the government's view. This government. And that it was also the government's view that Parliament should have a role in that process. The current Prime Minister. It was right then, it's right now, and I look forward to proposals from the government at report stage to address these concerns.
John Redwood.
Sir Roger, I rise particularly to support Clause 33. I think it is essential that we are finally out of the EU in every proper way by the end of this year. Some 3.5 years have passed since the British people made their decision that they wish to leave.
Many of us voted to leave because we think the world is going to be better once we've left. We don't regard it as some kind of disease or problem that has to be managed. We see it full of opportunities. We want to rebuild our fishing industry under British regulations and British control. We wish to get all our money back and spend it on our priorities in health and education. We wish to make sure that we can make the laws we wish and which the people recommend to us in elections and in the normal dialogue between constituents and members of Parliament. We're extremely optimistic about our opportunities as a leader of free trade worldwide once we have regained our full vote and voice in the World Trade Organization and are able to do our own deals with all those parts of the world that the EU hasn't got round to doing deals with all the time we've been a member. So we are very optimistic. We think we're going to be better off economically. I've always said that, and anyone who suggests otherwise is deliberately misrepresenting my position. And I share the frustration of many Leave voters that 3.5 years on, and a new Parliament with a very clear mandate, we're still facing demands that we're going too quickly, and that 3.5 years plus another year, 4.5 years, is still not long enough, and why not 6.5 years?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Unlike the opposition spokesman, who seems to paint a very gloomy picture about us moving away from European regulations, will he agree with me that this Parliament and this country is perfectly capable of regulating our own domestic affairs, protecting the environment and workers' rights in the British way without always acquiescing to EU laws?
Roger, I particularly think we can do a lot better on taxation. I don't want tax on all these green products that the EU makes us tax. I wouldn't have thought the Green Party really wanted those. But I suspect that if I or others moved amendments to the forthcoming budget this March to take those unnecessary taxes out, we would be told we're still not allowed to because we're still in the implementation period and we have to accept European law. And they've also interfered in our corporate taxes in a way which actually reduces the revenues we've gained from big business, something I would have thought the Labour and Liberal would be rather opposed to, but because it comes from the EU, they are completely quiet about the subject. They don't seem to mind that the EU interferes with our revenue raising.
And on that point, my right honourable friend, as surprised as I am, that the official opposition and the Liberal Democrats, with their new clauses, are seeking yet further delays. Despite what the honourable gentleman says, that is the effect of the new clause. It would mean that we are not... There is the lack of certainty which the British people voted for at the recent general election.
I think it's almost unbelievable that they're talking about adding to 4.5 years of delay under the government model now. Another 2 years. I mean, 6.5 years. When 6.5 years at 12 billion a year is a huge sum of money. And I would like to tease out a bit more from our front bench, because I think my right honourable friend misunderstood. He thought I was talking about the cost of business. I'm talking about the cost to British taxpayers. And this implementation period in itself, which I really rather regret, but I see it's a necessity from where we currently are, given the forces in this House. But it must be costing 11 or 12 billion, this extra implementation period of tax revenue foregone that we have to pay. And I would like some reassurance from the front bench that once we are properly out at the end of December, under Clause 33, there won't be further bills. I want us to be able to say to the British people, we now do control our own money. We're not going to carry on paying for this show. And I think it might be quite a good negotiating tactic to suggest to the EU that maybe there's not a strong legal base for some of these claims they wish to make, because we need to put some countervailing pressure on the EU during this remaining negotiation period over the free trade agreement. I don't think we have to pay for a free trade agreement. I think it's massively in the interests of the rest of the European Union, because they sell us more than we sell them. But we have to be firm, otherwise they'll walk all over us again and demand more concessions.
Isn't the lesson of the prolonged, the tortuous 7 years of negotiation with the Canadian deal, isn't the lesson the very fact that it was an open-ended process that didn't come to an end? And the effect of the amendment is to basically ensure that providing for an extension, make that extension certain, because the knowledge that the extension can take place will take away the very pressure to make an agreement within the time that's available.
Those of us who've had to study European Union affairs for all too long, because they affect our own country so much, have learnt by bitter experience that deals nearly always happen at the last minute under artificial or genuine deadlines that the EU has often imposed on itself. And all we're trying to do, supporting a government in doing it, is to say to the EU, there is a deadline on this negotiation. If you, OEU, really want a free trade deal with us, as you've said you do in the partnership agreement, hurry now while stocks last. It's not all about us, it's about them as well. They need this free trade agreement, and we need to keep the pressure up. Tell them that there needs to be significant progress by the middle of this year so that it is realistic to finalise the text. And I do think it should be relatively straightforward if there is goodwill on the EU side as well as on our own side, because we have been party to their international negotiations. And if you take the best of the Japanese deal and the best of the Canadian deal, it's already there in text. It should be relatively easy to say, well, we can at least have that, because this is something they've already offered non-members of the European Union completely outside. We should be able to add a bit more to those, because we've already got agreements by being members to things which are in our mutual interest to continue. So I would be very optimistic about the negotiation, but I am quite conscious that if we negotiate in the way that, unfortunately, the previous government did before the change of leadership and general election, we will end up making more concessions to get something which the EU has already promised in the political declaration. And I don't want the fish at risk, I don't want the money at risk. I do want to take full control of the money and the fish and the lawmaking and the taxes from the beginning of next year, as we are promised by this piece of legislation. And Clause 33 is a very important part of trying to deliver that. So I wish the government every success. I'm optimistic on their behalf because of the promises the EU has made. And my message to the EU is do not underestimate the British people. You may have been right to believe that many of their political representatives in the last Parliament were on the EU side and not on the UK side, but the British people are altogether a more serious proposition, and the British people have spoken loud and clear. They've had enough of the delay, enough of the dither, enough of the concessions, enough of the idea that Brexit is a problem. We believe in Brexit. We want the freedoms. We want to choose our own taxes, our own laws, spend our own money. Bring it on. The sooner the better.
Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Prime Minister and indeed some members of his party call on everyone to move on from Brexit, as if he expects those of us who see the disadvantages of leaving the EU to simply put our brain in a box and forget about the impacts on our constituents and our communities. Not to speak up for the colleagues, friends, and in my case, loved ones, who have come here from the EU, made their home here and improved our society. Not to mourn our own loss of EU citizenship. To be silent about the damage to healthcare, manufacturing, the food and drink industry, farming and even fishing. Yes, fishing, that oft-quoted supposed beneficiary of Brexit. The trouble is the Prime Minister thinks there is only one fishing industry and one Scottish fishing industry. He completely ignores inshore fishing, such as in my constituency on the west coast of Scotland. 85% of their catch goes to the EU, but with extra bureaucracy, delays, and maybe the threat of tariffs, they will struggle to compete with Northern Irish fishermen who share the same waters but will land their catch directly into the single market. To save their boats, some have even mooted registering them in Northern Ireland. That would destroy the viability of our fishing harbours, fish markets and onshore processing. Certainly not a sea of opportunity for coastal communities. Despite his hollow demand to let the healing begin, the Prime Minister has produced a worse deal than his predecessor. Like her, he has made no attempt to seek common ground across the Chamber or across the nations of the UK. He has ignored the Scottish Government's compromise of enabling both Northern Ireland and Scotland to stay inside the single market and customs union. That would have respected the fact that both nations voted to remain in the EU. Even the supposed triumph of the Northern Ireland Protocol is just sketched on the back of a fag packet, with almost everything left to the Joint Committee to work out and then enact through sweeping and unlimited delegated powers. The changes made to the October version of the Withdrawal Agreement Bill set the tone for what we can expect from this government in the future. The deletion of Clause 4 in Schedule 4 removes the protection of workers' rights from this legally binding treaty, while Clause 37 abandons the commitment to family reunification of unaccompanied child refugees. Particularly concerning are the government's plans for a ridiculously short transition period of only 11 months, despite the former Prime Minister taking 2.5 years just to get the withdrawal agreement. The Tory manifesto revealed the government's aim of changing the balance between government, Parliament and the courts. And in this bill, we see it begin. There's little input for devolved governments, despite the fact Brexit will have on their devolved policies. The debate here is already being limited to just 3 days in the House of Commons, as opposed to 30 days for Rome or Maastricht. We heard so much about sovereignty as an argument for Brexit, and we see the rather pointless Clause 36 simply restating parliamentary sovereignty. Yet Clauses 5 and 6 give the withdrawal agreement supremacy over all domestic UK law. This bill is not getting Brexit done. It's the beginning of the beginning. The former Prime Minister tried to have her cake and eat it, while painting herself into the corner with her own red lines. But this Prime Minister clearly doesn't care if he only manages the few crumbs of a very basic bare-bones trade deal and the loss of the 50+ EU free trade deals to other countries in the world.
Hear, hear.
Such is the obsession with a short transition. There's certainly no more talk of frictionless trade. The long wish list of aspirations in the political declaration is way beyond a trade deal. It is the future relationship with the EU. It is clear in the political declaration that the more the UK diverges, the less there will be on the table. The problem is the outcome of this will affect the well-being of people in all our constituencies. But in deleting Clause 31 and removing parliamentary oversight of negotiations on the future relationship, MPs are losing the ability to influence the terms of that relationship on behalf of our constituents and our local industries. We're also losing the possibility to scrutinise the government's proposals and hold them to account on their progress. This is a blind Brexit, whereas others have said we are expected to jump off a cliff at the end of this month. The problem is we are meant to just trust that somehow the government will knit a parachute on the way down. Clauses 1 to 4 are to ensure EU and EU-derived law functions during the standstill transition by keeping modified parts of the 1972 European Communities Act in force, along with the sweeping use of delegated powers. No end date is set in any of these clauses, referring only to implementation period completion day. But Clause 33 later forbids any extension to the transition period. This means we still face a no-deal crash-out at the end of this year, thus actually continuing business uncertainty, discouraging investment and keeping the brakes on the UK economy. A government doesn't need to legislate its own actions. So this is clearly just a stunt to keep hard Brexiteers and no-deal disaster capitalists on board. Or do his colleagues maybe not trust the Prime Minister to keep in his die-in-a-ditch commitments yet again? It is a bizarre act of self-harm, as not only is the government planning to take the UK off a cliff without a parachute, they are now actively removing the safety net at the bottom. If the opposition had been pushing new Clause 4, we would have been supporting it.
Hear, hear.
Brexit will harm the health and well-being of ordinary people right across the UK. But while he may have won the election in England, the Prime Minister did not win the election in the devolved nations, not in any of the devolved nations. Indeed, specifically standing on a ticket of denying Scotland a choice on her future, he lost over half of his Scottish MPs. At the ballot box last month, 3/4 of Scottish voters rejected this Prime Minister, rejected his party and rejected his deal. And he certainly has no mandate to inflict his disastrous Brexit on Scotland. We will not support this bill.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you very much, Sir Roger, for calling me to speak in this important debate. It's a real pleasure to be back in Parliament with a new mandate following the general election. And as I spoke in the previous session regarding this withdrawal agreement bill, I'm very happy to add my voice again. I am going to keep my comments brief, I hope, because I wish to add my support for the government's approach. I think it's really important that we have the implementation period, as the Secretary of State has set out. Redditch is a centre of business. We have many SMEs. And while they had mixed views on the referendum itself, I think what most businesses and most citizens and most voters have come to conclude is that it's more damaging to be constantly in a cycle of extensions and delay to Brexit rather than what the government is now doing, which is setting out a clear timeline that we can follow. Once we've got this bill passed, we will have the certainty, and certainly from my experience of running a small business before I came into this Parliament for nearly 30 years, yeah, I do look that old, I know that what businesses want... Thank you, yes, I'll pay you all later. Yeah, what businesses actually need to run their business is certainty, and that's what this bill today will provide. It means that we know where we're going, and when businesses know that, they can do what they do best, Sir Roger, which is actually prepare for the situation that they find themselves in. So it's definitely the right way to go forward. I want to address the comments that have been made by the opposition on the new clauses that seek to introduce delays to the extension period. And I don't support that approach at all. I think that's a rerun of what we had in the Parliament in the previous session, and we all saw how damaging that was, not only for this Parliament but for our reputation out in the country. Voters were looking at us and wondering what we were doing, why we weren't implementing their very clear instructions that they'd given us in that historic referendum of 2016. And again, no matter how they voted, whether they voted to leave or remain, there was a simple principle of democracy at stake. And voters said to us, well, we've given you those instructions. It may not have been as I, as an individual, wanted to see happen, but that was the overwhelming democratic result of the country, and we expect you politicians, you parliamentarians, you're the ones that have to implement it. We didn't do that, and it was a very, very damaging situation, and I think it eroded trust in us as politicians. And certainly as anybody who's been out on the doorsteps, not in our own constituencies, but in any others, we will know that's actually what the public are saying to us. Of course.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. The Labour Party has made a great deal of wanting to hold us to account over the transition period and any possible extensions. Would she note, along with me, our surprise that there's only one Labour backbencher in this debate, bearing in mind the importance they attach to this issue?
Thank you, Sir Roger. Yes, I thank my honourable friend for that point. He makes a very good point. And in fact, we've seen this time and time again for the opposition. They're constantly crying out that we need more time, we haven't had enough time to scrutinise it, and yet when we've got the time, it's a sea of empty benches. And we've seen that so many times. You know, it's not the first time we've seen this. We haven't even got the actual front bench spokesman, the shadow Brexit secretary. There's a lack of interest, and I honestly wonder. It wouldn't matter how much time we gave them, they still would never want us to actually honour the will of the British people. So I'm afraid it's a fig leaf, of course.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I wonder if she'd agree with me that part of the problem with what the opposition propose is not just their lack of attention in coming to the Chamber, but their lack of attention to detail in what they actually propose. So in new clause 4, they've talked about the need to bring authority back to Parliament, but would you agree what new clause 4 actually does is it says that only a 2-year extension can be proposed by the government in this country, that is exactly what it says, and only the European Union can put a shorter extension on the table. It doesn't give Parliament the authority to suggest a shorter extension at all.
I thank my right honourable friend, and I would expect nothing less from his forensic attention to detail, is to highlight that the inconsistency at the heart of the arguments from the opposition. And it does remind me of some of the amendments that we had in the last Parliament when the opposition wanted us to give away our own control about our process of leaving the European Union, that was constantly the approach that they forced on the government, and it led us to the position that actually has ended up very well for us, because we are now in a position to have a strong governing majority. And I think that the response that I've had from my constituents in Redditch since I've been fortunate enough to be returned to this place and since I've been out and about on my travels speaking to them is people are just so happy that we can finally get this process concluded. And I think the reason for that is where I do agree actually with the opposition, is that we do all need to reach out now across the benches. We do need to put the division behind us. I don't want to stand in this place and come across in a way that is taken to be I'm struggling to find the right word, but what I want to say is I want to find common ground, because I think there is common ground now between the government and the opposition, in that we do want to come together. There is recognition that there is different positions taken by voters, but we actually do need to come together in the interest not only of Parliament, but of the country and of all our constituents.
And I'm very respectful of the Honourable Lady for Redditch and her position and the position of others in this House. But when she refers to coming together, does the Honourable Lady understand that we in the Unionist side of this House do feel greatly threatened, greatly disadvantaged by this agreement that goes forward? And what has been done to alleviate the concerns that we as Unionists have in this House with an agreement that basically puts us outside of the rest of the United Kingdom and puts us under the control of the EU? How can that be right? Does the Honourable Lady respect and understand?
Order. I think this is the moment when the Chair has to intervene just a little. I've given a lot of slack in the course of the afternoon. The Honourable Gentleman is fully aware that a greater part of tomorrow will be devoted to matters relating to Northern Ireland. And I don't wish to stray too far further into matters that will be debated tomorrow. We have a maximum of 4 hours, sorry, a minimum of 4 hours, to debate a lot of clauses later this evening. If the Honourable Lady is able to win some time for the House, and if other Honourable Members are able to do so, we might manage to spend more time debating issues that I suspect a lot of people wish to discuss. Rachel McLean.
Sir Roger, thank you for your guidance. I will adhere to it. I will conclude my remarks at this moment in time and say I thoroughly support the government. I support Clause 33. We have to have that in the bill. This is an excellent bill, and I look forward to it passing tonight.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you very much, Sir Roger. And being mindful of your strictures with regard to time, if it assists the House, I can indicate that in the way that the Honourable Gentleman from Sheffield Central said at the opening of his remarks that he was not intending to press new clause 4. It's not my intention to press new clause 36, which stands in my name and the name of my right honourable and honourable friends. But I do wish to speak to them. Before I do so, though, I think I would like to pick up on the points that were made by the honourable and learned lady from Edinburgh South West to the Secretary of State with regard to the powers given to the United Kingdom Government and to the Scottish Government and other devolved administrations. I have to say to the Secretary of State that I found his explanation of that to be a little less than clear and somewhat less than convincing. If he has regard to Article 11b within Clause 4, that is the powers of the Scottish Parliament, he will see that it says that the devolved parliaments or devolved administrations have no power to legislate outside their devolved competences. Well, it is of course the case that it is in the nature of devolution that the administrations have no power. So I would suggest to the Secretary of State that the inclusion of that provision is at very least somewhat otiose, and he would have to come up with a better explanation than he did to the Honourable and Learned Lady from Edinburgh South West as to why it is necessary to have or not to have a similar provision with regard to the powers of this House. Now, to come back also to the remarks of the Secretary of State in opening this debate with regard to the commitment within the Conservative Party manifesto, in respect of which they now have a handsome majority in this House. The Secretary of State was quite right to put that before the House, and it's perfectly legitimate that the government should do so. He did, however, take it, I would suggest, one step further than is actually sensible or necessary, in suggesting that clause 33 of the bill is necessary in order for the government to meet its manifesto obligations. Whether or not a government meets its manifesto obligations is essentially a matter of politics and not something that is a matter of law. And for the Secretary of State to suggest that it's necessary to have a clause of this sort in order to meet its manifesto is something of an overstatement. It would be possible for the government, if it is possible, to meet the obligation that it has under its manifesto without recourse to this clause in clause 33. As others have pointed out, I think it is perfectly legitimate that those of us on this side of the House, and I suspect a number of the better informed members on the other side of the House as well, are entitled to point out that the previous implementation agreement under the agreement reached by the former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Lady from Maidenhead, was one that allowed an implementation period of 21 months. We thought at that point that that was going to be exceptionally ambitious, but now, in fact, we find that it can all be done in 11 months. I am over 18 and a half years a member of this House, and you learn a thing or two in the course of that time, Sir Roger, and you know because you've been here even longer than I have. One of the things you learn, I think, is to take with a measure of some scepticism assurances of that sort when you hear them from the Treasury bench, whichever party is in government. And that is why I think it's perfectly legitimate. We've heard the assurances that have been given by the Treasury bench tonight, and it may be that they are right, in which case we will have an agreement concluded by the end of this year. But if they're not, these assurances will still stand on the record, and the Minister and his colleagues will have to be accountable for them. Because, in fact, what you have now is a choice, I suspect, between close alignment, because that will be all that will be possible in the 11-year negotiation period, and no deal. And it will be interesting to see whether the unity that was presented behind the Secretary of State and his own benches today is maintained after that point. The Secretary of State and his colleagues have been quite candid in saying that no deal is very much still on the table at the end of this year in the event that they do not have a deal concluded. I think it is worth remembering exactly what the extent of the implications would be. We've focused almost exclusively this evening in relation to the execution of a trade deal. As the honourable member from the Rhondda reminded us, in fact, intelligence and security cooperation is also something that is at risk, and that we know that the consequences of failing to get that right would be something that would go well beyond the monetary and commercial considerations. And I have to say that I am also more concerned about the third issue that comes into play in the event that we have a no-deal Brexit, and that is the position of Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom. The union that is the United Kingdom can be broken up by any one of the 4 constituent parts of it. And if we end up with a no-deal Brexit, then we force Northern Ireland into a situation that is legally and in regulatory terms different from that which pertains to the rest of the United Kingdom, and that is a wedge which, once it is inserted, you will never see removed. So, Sir George, I would say to the House, it's not my intention to press new clause 36 to a division. We have heard the bold and ambitious assertions from the Treasury bench. Time will tell whether they are right, but if they are wrong, the Secretary of State's words are on the record, and believe me, they will come back to haunt him.
Kevin Hollinrake.
Thank you, Sir George, and I'll keep my remarks mercifully brief and restrict them to new clause 4, because I do think this is a very detrimental clause to this, detrimental amendment to this bill, because it completely undermines the negotiations that the government will have to undertake. The reality, I quite understand the concerns about having a no-deal situation at the end of 2020. I'm very concerned about that too. But we must follow the golden rules in a negotiation. I've negotiated many things in my life, clearly not something as large as leaving the European Union, but who has? But in terms of direct impact on my life, some things that would have a much bigger direct impact on my life, certainly in terms of business negotiations, some of those things life-changing, some of those things, particularly negotiations with our banks, pretty much life-threatening. The golden rule in any negotiation, you've got to walk into those negotiations with confidence. Yeah. That's absolutely have to undertake these negotiations. So, and of course, as the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite alludes to, there are some downsides to these negotiations, of course. It's even more important, therefore, to walk into the negotiations with that confidence. We must believe we can do this deal. Happy to look your way.
The provision for an extension to be concluded by the 1st of July was one that was included in the withdrawal agreement that the Prime Minister negotiated. Did he do that because he lacked confidence?
Situation. I mean, I think we've all seen, I'm still involved in my business, and it's grown a lot over the last 26, 7 years, and I have concerns about the impact on my business about the wrong kind of exit from the European Union. I still think it's absolutely right to set this deadline of doing this deal by the end of 2020. It is true, within our general election, with our manifesto, with all the statements in the general election, we said we'd do this deal by the end of 2020. We'd be out completely by the end of 2020. And I think it would be wrong and a breach of trust that the people had in that general election for us now to say that there could be this further extension. Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to my old friend for giving way. He's absolutely right on the confidence point, and he's alluded to this, but will he agree that it's not just confidence, but it's a firm deadline that's required as well? If there's a flex extension or a risk of a further extension, a further perspective, we saw that in the last 2 parliaments. That was the fundamental error that's been made by previous administrations that will not be made by this one.
He's absolutely right. It's the imperative, the date is the imperative that makes sure all sides are going to be looking towards that date to finalise the negotiations. And there are incentives and imperatives on both sides of this negotiating table. So if the right spirit of negotiation between those 2 parties, if we undertake the negotiations in that frame of mind, in that spirit, we will absolutely be able to do this deal. But if you provide the extension, the opportunity for extension, you hand over the advantage in the negotiation to the other side. That is an absolute reality. We cannot do that, nor do we need to do that. There are a number of reasons to think why, if I just make a little bit of progress, there are a number of reasons to think, well, we can do this deal within the timescale. We do start from a position of total alignment. That's bound to help. It is different from a normal free trade agreement in terms of the negotiations. Clearly, there has to be some negotiations around what happens around divergence, of course. But we start from that position of absolute alignment, which, in my mind, makes these negotiations totally possible within the next 12 months. Happy to give way.
thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, but no one has ever negotiated a trade deal in just 11 months. So is it not likely that we just end up with something incredibly primitive and casting up that people voted for it in the election? What they voted for was the government party saying, we will achieve that by the end of the year. They didn't vote for, well, never mind, we'll crash out with no deal if we fail.
It's a very good point, and I don't want to do that either. But the evidence is, if you read Michel Barnier's comments I quoted earlier, this is in the Financial Times at the end of November 26, 2019, he said not only it would be far too short, but Brussels would strive to have a deal in place. Clearly, he thinks he's capable of doing that. He talks about how he'd sequence negotiations. Something would have to be to kick the can down the road a little bit and put some other contingencies in place to deal with those. Clearly, he thinks it is possible we do that deal. Very briefly, and I'll move on.
Obviously, in the political declaration, it has a huge wish list of aspirations. Are they going to be negotiated at a later point, or does he really think that including EMA and the Chemical Agency and all the various things that are in that wish list will be achieved by the end of the year?
It says here, there may be a staging process. We don't know how those negotiations are going to roll out yet, but it may be a staging process. But he says here that Brussels could take contingency measures to deal with those kind of issues because he doesn't want economic disruption. There's an appetite on both sides. And the biggest appetite, I've got to say, is that the European Union, what I think is done far better than the UK Parliament, is negotiated as a bloc, together. There's not ever been any difficulty from their side in terms of people wanting different things, where clearly the UK Parliament has not behaved like that. But as a result, of course, the biggest vulnerability within the European Union of a poor trade deal or no trade deal is on the Republic of Ireland. The Republic of Ireland is growing around 5% GDP growth at the moment. Most commentators, financial commentators, say that if there was a no-deal Brexit, the Republic of Ireland would go into recession. The European Union would not want that. They would not leave the Republic of Ireland behind. The UK has imperatives in terms of striking a deal. So has the European Union. To my mind, that means we can do a deal in the next 12 months. And I would just urge the opposition to have more confidence in their position. And just the remarks of the Frenchman spokesman on this, it does, for me, betray a lack of confidence, a lack of appetite for this, and a lack of enthusiasm for this whole thing. We can't deal with Brexit like this, and I voted to remain. We can't deal with Brexit like that. We must walk forward with confidence, be that in terms of our new relationship with the European Union, and in terms, crucially at this point in time, in terms of our negotiations on that trade deal.
Graham Stringer.
Sir George, it's a pleasure to see you in the chair. It has been mentioned that I'm the only Labour backbencher in the chamber at the moment. Well, it's a double privilege, actually. One, I think I'm the only Labour leaver left in the House of Commons from the last Parliament. But secondly, there are the hustings for the start of the election of the leadership going on upstairs. And that's important, and I think it is one of my party's problems that when many of our supporters voted and are enthusiastic about leaving the European Union, that they are so poorly represented in the Labour Party itself. There is an element in this debate of tilting at windmills. I don't believe the catastrophe theories that we hear about the next 11 months or so. The public want us to get out. It's in the mutual interest of the European Union and its member states and the United Kingdom to get as good a deal as it is possible to get. So I don't believe those catastrophic predictions. And in actual fact, although I voted against the previous Prime Minister's deal 3 times, and I voted against the current Prime Minister's deal when it came before the House in November, I think it was, I was aware that I was voting for it because there's not simple majorities, and I believed that there was a better deal than both those deals that were put before the House. I was always aware when going through the lobby, that some of the people were voting against it because they wanted a better deal that we believe better represented the decision in the 2016 referendum. There were some people who were voting to delay the issue because they wanted actually either by measures in this chamber or by a second referendum to overturn the 2016 decision itself. And I think that is one of the reasons why, while I'm pleased that we will now leave the European Union on the 31st of January, some of the tactical mistakes made by my colleagues mean that I am less pleased that we're in a minority against the Conservative government and look like being in a minority for some time. Because if I take issue with my honourable friend on the front bench about both the philosophy of what he was saying and the detail of what he was saying, firstly, the debate about whether we should remain in the European Union or we should leave the European Union was never simply about the economy. A lot of the debate, and it's certainly one of the things that motivated me since the 1975 referendum when I voted to leave, is the democratic argument. I actually believe that both for the economy and for our society, it is better that if the people in this country elect people who make our laws rather than let people in other countries, unelected and appointed people, make our laws. And I think that is a fundamental principle of democracy, and if you don't have that principle, you simply don't have a democracy. Incidentally, I also think making regulations and laws for our own industries that apply to them is likely to make us economically more efficient and proficient. Because the other side of my honourable friend's argument is that the Conservatives want to race to the bottom. Well, they may not do. But the reason I'm in the Labour Party and not the Conservative Party is I have a different philosophy on many issues to the Conservative Party, and they have a different philosophy from me. But I think it is better in a democracy if we argue those issues out, whether we, in general elections like we've just had, and if the Conservatives, as they tend to, want a more free market approach, they should argue that, and if we want a more interventionist approach, then we should argue that, and we should win those arguments or lose them, and that's up to the electorate. But the situation we're left with is whether we can support our own industry does not depend on whether the Conservatives win an election or we win an election. It depends on rules set down for state intervention and support. Of course so.
Well, to the Honourable Gentleman giving way. He's making a compelling argument, as he always does. And I congratulate him not only on his insight, but also on his consistency. This is, in the end, a matter of who exercises power and from where in exactly the way he describes. And for too long, too many people on both sides of this House have seen this argument through an economic prism. It's actually about who decides upon our destiny, and that should be the British people through people they choose here to speak for them.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I don't think he will necessarily take this as a compliment, but Tony Benn could have made those points, because that has been the argument running through both the Conservative Party members who supported leaving the EU and those in the Labour Party who have done since we joined in 1972. Not only is it better that those decisions are taken here, it is often assumed that the EU is good for the economy, is good for the protection of trade union rights, is good for the protection of environmental rights. Again, there's quite a lot of evidence runs counter. I'm not an expert on fishing, but the discard rule in fishing has been an environmental disaster in the North Sea. I understand quite a bit about trade union protection and legislation, and I never get a satisfactory answer from my side on what they think of the Lavelle and Viking decisions of the European Court of Justice. Not only do they undermine the minimum wage and the nature and definition of a trade dispute, they're effectively unchangeable. So those laws that have been passed by the European Court of Justice, we can't in this country change them. That is what is fundamentally wrong with being a member of the European Union. And I have no doubt there will be some changes when we leave the EU. People will be able to make the claim that there has been an economic negative change there or one positive there. That happens all the time. Where has our paper industry gone? Has that been helped by the EU and its regulations? What about our agrochemical industry? Essentially destroyed by European legislations. And I don't hear people in this chamber coming and arguing against the EU. It is accepted, I don't know why, that the EU is always going to be good for these things. If New Clause 4 was going to be put to the vote today, I would not be joining my colleagues in support of it. I agree with what the front bench have said, that we should use the opportunity of debate on this bill to improve things. But it is not improving things going over the debates that we've had since 2016 in this chamber. And I have no idea, because I've not counted up the time, but my guess is we've spent as much time in this chamber discussing the 2016 referendum, when we promised and gave our commitment so that people would have the choice. My guess is we've spent as long in the chamber discussing that as we did on the Lisbon and Maastricht treaties put together. So I hope, I understand the front bench is not putting New Clause 4 to the vote, but I hope they can be more constructive as we go through this debate in the future.
Sammy Wilson.
George, first of all, can I say that we will be supporting the Clause 33 in the bill, though at a later stage tomorrow we will be putting amendments to the bill, because while we do accept that it is essential that we get out of the EU as quickly as possible, we believe that the terms of the withdrawal agreement are detrimental to Northern Ireland. I would say, however, any amendments which my party will be putting forward are to assist the process of leaving the EU and ensuring that the whole of the United Kingdom leaves the EU. That is different from the amendments we are discussing tonight. Because the amendments we're discussing tonight, whether it's New Clause 4 or New Clause 36, are designed to try and extend the period in which we stay in the EU, and also make it much more difficult to have a clean break. Because, I mean, I don't know if we have learnt nothing from the tactics which the EU have used over the last number of years. The longer the time period, the more they can hold back, the more demands they can make. And we have seen this time and time again, when this Parliament, in the last Parliament, made it quite clear that it would not give the government the support to move forward with a deal. The EU dug its heels in deeper, didn't try to be accommodating. And I think that the importance of Clause 33 is that it draws a line, it sends a signal, it makes it quite clear, here is the deadline, now get on with the negotiations. And I think that no clearer message could be sent to those who are negotiating the EU's behalf. And indeed it's significant that those who told us that a trade deal could take years to negotiate, suddenly the language is changing because the arithmetic in this House has changed and the will of the government is different. And they're now telling us, well, it might not be as difficult as it was for Canada and it was for Japan, because after all we're starting from the same place in the first place, and we've got a lot of the same regulations, and there's a whole lot of other reasons why this could be easier done than it was, we were told before. So I think that there's a change of attitude within the EU. I think that secondly, I will, yes, I'll give way.
Forgive me, and I suspect he's referring to the comments of the EU Trade Commissioner, but he said those in the context of if the British government decided to keep close alignment. Difficulties occur when we disalign.
Well, you know, of course, that would be the opening negotiating position. He's not going to throw it and say, yes, and by the way, you don't have to have close alignment. There'll still be one, and there'll still be this desire on the EU's part to keep us as close as possible. But one of the ways of ensuring that we get a deal, and we get the kind of a deal that we want, is to make it quite clear we're not going to have protracted negotiations. We're not going to allow you to use all the tactics you've used before. That you have to come to a conclusion. If you want access to our market, and you need access to the UK market because you sell more to us than we sell to you, if you want to have the kind of trading relationship in the future and the cooperation which the government has offered time and time again, then you've got to come quickly, and you've got to come quickly to a deal. I hope that I'll give way, yes.
Has he noticed how, in the 3.5 years of these endless debates, the Labour and Liberal opposition have always tabled proposals that strengthen the EU and undermine the UK, and only ever put the EU case, never put the UK case?
And of course, that was the whole point of extending the implementation period, to allow that tactic to be used even in this Parliament with different arithmetic. And it's one of the reasons why I think that the government is right to draw the line and say, we've got a year to do this. Now let's get on with it and let's get the deal. I just hope that during that period, the government will also be cognizant of the fact that the protocol in Northern Ireland is damaging to the Union, and will seek in those negotiations to have that protocol weakened, and the differences between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK changed, so that we leave the EU along with the rest of the United Kingdom, and on the same terms.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. He talked about the huge trade deficit that we have with the European Union, and obviously how much more in their interest vital it is to have a free trade agreement. My understanding is that the current trade deficit that we have is over £92 billion a year. Is he cognizant of that figure?
And it's one of the reasons why it shouldn't be too difficult to do a trade deal. After all, in whose interest is it? It's in the interest of workers in Germany, France, Italy, Spain, and all over Europe to have access to the UK market. We're a lucrative market for them. And therefore, it should, all this talk about it'll be difficult to do a deal. Well, why would EU negotiators, now that they know that there's a different will in this House, why would they want to turn their back on the UK market? Why would they not want to have the ability to sell goods to us and to sell them on good terms? And that means that they'll not want to put the barriers up that people have said they're likely to do. So tactically, it's the right thing. Politically, it's the right thing, and the Minister has said that it is necessary to deliver on the commitment which his party made to the electorate during the election. Let's go back further than that. It's necessary to deliver on the referendum result of 2016, when we promised people we would leave. And I think that we've had a long enough delay, and people are enough frustrated. So politically, it's the right thing, and I think that from the point of view of industry and economically, it's the right thing as well. Because one of the things we have heard time and time again is that investment decisions are being delayed because of uncertainty. That people need to know what the future is likely to be, that we can have a bounce in the economy once businesses know what the future is likely to be. Well, let's not push it further down the road. Let's make sure that people have certainty as quickly as possible.
Giving way. Do we agree with me that the mantra throughout the general election was just get on with it by the British people? And indeed, the outcome of the election was a mandate to this House to get on with the exiting of the European Union. And this amendment flies in the face of the outcome of the general election we just had.
I was hesitating to intervene on the honourable gentleman because I thought he was reaching his peroration. But can I just remind him he should keep his remarks as close as possible to the actual clauses we're debating.
And so let me come to my conclusion, because there is just one word of caution, Sir George, with clause 33. Because while clause 33 can put pressure on the EU, Equally, a deadline of December next year can put pressure on the government. And as we in Northern Ireland have learned, the pressure which was on the government for the deadline of the 31st of October led to concessions being made which were not good for at least our part of the United Kingdom. And I think that, and this is where really government will and determination is important, because equally the deadline which the government has imposed upon itself could be used by EU negotiators to demand, if you want to deal by that stage, then here are the things we want from you. We want you to make concessions on fishing. You want to make concessions on level playing fields. You want to make concessions on payments and a whole range of other things. And that's the only word of caution that I would make on this. Deadlines put pressure on both sides, and it will be a test of the will of the government when it comes to December of next year, whether or not it is prepared to stand firm in the face of its own deadline and not be pushed around.
With the leave of the House, the question is Clause 1, stand part of the bill. With the leave of the House, the committee, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that, with the leave of the committee, I'll put the remaining clauses to be disposed of this time together. So the question is that clauses 2 to 6 stand part of the bill. Many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to we begin the second group with Amendment 5 to Clause 7, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses, schedules, amendments and new clauses listed on the selection paper. So to move Amendment 5, I call Stuart MacDonald.
Thank you very much, and can I say it's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship, Sir George, and I beg to move Amendment 5, together with the other amendments and new clauses in my name and the name of my honourable friends. But for us, Sir George, this part of the bill is relentlessly dire. For decades, British citizens and citizens across Europe have enjoyed the extraordinary benefits of free movement to live, work and study across a continent. This part of the bill implements Part 2 of the Withdrawal Agreement, the part that brings all those benefits of free movement to a crashing halt. Future generations across Europe will miss out, but none more so than UK.
If those who are standing at the back of the chamber would take the advice that it is discourteous to chunter while the honourable gentleman is moving Amendment 5. Stuart MacDonald.
Honourable colleagues are waiting for a vote in the previous group, but it may well be useful to tell them that there isn't a vote happening. But if they are interested in free movements rights, they are welcome to stay. As I was saying, Sir Roger, what's happening here is that free movement rights have been brought to a crashing halt by Part 2 of the Withdrawal Agreement, and that's what this part of the bill seeks to implement. And it's not just, as I say, UK citizens who are no longer going to be able to benefit from free movement themselves, but those here at home who will have less opportunity to meet, to work alongside, to form families with European colleagues, or to benefit from the skills and expertise they bring as workers in our public services or the wider economy. And in Scotland, we face the very real prospect of a stagnating or a declining population. So any legislation implementing that agreement would be horrible, but this legislation is even worse than it needs to be, because where the withdrawal agreement gives the government a choice, it has made the wrong choice. Instead of making life just a little bit easier for EU nationals going through a torrid time, the government makes it more miserable. And in doing so, it has broken explicit promises made by the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster during the Brexit referendum. So our amendments first seek to remedy the awful choices that the government has made. namely the choices to demand that citizens apply to stay, the choice that they've made to fail to provide a physical document as proof of status, and the choice that the government has made about how the new independent monitoring authority should be constituted. And then our new Clause 18 seeks to make life a little better for EU nationals by ensuring that those who are entitled to British citizenship can access that entitlement regardless of their ability to pay exorbitant Home Office fees. So I turn first to Amendments 5 and 6. Article 18 of the Withdrawal Agreement gave the government a choice. It could either do what the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary promised, and that was to declare in law the rights of EU citizens automatically, a so-called declaratory system or a registration system. Alternatively, it could make EU citizens apply to stay in their own UK homes, changing the rules after they'd put down roots here and pulling the rug from under their feet. There is no reasonable explanation as to why the government chose the latter. Now, the difference on the one hand between a declaratory or a registration system on the one hand and another, an apply to stay scheme, might not sound like much at first to those who are new to the issue. But the implications are indeed absolutely momentous in terms of the potential disaster that individuals will face and in terms of the number of people who will face such disaster. Now, by way of a hypothetical example, let's imagine a retired French lady or a young Polish guy. The French lady has been here since the 1970s and had a permanent residence document under the old EU rules. Understandably, she thought she didn't need to apply, but it turns out, of course, that she did. The Polish guy was born here, believed, because of that he was British, and so he didn't apply. But it turns out that because his Polish mum and his UK father weren't married at the time of his birth, he wasn't British after all. He should have applied as well. Under the government's proposals, that French lady and the young Polish lad will be subject to the full force of the hostile environment. At some point, out of the blue, they'll lose their job or access to the NHS or the tenancy of their home. It will be just like the Windrush fiasco. But for them, even worse, because they'll have no way to rectify their terrible situation and they'll be subject to removal. And imagine what that means for those individuals. In terms of scale, we need to recall that few schemes such as the one that the Home Office is attempting ever get close to a 90% reach, never mind 100% reach. And even if the Home Office does amazingly well and gets to a 90% reach of EU nationals, that means there will be hundreds of thousands of people in situations like that. And there are a million reasons why we will not get close to 90%.
My honourable friend give
I'll happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, but is it not concerning that actually when you look at the monthly figures, over 40% of EU nationals are only being given settled status, and I'm sure MPs right across the House will have had, particularly women with caring responsibilities who've been here for decades, who are not being given it. And a concern I have is, what about very elderly people who are not even considering that this might apply to them?
Hear, hear. Honourable friend is absolutely right, and that was an example I was just about to give of the sort of person that's going to be caught out by this. But there are many, many more. It's not just those who didn't think they needed to apply because of the complexities or their immigration or their nationality situation, but also those with, for example, low digital literacy or poor language skills. As my honourable friend said, those who accepted pre-settled status and overlooked the subsequent deadline for applying for settled status, children, vulnerable adults, the list goes on. So this is absolutely not the way, as the government has said previously, to avoid a new Windrush disaster. This is the way to create a disaster on an even greater scale. And it's not just me saying this, but it's the 3 Million Campaign Group, legal experts, think tanks, and the cross-party conclusion of the Home Affairs Committee. So we call on the government to think again, provide the status automatically, and keep the settlement scheme open so that people can access a physical document that they need as and when they realise they need it. And that's what Amendments 5 and 6 seek to do, as well as the official opposition's new Clause 5, which, because it does everything in one go, is the one that we would support going to a vote. Sir George, the second bad choice that the government has made was in relation to documentation. The Withdrawal Agreement allows for provision of a physical document as evidence of status. Alternatively, that proof could be in digital form. The government has gone for a purely digital form of proof, and that's completely contrary to what the overwhelming majority of EU nationals would prefer. I mean, how many in here would be happy to rely exclusively on a piece of government digital code and an online system as the sole means of evidencing your right to live, to work or study here or anywhere else? If it was digital with the opportunity to request a document, fine, but for it to be digital only is completely unacceptable. Again, what if the retired French lady is digitally challenged, as the expression goes? How difficult will it be for her to prove her rights? What about the young Polish guy seeking to persuade a landlord that he is eligible to rent a house in England? We know how difficult and how serious a chance there is that the landlord is going to rent that flat to a person with a passport way before they're going to go through the process of checking the Polish lad's immigration status. The right to rent scheme is already in limbo because judges have found episodes like this already occur with other less complicated forms of proof. And what if the digital system crashes altogether at a crucial moment? It's happened already. Again, the Home Office is making decisions against the interests of EU citizens. So that is why Amendment 5 calls for a physical document to be provided. Let me acknowledge one good decision that the Government has made, and I like to be fair, and that was to open the settled status scheme to a broader category of citizens than strictly required by the Withdrawal Agreement. Amendment 6 seeks to cement that into primary legislation rather than leaving it to the whims of an immigration minister to do away with at the drop of a hat by changing immigration rules. Again, the official opposition's new Clause 5 does the same. But a third disappointing choice that the Government has made regards the make-up of the Independent Monitoring Authority. That's the body tasked with ensuring citizens' rights under the agreement are properly protected. The Withdrawal Agreement gives broad discretion as to how that board should be made up. Now, given the torrid time EU citizens are enduring, the last thing they want to see are provisions that mean that the person appointing the members of the IMA is a person who's ignored all the other concerns and broken the key commitment that she made to them during the referendum, and that is, of course, the Home Secretary. Yes, there are other provisions that are designed to create a degree of independence for the IMA, but in advance of the creation of the IMA, it is the Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration that has been monitoring the settled status scheme and has prepared reports and recommendations about it. So I'd say that makes him a strong candidate for knowing what skills are required and are needed for the Independent Monitoring Authority. But there are other alternative independent people who would do that task and give EU citizens much more faith in the process. Additionally, in Amendment 52, we seek to strengthen the role of devolved administrations in the process of appointing those IMA members being selected because of their knowledge of conditions in devolved areas. Turning to the issue of appeals, it is again positive that the bill makes provision for a right of appeal against settled status decisions, but not that it does so only by way of regulations or immigration rules. There should be a statutory right of appeal in this primary legislation. There are significant rights. These are significant rights not to be toyed with on the whim of a minister. So again, we support parties who have tabled amendments to put the appeal right in the bill directly. And in Amendment 7, we challenge the Government on why it is giving ministers the right to make provisions about judicial reviews of certain citizens' rights immigration decisions. This, to me, seems unprecedented, Sir George, and if the Minister can provide another example of where such a power has been granted, I would be very grateful to hear about it. There is a huge concern about what this Government wants to do with judicial oversight of decisions that it makes, and I hope that this is not an early example of Government attempts to curtail judicial oversight of very significant and sensitive immigration powers. Finally, Sir George, I turn to the issues of registration of British citizenship. Another scandal that has developed on the watch of successive Conservative Home Secretaries, negligently conflating naturalisation with registration. After the British Nationality Act 1981 came into force, many children and young people who would automatically have been British through birth here instead were given a statutory right to register as British if they met certain criteria, such as living in the country for a certain period or their parents becoming settled or British. These criteria reflect the fact that for these children and young people, the UK is their true home. De facto, they are British, and therefore they should legally be entitled to have British citizenship. As a Conservative Minister of State put it when introducing the relevant provisions in 1981, he said, "It is extremely important that those who grow up in this country should have as strong a sense of security as possible." This is not the same as naturalisation, where the law gives the Secretary of State discretion in relation to people who have chosen to make the UK their home. Yet the Home Secretary charges children to register as if the two things were equivalent. Even though the administrative cost to the Home Office of registration is around £370, the Home Office has been charging over £1,000 for several years, something which the now Chancellor acknowledged was a huge sum of money when he was asked about it at the Home Affairs Select Committee. Now imagine, if you would, Sir George, anyone in this chamber been asked by an official for £1,000 before their child could be confirmed as British and could exercise their rights as British citizens. It would be deemed outrageous and totally unacceptable to every single person in this chamber. And it is similarly outrageous that the Home Office is inflicting that fate on other children who are just as entitled to their British citizenship.
He's making an excellent point. I'm glad to see him raising this issue. And quite often I get families at my surgeries who can't afford to have their children registered. They might register themselves because they need to work or they need to travel, but they can't afford to pay for their children. And with the decision of the courts on this issue, has he any view on whether or not that people ought to be issued with refunds for the children they've already paid for that the courts have ruled unlawful?
I would fully support that decision, and I'll come to the issue of the court case in a moment. Indeed, one other example that I found in certain surgery cases is parents have to choose which child it is that's going to become the British citizen because they cannot afford to pay to two, so they pay for 2 or 3. So they have to pick which child to benefit from citizenship. It's a really, really appalling and cruel game. So it is welcome, as my friend has pointed out, that the fees have been found unlawful in the High Court because they do not properly take into account the best interests of children. And I pay tribute to the Project for Registration of Children as British Citizens, Amnesty International and others for their work on that case. Now, instead of appealing against that decision, the Home Office should listen to the reasoned arguments and stop this absolute scandal. And among the victims of this scandal are many EU and EEA nationals. For example, a young Belgian girl born in the UK to Belgian parents just after they moved here and before they were settled. She becomes entitled to British citizenship automatically after 10 years, or if the parents become UK citizens or settled themselves. But she or her family quite simply may not be able to afford the £1,000 fee. So she, along with many, many others, will be forced to register under the settlement scheme when they have a far stronger right to citizenship. As a project for registration of children as British citizens, and Amnesty pointed out in a letter to the Minister's predecessor, children and young people in the care system are especially at risk. There are many things, Sir George, that need to be done to allow children and young people to access their rights to British citizenship. But one key part of it is ensuring that all who have that right through registration can afford it. And that is why new Clause 18 sets out to limit the fee that can be charged to the administrative cost of that and to provide for fee exemptions and waivers in appropriate circumstances. I don't want this to be limited to EU citizens. It has to because of the scope of the bill, but there's a far bigger job of work to be done in ensuring that this is done right across the board. And as my honourable friend points out, we should be looking to reimburse those who have had to break the bank or take loans or do whatever else simply so that their children can become the British citizens or register their right to British citizenship that they're entitled to under statutes passed in this place. It seems a simple matter of justice to me. I can't understand how any government or MP would want to continue to price de facto British citizens out of the legal British citizenship that they are entitled to, and that is why new Clause 18 should be put to a vote this evening, Sir George. Finally, in conclusion, many EU citizens are having an incredibly difficult time of it, and that is to put it mildly. They have been hurt again by the lazy rhetoric coming from the party opposite during the election about the cost of benefit payments to EU migrants and about the Prime Minister's remarks on EU citizens daring to treat the UK like their own country. Instead of occasional platitudes in this chamber, we need consistent and vocal support for EU nationals, and more than that, we need action, not words, and these amendments and new clauses are exactly the action that is needed to improve their lives.
The question is that Amendment 5 be made. Brandon Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's now been over 3 years since the referendum, and we're here today because the Conservative Party can finally break the deadlock and ensure that there is no more delay. This bill means that the UK will leave the EU on the 31st of January, delivering on our pledge to get Brexit done. Our Prime Minister, standing right here, laid out a powerful vision for a rejuvenated, forward-looking, optimistic United Kingdom. This bill will allow us to unite the whole country and take advantage of those opportunities that lay ahead for us. And throughout the negotiations, our first priority has been to safeguard the rights of EU citizens, those who have built their lives here and contributed to the UK. The clauses laid out in the citizens' rights part of the bill are essential to implement the withdrawal agreement so that EU citizens' rights to live, work, study and access benefits in the UK are protected. We have delivered on this commitment, and this bill provides certainty to EU citizens and their family members who are covered by our implementation of the withdrawal agreement. The citizens' rights clauses 7 to 17 of this bill include the provisions to implement technical aspects of the withdrawal agreement. This will provide for a grace period for EU settlement scheme applications, frontier workers, restrictions of rights of entry and residence, appeals, recognition of professional qualifications, social security coordination and equal treatment. The bill also implements the EEA-EFTA separation agreement and Swiss Citizens' Rights Agreement, providing EEA, EFTA and Swiss nationals with certainty. And unless I make further distinction, just for colleagues' reference, I will refer to this entire group as EU citizens going forward. Once we leave the EU, and after the implementation period, we will end free movement. And turning to the specific clauses, Clause 7 does allow ministers to set a deadline for applications to the scheme, and it enables the government to preserve the rights of EU citizens during that grace period. It also means that we can maintain the same protections for those with a pending application or appeal at the end of the grace period. Mr Chairman, I would urge and ask honourable members to withdraw new clauses 5, 18 and 33, as well as amendments 5, 6 and 27 to this clause, which put the success of the EU settlement scheme in jeopardy. If we remove the need to apply for status, or to put in place a declaratory system, provide for physical documents, lock the eligibility criteria and remove the deadline, it could actually undermine our ability to give EU citizens the certainty that we have promised and are determined to deliver. And I will be very clear with members as well. The EU settlement scheme itself is already up and running. It's designed to be quick and easy for applicants, and it's working. Just for members' information, the latest figures show that over 2.8 million applications have now been received, and nearly 2.5 million people have been granted status. The scheme is a success. Sorry, I'll have to give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. As you will know, I questioned the Prime Minister on this on the 25th of July. I reminded him that during the referendum, the Prime Minister personally promised that no EU citizen living in the UK would be treated any less favourably as a result of leaving the European Union. On 25th of July, I asked the Prime Minister if he would now guarantee the right to healthcare, to pension rights, the right to leave and return, the right to bring over family, the right to vote and all the other rights currently enjoyed by EU citizens. The Prime Minister at the dispatch box told me and told this House that the government were giving those guarantees unilaterally. Could the Minister now tell me where in this bill the right to pensions, the right to healthcare, the right to bring family members over at some time in the future, which clauses of this bill make good on those promises from the Prime Minister? Because if they're not in this bill, then the Prime Minister has stood at that dispatch box and made promises that the government has no intention of keeping.
I just think it's worth drawing people's attention to the fact that interventions should be brief and to the point. I'm not necessarily saying the honourable gentleman's wasn't, but for further reference, I think that advice should be taken. Minister.
Chairman, and look, I would say to the honourable gentleman, as my honourable friends and right honourable friends will outline as well, we are, in working with our colleagues around Europe, we have had, I have to say, all our colleagues around Europe and our friends around Europe are very, very happy with the scheme. In fact, our scheme is far more generous, as I'll come to in a few moments, than many of the countries around Europe offer to UK citizens. I hope that will change. But this programme, and I'll come to some specifics in further clauses, sticking to clauses that are before us today, is something that does deliver. And it's delivering a scheme that, as I say, with over 2.8 million applications already and some nearly 2.5 million already being granted, is a success in a moment. And the EU citizens in the UK also have until the end of June 2021 to apply. Happy to give way.
Can you tell me how many individuals have applied? They may have made several applications, but more importantly, does he dispute my estimate that there will be hundreds of thousands of EU citizens who will fail to apply in time? Has the Home Office made that assessment?
Well, actually, I do disagree with the honourable gentleman. In fact, I disagree, as I'll go on to say quite a lot of what he's just said when he was on his feet a few moments ago, where he gave actually some very clear, I would say, misrepresentation of what is happening with this system. When you've already got over 2.8 million people applying and nearly 2.5 million have already been granted, I think that does show for a scheme that has not been running for a year and still has at least a year and a half to run, it is working. And I would also go further to the second part of his question and just remind him and let other colleagues who aren't aware of this know that not only have we said that even after June 2021, if somebody has a good, reasonable reason for not applying earlier, we will still process their EU settled status, but we are specifically doing the work with groups around the country to reach the most vulnerable people, whether it's road shows, whether it's work online, whether it's the phone system, the phone centre that we have that's working round the clock 7 days a week to be able to take any queries that people have got, working with voluntary groups around the country, some £9 million that we have put in to work with those groups to reach all of these people. So yes, I do disagree with him in the sense that I do think we will get to these people. And I will just say, in a moment, I will give way. If citizens do not apply through the EU settlement scheme, it may prove difficult to distinguish those EU citizens from those who arrive after the end of the implementation period. The honourable gentleman, in his words earlier, ignored that fact completely. It is essential that they have the evidence that they need to demonstrate their rights here in the UK. Such an approach, no, not at the moment, such an approach could also lead to EU citizens who have not applied for documentation, suffering the inadvertent discrimination compared to those who have. That is exactly what happened to the Windrush generation, and we as a government are adamant that we must avoid a repeat of that dreadful situation. Yes, absolutely.
The Windrush generation, he will surely recognise that many of the amendments that are being put down in this relate to concerns that myself, the Honourable Member and others raised during sessions of the Home Affairs Committee, where we examined the EU settlement scheme and, of course, the Windrush scandal. And it's not some sort of malign intent by these. These are to ensure that people have their rights and they're able to exercise them. What lessons has he learnt from the Windrush scandal and indeed the evidence that was taken for our committee?
Well, I think the honourable gentleman makes a good point. In fact, I think it is clear we all want to ensure, as I've just said, that we avoid the problems that happen with the Windrush generation. One of the key issues, I'm going to finish answering the first intervention before I consider taking any others on this issue. And I have to say on that point, part of the challenge and the problem with a declaratory scheme is it exactly leads into the problems of Windrush. This scheme means that people have evidence of their rights. That means in the future that can not be contestable, and we avoid that problem in the first place. And moreover, this scheme is already more generous in its scope than the agreements themselves actually require, which the honourable gentleman did outline in his remarks. For example, there are some people who do not meet all of the current requirements of free movement law and so are outside the scope of the agreements. As a matter of domestic policy, we have decided nevertheless that people like that should be in scope of the EU settlement scheme and so have granted residence rights. And on physical documentation, I'll go a bit further. We're developing a new border and immigration system that is digital by default for all migrants, not just EU citizens. This is being rolled out incrementally, and over time, we intend to replace all physical and paper-based documents, which can be lost or, of course, stolen. Eventually, all migrants, in one moment, eventually, all migrants, not just those from the EU, but also the rest of the world, will only have digital status. So this amendment would impede our ability to deliver this improved, equal, fair digital status. Yes, I have to give way.
Does the Minister not understand that getting to the end of the process of settled status at the moment and yet being told that your email is meaningless and you will not have a document is not reassuring to people? Part of Windrush were because the Home Office destroyed records. So people who are depending on the Home Office to keep a digital record are actually naturally pretty nervous. I think they would keep their records quite safe at home. And the other one, a declaratory system does not prevent having a registration. You register people, but you automatically are saying they have the right. This is an application. People are being turned down or given pre-settled status. It's not the same.
There's a couple of things what the lady has said. I think it is just important to, as I say, clarify some of the misrepresentations. Look, the argument she's just made argues for and against her colleagues' earlier comments, because we want to make sure that people do have that status. That digital status means it is there forever. It means that employers, landlords, anybody can access that in the future. It's not reliant on somebody keeping any documentation or not having it stolen, etc. And I would just say to her, in terms of her comments about the process, it is a very fast, quick, easy process. It's one that, I'll just finish the point, while she's saying for secondary position it's not for everybody, it's a process that takes 5 to 10 minutes online, the same way as it would for any of us who are renewing a driving licence or a passport. And I would say to her, she should just be aware that as of the last set of official figures, there have only been 2 people actively refused settled status, both of which on serious criminality grounds. And I stand by this country's right to protect the security and safety of people in this country by refusing people with a serious criminal record. Pre-settled status is only granted to people who have not been living in the country for 5 years at that point. Up until that point, and I will come back to the process around that in a moment, anybody who's lived in the country for 5 years or more, and we help them the way they can evidence that, is entitled to full settled status. And protections for those who do not apply by the June... I'm just going to finish the my earlier point. Protections for those who do not apply by the June 2021 deadline are already built into the agreements, ensuring that there will be no cliff edge for the vulnerable people unable to make an application due to circumstances beyond their control. As with all aspects of the EU settlement scheme, we will adopt a very flexible and pragmatic approach and exercise discretion in applicants' favour. Mr Chairman, I therefore do urge honourable members to withdraw these amendments, but I'll take the honourable lady's intervention.
Accurate. You know, I have a constituent who had a national insurance number card, which aren't even issued anymore, who was only given pre-settled status. Yeah. That constituent was able to prove that they would be here. Everything that they had put in was correct, but yet they got pre-settled status. How many more people have been given that?
40%.
As I said, anybody who has lived in the country for 5 years or more is entitled to settled status. I have to say, I'm very happy if the honourable lady would listen to the answer. If honourable members have got individual cases where somebody's been granted pre-settled status that they feel should have had full settled status, I will personally look at those cases. Every case that has come forward so far has turned out to be an issue where somebody in one case hadn't actually even applied for settled status at all and had gone for an entirely different system, and in other cases hadn't been able to put evidence forward. But our teams do work with people. That's why we do the roadshows, so they can actually work with people to ensure that anything that they can provide that gives evidence of them being in this country for more than 5 years allows them to be granted settled status. And with nearly 2.5 million already being granted out of 2.8 million applications, I think that highlights the success. No, I'm not going to give away on that point any further. Mr Chairman, Clause 8 enables the government to protect frontier workers and means we can establish a registration scheme providing certainty to frontier workers about their rights going forward. Clauses 9 and 10 go hand in hand, enabling us to continue to apply EU deportation thresholds when assessing conduct committed before the end of the implementation period, for the purposes of restricting a person's right to enter or reside here in the UK. Conduct committed after the end of the implementation period will be assessed according to the UK rules on criminality and behaviour non-conducive to the public good. This creates a fair and even system for all, which does not benefit any foreign nationals over others. Clause 11 provides a power to put in place various rights of appeal in connection with citizens' rights, immigration decisions, including refusals under the EU settlement scheme, which are an essential and an important part of our commitments. Mr Chairman, I would ask honourable members to withdraw amendments 3, 2, 20, 21, 7 to this clause and new clause 34. They are unnecessary. Thanks to the power contained in clause 11 of this bill, EU citizens who are appealing a decision on residence will be able to do so under the EU settlement scheme. Individuals who have been granted pre-settled status, who believe they should have been granted settled status, can also appeal. These amendments would also actually potentially do damage. The situations requiring a right of appeal under the agreements are numerous, and the applications of existing rules relating to appeal rights are complex. Putting a right of appeal on the face of the bill would mean that none of this detail can be properly reflected. And these amendments would make it harder for EU citizens to appeal against an exclusion decision. They would actually remove our ability to provide EU citizens with access to the Special Appeals Immigration Commission when challenging an exclusion decision through judicial review. It would also prevent the government from treating EU citizens in the same way as third country nationals when it comes to removals during an appeal process. Furthermore, these amendments create a perverse incentive for individuals to launch appeals and would mean that people who have applications that have absolutely no chance of succeeding would be able to access social security benefits. I am concerned that this would open our immigration system to potential benefits abuse, and that is something we should not allow. I hope what I have said reassures the honourable member that these amendments are not only undesirable but are unnecessary, and so I do urge them to be withdrawn. Clause 12 provides a power to amend the statute book, protecting existing decisions on the recognition of professional qualifications and ensuring outstanding applications for recognition can be completed. This lifelong recognition of qualifications will provide certainty to professionals such as nurses, vets and lawyers who provide crucial services to us all. The power in Clause 13 enables the government to maintain our statute book in accordance with the social security coordination provisions. This will protect areas such as access to pensions, benefits and healthcare cover for those who have moved between the UK and the EU before the end of the implementation period. Clause 14 provides a similar power for maintaining the statute book to make sure that rights of equal treatment and non-discrimination are protected in the future. For example, making sure EU citizens resident before the end of the implementation period continue to access benefits and services on the same basis as they do now. Clause 15 establishes the Independent Monitoring Authority for the withdrawal and EEA-EFTA separation agreements on citizens' rights. As Schedule 2 makes provisions about its constitution and functions. It will be fully independent, and it will have significant powers to be able to receive complaints and to conduct inquiries. It will also have the power to bring legal action against the government and public authorities. And work is well underway already in the Ministry of Justice to set up this new organisation. Mr Chairman, I would urge honourable members to withdraw amendments 22, 23 and 37. The first two are unnecessary, as non-executive appointments to the board will be made under the well-established principles of public appointments, in accordance with the Governance Code on Public Appointments. And the Secretary of State will also be under a statutory duty to have regard to the need to protect operational independence of the IMA. Clause 16 contains supplementary provisions, for example, to prevent any overlapping conferred powers affecting the extent of any power of a devolved authority. And Clause 17 provides the necessary definitions for terms used in this part of the bill. Mr Chairman, I would also urge honourable members to withdraw new Clause 18 to remove the fee for citizenship for EU citizens. It could lead to discrimination by nationality by giving EU citizens preferential fees for citizenship. It would also, It would also undermine the legislative structure that is already in place, which not only sets fees but provides for specific fee exceptions. Give way to the honourable gentleman.
Exactly why there is a subclause in there that allows the ministers to extend the reduced fee and the waiver scheme to everybody else as well. So it's entirely within the minister's gift to make sure that discrimination does not arise. What is discriminatory is a horrendous fee which prohibits some kids from getting the British nationality that they're just as entitled to as the children of everybody in this place.
Here. Well, I have to say, looking at the way the amendment is drafted, we do think it would be discriminatory by nationality because, as I say, it would give EU citizens preferential fees for citizenship on the face of the bill. But as I would have hoped that the next sentence I issued would have negated the need for his intervention as it happens, because what I actually then went on to say was it would also undermine that legislative structure that is already in place. This bill is not the place that sets fees. That is done in specific, with specific fee exceptions as well provisions in different legislation. Mr Chairman, the clauses laid out in the citizens' rights part of the bill honour our obligation to EU citizens who are living in the UK and ensure that they have the certainty that they need as our country moves forward. I will also be very frank with colleagues here today. It is disappointing that not all European countries have provided the same assurances for British nationals living in the EU. And this is something that we hope will change and we will continue to work towards for our citizens. This government has always put citizens' rights first and foremost and will continue to do so. EU citizens are our friends, they're our family members, our colleagues. They have made and continue to make a hugely important contribution to our country, our economy, our communities, our society. We want them to stay. This bill will ensure that we can deliver that unequivocal guarantee both now and in the future.
Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Sir George. And I rise to speak on new clause 5 on the system for providing settled status, on which we will be seeking a vote, and on amendments 2, 3, 20 and 21 on the right of appeal, as well as amendment 37 on the Independent Monitoring Authority. And I have to say that I regret the Minister's combative response to the Honourable Member for Cumbernauld, Kilsyth and Kirkintilloch East, who I thought made a typically thoughtful and considered contribution, which reflects not divisions across the House, because when these issues have been debated previously in Parliament, there has been considerable concern on both sides about the consequences of getting this wrong. And if we do it will have not only a significant impact on EU citizens within the UK and Brits in Europe, but also, frankly, on our caseload as members of Parliament. So I do believe that there is the possibility of reaching agreement around some of these issues, and it's in that kind of mood, that spirit, that I'm proposing our amendments. Let me start with new clause 5. Now, the Minister said that providing certainty for EU citizens was central to the government's agenda, and the Prime Minister said that, and I quote, "Under this government, EU citizens will have the absolute certainty for the right to live and remain." Now that seems clear, but the reality of applying for settled status is different. It's a constitutive system in which EU citizens only acquire settled status or pre-settled status by successfully applying for their right to live and work in the UK post-Brexit. New Clause 5 seeks to avoid that by making the scheme declaratory, meaning that EU citizens and family members who meet the eligibility criteria would automatically have the right to continue to live and work in the UK and would simply need to register for the purpose of proving their status. Now, we believe that our approach will avoid a repeat of Windrush, and the Minister suggested that their objective was to avoid that, and the declaratory system could encourage a repeat of the Windrush situation. So let me just comment briefly on that. I mean, the Windrush scandal was caused by a number of factors. It was the legal environment changing around people who'd lived here for decades. It was the 2012 introduction of the hostile environment. It was a lack of record keeping. It was a lack of record keeping by the Home Office, by this government, and when we were in power. I'm not trying to score party points here. And it was by Home Office staff being incentivised by targets and bonuses to reach deportation targets. But for the Windrush victims, this is crucial, for the Windrush victims, there was at least the legal safety net thanks to the Immigration Act of 1971, so they could seek recourse against the treatment that they received. Now, what the government are saying is that making the EU settlement scheme declaratory would create a second Windrush. They are perversely blaming the scandal, and it was a scandal, and the Minister recognises that, blaming it on that safety net. And that's a fundamental misunderstanding. They're saying that the way you avoid Windrush is by removing the safety net that the Windrush victims faced. Now, no system is going to get 100% of those eligible to apply. And I recognise the points that the Minister was making about the efforts that the government has been taking to ensure as many apply as possible. And I take his point that 2.8 million have already done so, and I'm sure that many more will by the deadline of June 2021. But not everybody. And the government doesn't even have a target for how many people they think should be eligible to apply. Now, if only 3%, that's not beyond the bounds of possibility in any way at all. I mean, I've talked to so many EU citizens who, despite all the government's publicity efforts, are unaware that the rights that they've enjoyed for 30 years need to be applied for. And I've had to explain to them about how to apply for settled status. So if only 3% of the estimated 3.5 million EU nationals living in Britain fail to apply, that will leave 100,000 people facing the hostile environment and facing possible deportation. Now, the government have recognised this. The Minister has himself recognised it. He said in an interview with the German newspaper Die Welt, and I quote, "If EU citizens have not registered by the deadline for settled status, without an adequate justification, the immigration rules will apply." When pressed on whether that would mean deportation, he said, quote, "Theoretically, yes, we will apply the rules." The possibility of people who we describe as our neighbours, our friends, taxpayers, our colleagues, being deported exists while we pursue the same approach to settled status as the government are now. It's not too late to correct course, and in our view, and the view of others moving similar amendments, A declaratory system is the only way to prevent hundreds of thousands of people potentially being criminalised and potentially being deported. Under a declaratory scheme, if somebody doesn't register for settled status before June 2021, they will not lose rights. They'll simply need to register for the government to provide them with the proof of their status. I will.
For the speech that he's making. On that point, does he agree with me that the Minister is completely wrong to think that a declaratory system means that fewer people will apply? After June of next year, people will still have every incentive to apply for the settlement scheme because they will need that proof in order to avoid the hostile environment, to access NHS, to access employment and to access all of the other entitlements in this country.
Yeah, my honourable friend is absolutely right. There'll be every incentive to apply because without the proof, they won't be able to exercise the rights. What we're simply seeking to ensure with this new clause is that they don't lose their rights. And the approach that we're suggesting is explicitly allowed under the withdrawal agreement. The government had a choice about what kind of system they would implement, and in our view, they chose wrong. And we need to remember that this isn't just about EU citizens in the UK. The largest national group affected by Brexit are the 1.2 million British citizens in Europe. And the EU and individual member states, not all have met our expectations either, but have been clear that rights granted to UK citizens will be based on reciprocity. So the Minister's right to want to see other countries stepping up to the mark, but that won't be assisted if we reduce rights of citizens within the UK, because that will risk a reduction of rights of citizens across the EU 27. So a declaratory scheme for EU citizens will not only be good for those here, but will be good for UK citizens living in Europe. Let me move on to another aspect of the problems with the EU settlement scheme. And the Minister said 2.8 million have applied. And he went on to sort of unintentionally give the wrong impression, I'm sure, about the granting of status, because he said 2.5 million have been granted status. Correct, but not the status they applied for. The most recent statistics show that almost half of the applicants for settled status are being granted pre-settled status. And that comes with substantially fewer rights. It's a temporary form of leave lasting up to 5 years. It is not indefinite leave to remain. So in addition, well, I'm going to ask the Minister in a moment to come back at me on points, and he might want to respond to that. So in addition to the cliff edge at the end of 2020, when anyone's not applied to the settlement scheme will force possible, in 2021, when anyone's not applied to the settlement scheme face possible deportation, pre-settled status creates hundreds of thousands of individual cliff edges when people come to the point of confirming their individual position, because it doesn't provide. And I see my friend and former committee member looking puzzled about that. But if pre-settled status doesn't provide permanent right to remain, that's only granted at the point at which that gains settled status. We are creating hundreds of thousands of individual cliff edges. Now, the campaign group, the 3 million, have shared with me one case which I think illustrates many of the problems with settled status. It's an older Dutch woman who's been living in the UK for decades. Despite living at the same address for over 30 years, paying council tax, paying income tax, paying national insurance, the online system couldn't find a trace of her. So she was forced to trawl through paperwork to evidence 7 years of residency. For some of those years, she'd saved council tax bills. For others, she had to find at least 6 bank statements for each year. She then faced huge difficulties scanning and uploading the documents. After she'd eventually sent them off, she waited several weeks for a response, only to be told that the Home Office required more evidence. After another difficult process of finding and submitting documents, she was finally granted settled status. But this woman has said herself that she couldn't have done it without help, and her journey shows that although the Act may be simple for the most straightforward of cases, as soon as somebody faces difficulties, it can be immensely difficult to resolve them and secure the right status. And that's also why it's important to have the right to challenge individual decisions. Indeed, under the Withdrawal Agreement, the government agreed to ensure that EU citizens have a right of appeal against any decision to refuse settled status. Clause 11 of the agreement specifically confers powers for ministers to make regulations providing for appeal rights, but this bill doesn't confirm the provision of appeal rights for all applicants. To that end, Amendment 2 seeks to clarify that EU citizens have the right to appeal a decision on settled or pre-settled status. Now, clearly the government aren't intending to accept any amendments, so therefore I'd welcome the Minister coming back on me and intervening to confirm today on the record that the right of appeal will be created using powers under the Withdrawal Agreement, and it will cover all those in the UK, and in particular those who came under the Sambrano and Surinder Singh routes, if he'd like to intervene. He indicates it will come back at a later stage, and I'll be grateful for that. We know that there are particular groups who are at higher risk of not registering. For example, older people, children in care, those with lower language skills, or non-EEA citizens who are dependent on an EU family member. The scheme makes it more difficult for women and disabled people to secure their correct status, and it's therefore likely to be causing discrimination. However, the government's not put in place the tools to effectively monitor the scheme. They're not collecting equalities data, and despite my requesting it on several times over a lengthy period, they've still not published their equalities impact assessment. Now, it's also clearly essential that the EU settlement scheme is properly monitored, and the Withdrawal Agreement sets up the Independent Monitoring Authority for that purpose, charged with overseeing the government's implementation of the citizens' rights section of the agreement. As set up in Schedule 2 of the bill, the IMA will be neither independent of the government nor empowered to hold them to account, and the government has used this bill to further weaken the authority by permitting its functions to be delegated by secondary legislation. Our Amendment 37 ensures if the government intends to modify or abolish the IMA, that can only be done through primary legislation. And we'd ask the government to look seriously at that proposal, as well as the other amendments tabled by other opposition parties on the Independent Monitoring Authority. I am coming to a conclusion, so if the Minister wanted to intervene on the point that I made to him. Okay, he's going to come back later in the debate, that's fine. My concluding point then is simply that we need to be carefully minded within the House that there are 5 million citizens whose rights and positions at risk over Brexit, those in this country and those British in Europe. It's essential we get this process right. Our proposals would ensure that every eligible EU citizen and family member automatically has the right to stay here, which the government isn't providing for within this bill. They put their right to appeal in, that we put the right to appeal in law, and that we ensure that the Independent Monitoring Authority can properly hold the government to account. We hope that the House will support us on New Clause 5, and we would ask the government to look seriously at the other issues we've raised.
Hear, hear.
Suella Braverman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to speak in support of Part 3 and Clause 7, and I support all of the comments made by the Minister. When I served as a Minister in Dexio, I was responsible for drafting much of this bill, and I'm very glad that a lot of it has survived my absence from government. And I pay tribute to the front bench team, Parliamentary Council and officials for the drafting of what is a complex and critical piece of legislation. In preparation of the bill, we conducted considerable engagement with the charitable sector, representatives of EU citizens and the legal sector to identify their concerns, so that we would be designing a new framework that would command their confidence, but above all, that would work. And I should say, generally at the outset, that with Brexit, obviously, free movement will come to an end. That's one of the reasons that many people voted to leave the European Union, myself included. I'm the child of immigrants, and yet I don't have a problem with saying that it's right that our democratic institutions, that our UK government, that the British people have control over migration, not Brussels, not the EU Commission, not the EU Parliament. And I think that's a fundamental aspect of the EU Brexit project that we should all welcome in this House if we are truly to reflect the desires and the needs of those who send us here. But with the ending of free movement of people, when it comes to the 3 million or so EU citizens who are already living and working here, I don't think we can be in any doubt about this government's commitment to safeguarding their position and protecting their rights. We want them to stay, as has been said so many times. We value their immense contribution, and we want to make Brexit as easy as possible for them. And I think that, just generally at the outset, I'm very glad with the proposals contained in this bill. This bill provides for the legal rights for EU citizens. This bill provides for their access to healthcare, social security, recognition of their professional qualifications, and their employment and equalities rights. It's this bill that enables them to continue living their lives as they do now. And it's this bill that provides for the groundbreaking Independent Monitoring Authority, which is a hugely important proposal, which will reflect our watertight commitment to EU citizens. So, firstly, I want to say that this scheme is working, and the Minister himself has overseen the rollout of the settlement status scheme over years now. We've seen, as of October 2019, over 1 million people be granted settled or pre-settled status under the EU settlement scheme. And that milestone came 4 months after the scheme fully launched in March of last year. That's an excellent start, and I pay tribute to the Home Office and all those involved in this immense administrative task. Secondly, the scheme is working because it is practical and user-friendly. The EU settlement scheme is designed to make it straightforward for EU citizens and their families to stay in the UK after Brexit. They only need to complete 3 key steps: prove their identity, show that they live in the UK, and declare any criminal convictions. There's a wide range of support available for EU citizens and their families, including a dedicated settlement resolution centre, 300 assisted digital locations supporting those who have limited access to IT, and a plethora of organisations which are all funded by the Home Office to help those citizens who are more vulnerable, the homeless, the disabled, the elderly, to help them navigate the system. And thirdly,
Very grateful to our member for giving way. I wondered if she'd be able to do something that the Minister couldn't. And during her time in government, did she see an estimate of the number of EU citizens who would accidentally, or because they didn't fully understand their own immigration situation, how many are going to fail to apply for this scheme by the deadline? Was I right in suggesting it would be hundreds of thousands, and what should happen to them?
I'll come back to that point, but of course any system will have the challenge of reaching everybody who's affected by it. And that's why this government has not held back at all in coming forward with outreach, with engagement, with the publicity and advertising campaign, with the resources made available to the millions of EU citizens who are affected. And we only need to look at the numbers. The uptake rate is very encouraging so far. So I think we should judge it on the evidence, not fear speculative possibilities in the future. Yeah, sure.
I'm very grateful for giving away again. And I mean, I accept all that, and the opposition spokesperson accepted all that, that in general it is going well. But the difference between us is the consequences of not applying. Under our system, they will still be able to apply for years to come. Under the government's proposed system, they will not be. There will be tens, probably hundreds of thousands of people overnight without status. How many does government expect to be in that situation, and what should happen to them?
It's important for any system to have robust deadlines and to have consequences if deadlines are not met. But importantly, there is a grace period in this legislation, which I think allows considerably for that aspect of people being late or delayed in making their application. And I think that strikes the right balance in ensuring robustness, but also making allowances for those who might not get there in time. Thirdly, Mr. Chairman, we know that this system is working because EU citizens and those who work for them have told us so. Charities like the East European Resource Centre or the Refugee and Migrant Centre, which receives Home Office funding and has helped thousands of EU citizens and their families, have both welcomed the operation of the scheme so far. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, the Independent Monitoring Authority cannot be diminished in its significance. It represents not just the legal protections that are offered and provided for in this bill, but a cultural change at the Home Office and in government towards migrants. It's a culture of protection, a culture of safeguarding, and one of enabling people to know their rights and exercise them. Now, much has been said about avoiding the mistakes of Windrush, Mr. Chairman, and I can see exactly why people fear history repeating itself. My parents emigrated to this country from Commonwealth countries at the same time as the Windrush generation and could have easily been caught up in the mistakes and the consequent problems. And when I was a barrister, I did a lot of work in immigration law, representing the government in the High Court and in the immigration tribunals. Of course, any large administrative exercise of this scale can be vulnerable to mistakes. It's an area which is heavily legislated and therefore very complex. Mistakes are made. But there is also abuse of the rules too. And any system must be light touch enough and pragmatic enough to minimise the burdens on those who are directly affected and those who have to go through the system, but at the same time robust enough and sound enough to prevent such abuse. And it's okay to live in an ideal world and assume there's no abuse of immigration rules, but unfortunately the reality is, and I know the Honourable Member will know from his experience in the sector as well, that abuse, unsubstantiated claims, unjustified appeals, thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money being used to perpetuate pointless and vexatious claims through the immigration and the High Court system is something that we have faced in recent times when it comes to immigration law. Now, this government is highly cognizant of its obligations, therefore, to EU citizens. And it has to be said that even without the IMA, there would be many avenues of legal redress for EU citizens. There are appeal rights and judicial review enshrined not only on the face of this bill, but also in the common law. But this government has gone further. It's committing to setting up an independent watchdog, specifically, exclusively, for EU citizens, to monitor the application of the rules, to carry out inquiries, to take up judicial review, to carry out, to represent EU citizens, to be their collective voice and to ensure that mistakes are remedied swiftly. It will be thanks to this IMA that a Windrush-type scandal will be avoided. It will be thanks to this IMA that EU citizens will have a voice. It will be thanks to this IMA that the system will improve and serve people. Mr. Chairman, this is a step change. It's a sign of the political will to get it right and drive forward change. Leaving the European Union presents us with myriad opportunities to take back democratic control of our migration policy. That is something we should be welcoming and should be seeing as an opportunity for our country. And I commend this bill to the House and this section on EU citizens.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much. I stand this evening to support Labour's new clause 5 and to put to the vote my own party's new clause 34, which would create a right of appeal when settled status is refused. And I do that partly because shortly before the general election, I visited a school in my constituency where, during the usual chat with students about what they would do after their exams, what careers they would pursue if they'd go to university, one girl told me she was worried about her future. She wanted to go to university, but she was afraid she wouldn't be able to because she'd lived in Edinburgh most of her life, but she and her parents were from a different part of the European Union, and they did not feel secure about what was going to happen to them if Brexit went ahead. This is the only country she really knows, and her parents didn't know where they stand because of the uncertainty and the difficulties they saw with the settled status proposals. And she's not the only one. Like so many in this place, I have colleagues, friends, many constituents who have made their lives here. And these are not the people who, as this government shamelessly claimed during the election campaign, cost us billions and put pressure on public services, strain on school, I will in a moment, thank you, strain on school places and lead to more crime, despite the evidence from their own migration advisory service which showed the opposite. These are people who came to this country to work, to pay taxes, many of them as part of a hugely valuable workforce in our NHS, our university sector, our major private companies. They deserve to have this country recognise that and respect their rights. And this government should do that by standing by the promise that was made to them by the present Prime Minister when he entered Downing Street. And that is why I and the Liberal Democrats tonight will be supporting the Labour Party amendment, as I said, new clause 5, to give automatic rights to EU citizens rather than them having to apply for settled status with the potential of facing deportation if they do not. That is no way for this or any other government or any other country to treat people. I'll give way.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. It's incredibly important that we take every opportunity to reassure EU nationals who, as she rightly says, are so valued in our country. So in those circumstances, did she take the opportunity to give that reassurance to her constituents and say if they simply applied for settled status, there would be vanishingly likely any difficulty with them staying in the UK?
I thank the honourable member for his point, but I'd like to point out to him that what I did was I promised them that I would fight for their rights in this country. I would fight for them to have the automatic... No, I was not scaremongering. I promised them that I would do what I am doing tonight, that I would stand in this House and call for them to have the automatic right to stay in this country where they have lived, where their parents have contributed and paid taxes, without having to apply and face the fear of deportation if they fail. That is what I promised. Our economy, our demographic demands that we encourage people to come here and contribute, bolster our workforce, fill the skills gap we see in the NHS. And that is why I will, as I promised that teenager and the many constituents who've come to me, that I will fight to safeguard the rights of all EU citizens in the United Kingdom and those UK citizens who have made their lives across the EU by asking for reciprocity. And that is why we have tabled new clause 34, to create a right of appeal if an application for settled status is refused. These people, as I say, deserve so much better than they are being offered by this government. On December the 13th, following the general election, I thought about how that teenager and so many other people who've come to this country must have felt. What does the future now hold for them, for her and for her siblings and so many others in my constituency and across the country? People who, through no fault of their own, have had the security of which the honourable member for Cumbernauld, Cassaith and Kirkintilloch East spoke, ripped from them. Many of those people will vote with their feet And we will lose people in an exodus which shames us. We will lose people who make a valuable contribution to our education and our health service, something which shames this country. People leaving their lives and their livelihoods because they do not feel welcome. The rhetoric of the party opposite, the honourable member accused me of scaremongering. The rhetoric of the party opposite during the election, demonising people and driving us towards a scandal that will dwarf Windrush, was far from acceptable. It's not good enough. The Minister talked tonight about safeguarding rights. But if he really wants to do that, if he really wants to respect the people who have come here and contributed to us being the 5th largest economy in the world, then make their right to stay here automatic and do it now.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Sir George, and thank the many members who made contributions today. I think there have been really important points made and in all the amendments that have been laid down on this crucial subject. And this is, Sir George, an issue which many of us who served on the Home Affairs Committee in the last Parliament examined in great detail, as I've said. And I would urge the Minister, he gave a very rosy depiction of how the scheme was working and how everything was going to work. And of course, we would all like to see people register for the scheme. We'd all like to see people get the right information. We'd all like to see more digital systems that work for everybody. But the reality is that in terms of those of us who have regular daily experience with the immigration system on behalf of our constituents and indeed many of the specific pieces of evidence that we took on the Home Affairs Committee, recognise that the reality is somewhat different. And therefore the amendments that are laid, including those by my own front bench, which I support, are there to improve this system, to ensure that it actually delivers the rights that were promised to EU citizens and EEA citizens who have been resident in this country for many, many years and who have, as many have spoken in this debate, made clear, have made huge contributions to our communities and our country as a whole. Certainly in my own constituency, the contribution of EU citizens is immense over many, many decades. And I've had many constituents coming to me with concerns over the past few years about this scheme and raising the very concerns which are reflected in the amendments which many of us are supporting this evening. And it's not scaremongering, Sir George, when we look at the record of the Home Office and the continued failures on a series of issues, because we only have to look back to 2017 when the Home Office sent letters to 100 EU citizens telling them that they had to leave the UK immediately, an episode which the then Prime Minister, the member for Maidenhead, had to apologise for. In 2018, members of Parliament were sent letters about the importance of applying for the EU settlement scheme, even though they were not EU nationals, an extraordinary situation which the then Home Secretary had to explain. And of course, one only has to look, Sir George, at the regular monthly statistics from the Home Office to look at the number of cases of wrongful deportations, wrongful detentions as a result of the hostile environment policies, as a result of mistakes and problems, absolutely why those appeal rights are so crucial. And look at the compensation payouts that are made. This is costing government money when the Home Office is making mistakes. And with all of those examples, Sir George, and indeed, of course, the example of the Windrush scandal, which was so shocking and so shaming to our country, to have treated so many people who contributed to our country in over so many years in such incredible ways, ringing in our ears, we should be taking these issues incredibly seriously. And therefore I'd urge the Minister, I'd urge the Government, and particularly urge those in the other place when they're examining these parts of the bill, to look seriously at ways in which this part of the legislation can be improved so we can deliver on those commitments. Because I don't doubt the Minister's intent. I'm sure he's sincere in wanting to provide EU citizens with the rights that they deserve. But the practical reality is often different. And I wanted to raise with the Minister the specific point about the physical documentation. Of course, we all want to see digitisation. We all want to see more efficient systems. We all want to see a system where we can quickly get information, whether that's employers or housing providers or other providers of services, to ensure that people receive the things that they're entitled to under the law. But the reality is that we all know these systems break down, there are mistakes in them, names are entered incorrectly. What is the backup? What will happen when somebody is trying to apply for a house or trying to access medical services or trying to apply for a job or trying to apply for education, which they are entitled to in this country, and yet the system breaks down, the computer says no, the blue screen death comes up on the computer, whatever it is. We all know these things fail, and when we're talking about such a fundamental thing as the right to live and work and exercise rights in this country, which many EU citizens, of course, should have and deserve under this legislation, then we have to ensure that there is backup. We have our birth certificates, we have our passports, we have a physical document for the most crucial aspects of our rights and citizenship rights in this country. And I just caution the Minister that when those mistakes happen, when there is the inevitable breakdown, when there's a cyber attack on the system, when it's unavailable, what is going to happen to the people who get caught up in that? All of that will generate not only huge cost for government in terms of rectifying those mistakes in due course, but also great harm and great concern to the individuals caught up in them. And anyone who deals with the immigration system, as I said, Sir George, on a weekly basis, as many of us do, can point to myriad examples. There's also the crucial issue, and my honourable friend who served with me on the committee raised this, about the numbers here. No exercise on this scale has been attempted before, the registration of millions of individuals in this system, and inevitably problems are going to occur, not least when the government themselves cannot tell us exactly how many EU citizens and EEA citizens there are lawfully resident here in the UK, but also they cannot tell us, as has been asked on a number of occasions, how many people they estimate will have not applied by this deadline which is now being put into place. And I find that deeply worrying that a policy is being suggested here and being proposed to be implemented without even knowing the number of people that it is going to affect. And of course we do not want to see unlawful detentions, unlawful deportations of individuals, which we have seen sadly in the past, and the harm that those cause to individuals whose rights are then affected. But fundamentally, Sir George, this gets back to some fundamental promises that were made not only by the current Prime Minister, by the previous Prime Minister, and of course indeed by those who advocated leaving in the first place. And the 3 Million campaign, who have done so much good to highlight the concerns of those affected by these changes, rightly pointed out that in the referendum in 2016 it was made clear that there should be no change for EU citizens already lawfully resident in the UK. EU citizens will be automatically granted indefinite leave to remain and will not be treated any less favourably than they are at present. That was a clear promise. That was a solemn undertaking. It's an undertaking that's been repeated by the Prime Minister, by ministers since. I have no doubt that the Minister intends it in good faith, but the reality here is that when the reality of accessing this scheme, demonstrating those rights, being able to prove that those rights are being lawfully exercised, I think it will be very different, and I think we will be picking up the pieces of this, Sir George, in years to come, and so I would urge the Minister to look again very carefully at these amendments.
I'm going to call Sir Desmond Swain, who is known for many things in this House, not least of which is his brevity. Desmond Swain.
Thank you, Sir George. I am persuaded that the amendments are unnecessary and I support the provisions of the bill. But just one word of caution. I have received a number of inquiries from constituents, European citizens, who clearly haven't been reached at all by any of the outreach. Such are the basic questions that they ask. Indeed, I received one today. Now, on that score, when I think about it, I don't know if I've been living in a bubble, but actually I haven't seen any of that outreach at all myself. Admittedly, I've not been looking for it, but nevertheless, I just ask ministers to re-examine the outreach that there has been and reassure their level of confidence that it's adequate.
Bambos Charalambos.
Thank you, Sir George. I'll be speaking in support of New Clause 5 and New Clause 18. In my constituency of Enfield Southgate, constituents have contacted me to raise serious concerns about the rights of their family and friends who are EU citizens but aren't eligible for settled status. But who may not be able to, who are eligible for the settled status, but may not be able to complete their application in time, or may be unaware of the deadline. And this is a particular issue among the elderly EU citizens, some of whom may have serious medical conditions that may impair their ability to complete forms. One constituent told me about her mother, who was in her 90s, and who came to the UK as a refugee from Poland just after the Second World War, but has never needed to apply for citizenship. She now has Alzheimer's, and had it not been for the help of her daughter, she would be losing her right. She'll be at risk of losing her right for not being able to apply for settled status. There is no doubt other people like her. As the Minister stated, we want to avoid another Windrush situation. And as has been mentioned, the IMA is no substitute for a safety net to protect people's rights that they're at risk of losing. Now, it's been suggested that legal redress can be achieved outside a tribunal system. But if it is available, what will be the cost of that? There are huge fees that are incurred in people trying to get redress for their legal rights, and these fees are astronomical. On the issue of fees, one of my constituents, Martin Janu, has a wife who's Spanish, and she's fearful of potential erosion of her rights under settled status. So she's applied for citizenship, but that's at the cost of £1,400. Having such high fees for applications for citizenship and also for visitors' visas is nothing more than a racket by the government ripping off these applicants. In short, EU citizens who have been here lawfully and do qualify for settled status should not have their rights limited. I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and the case point he's making, I had a call literally 3 days ago from a constituent who rang me, who said his wife, who's French national, they've been married for well over 40 years, she has worked as a teacher in our school, is on a pension now, and he was worried about what would happen, she's worried about what's going to happen to them, and we actually I actually went onto the Home Office website, and I was trying to guide them through as to what they need to do. But they're worried about what's happening to them, and of course the cost of all these processes. So it's very important that we have safeguards in place.
My friend makes an excellent point. We do need to have these safety nets in place, and these clauses actually provide the safety nets that we need to ensure that people's rights, no matter how few those people might be, are protected. In short, EU citizens who have been here lawfully and do qualify for settled status should not have their rights limited by any barriers such as time limitation or fees. If the government do not listen to these warnings, then there's a very real risk of another Windrush. The government will then have been found to be asleep at the wheel as another scandal is avoidable. This is unacceptable, totally avoidable and easily remedied. I therefore invite the Minister to accept new Clause 5, new Clause 18 and new Clause 34. Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Sir George, and I will be brief. I just wanted to respond to a couple of points raised. The Honourable Member for Sheffield Central gave a quote from me in an interview with a German journalist, if I recall correctly, some time ago. Sadly, he didn't give the whole quote, which means that colleagues probably aren't quite aware of the point that was being made, which is that actually the whole point of the structure of how the EU settled status scheme works is to ensure that nobody is left behind and that all rights are properly protected. That's why not only are we running this scheme until the end of July 2021, but we have also said, and I said at the dispatch box today, that anybody after that stage who comes forward who hasn't acquired settled status and hasn't applied for it for a good reasonable reason, we will be looking to grant them status as well. This scheme is based on a very different principle, taking a comment from the member for Cardiff South and Penarth earlier on, no, I won't give way at the moment, made in his speech, and I just said, no, I won't be giving way at the moment, was that actually the whole process of this system is different to previous systems. We are looking to grant status, and I want to give great credit to a superb team, Home Office civil servants working particularly in Liverpool, who have delivered this scheme, a scheme that, as he said, is unprecedented in terms of now having taken over 2.8 million applications, already processing some almost 2.5 million of them. And just again to be clear with colleagues, in that almost 2.5 million that have been processed, I can confirm only 5 have been refused, all on grounds of serious criminality. And I think it is right that we do those checks and we make sure that there is proper evidence. And I would just go a bit further to the Honourable Member for Sheffield Central's comments around the difference between pre-settled status and settled status. And what he said at this dispatch box, I think, is part of the risk we have of some people creating this scaremongering regime that they have been portraying in a couple of the speeches this evening. Pre-settled status is a pathway to settled status to ensure that people, once they've lived in this country for 5 years or more, have those rights fully secured. And there is no issue about a cliff edge. When somebody has lived in this country for 5 years or more, having got pre-settled status, they can move straight to full settled status. Their rights are the same and they are protected from the moment they have got pre-settled status, and the evidence, I think, is an important part of that. He asked a very specific question about appeal rights, and yes, appeal rights apply to all cases under the EU settlement scheme, which also comes to the point raised by the Honourable Member for Edinburgh West. The Honourable friend, the Member for Fareham, is absolutely right. We are determined to make sure we are we are delivering on the rights of EU citizens, and that we in this country play our part in delivering on the promises we made. I'll give way briefly to Honourable.
I thank the Minister for giving way. When he says all citizens, does he include those who came under the Zambrano and Surinder Singh routes?
Yes. Absolutely. And I would just say to my honourable friend, the member for New Forest West, we are always reviewing the outreach work. Myself and the Home Secretary are particularly focused on this work to make sure that it's not just giving good value for money for the taxpayer, but it is also reaching those hardest to reach places and communities in the country. We are working with some 57, I think it is, voluntary organisations around the country, and with commercial organisations who employ large numbers, and public sector organisations who employ a large number of EU citizens. And we will be looking to continue to do that work and drive it further and further. It is important that we encourage people to apply for that settled status. It is simple, it is quick, it is easy, it delivers on people's rights, it delivers on our promises, and that is why we will not be accepting any amendments or new clauses this evening.
For the benefit of new members in particular, although the Minister has responded to the debate, I'm now going to call the mover of the lead amendment to conclude and respond to the debate. Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you again, Sir George, and to thank all honourable members for their contributions to what I think has been a robust and very helpful debate. I think every single speaker spoke of the contribution that EU nationals make to this country and the importance of protecting their rights. So far, so good. But beyond that, there are fundamental differences about how best we do that. On this side of the House, we say automatically protect their rights in law. That means that nobody will lose their rights overnight. On the government side of the House, they say apply to stay, and the government has not challenged at all the assertion that we've made that that almost certainly means that tens, probably hundreds of thousands will overnight potentially lose their rights. Now, the Minister, just summing up there, said, well, there'll be a period where anyone with a good reasonable reason for missing the deadline will be able to get that all fixed. We are talking about possibly a six-figure number here. And what is a good reasonable reason? During my original speech, I gave two hypothetical examples. One of a French lady who's been here since the 1970s. She's retired. She had permanent residence under the old EU scheme. She doesn't think she needs to apply. There are lots of folk in that boat. Well, is that a good reasonable reason? She didn't think she had to apply. What about the Polish guy that I cited in my speech as well? He was born in the United Kingdom. He therefore thought that he was British because his father was British. But in actual fact, because of his parents' marital status at the time of his birth, he is not British. He fails to apply. Is that a good reasonable reason? He thought he was British, but he was wrong about nationality law. There will be tens of thousands of cases just like that, and the government has done absolutely nothing to reassure us about the cliff edge that awaits us. Amendment 5 goes some way to solving that by putting in place a declaratory system. The opposition new clause 5 is more comprehensive, so in the meantime, Sir George, I beg your leave to withdraw Amendment 5 so that we can support new clause 5 instead.
Thank you. So, on the basis of what the honourable members just said, is it the pleasure of the House, the committee, that the amendment be withdrawn? And many of that opinion say aye. Amendment by leave withdrawn. The question is that clause 7 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye, with some enthusiasm perhaps. Many of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now, with the leave of the House, I will now put together a single question on all clauses and schedules to be agreed at this time, before calling on certain members to move new clauses formally. The question is that clause 8 to 14 stand part of the bill, that question 1 be the first schedule to the bill, that clause 15 stand part of the bill, that clause 2 be the second schedule, that schedule 2 be the second schedule to the bill, and that clauses 16 and 17 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Before I call on a member to move the first new clause selected for separate decision, I should inform members that the split of letters at the desks in the division lobbies has changed slightly. There's a treat. Members whose surname begins with G will now need to go to the middle desk instead of the left-hand desk. There have been no other changes. The distribution of the names is different in the new Parliament, and the revised lettering should mean that the queues at the desks are more even. We now come to Clause 5. I call on Paul Blomfield to move new Clause 5 formally. The question is that new Clause 5 be read for a second time. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? No! Division, clear the lobby.